From this day forth, I shall forever be free and unrestrained, bound by no one and nothing." Lord Demon Heat laughed heartily, his laughter reverberating throughout the endless void. Everyone present, be it the New Alliance or the Seamless Gate, could sense the wild, exultant joy which the Lord of the Demon Heart felt. He had been imprisoned for countless years and had schemed for countless years to escape, knowing that there would only be one chance. And he had succeeded. Why shouldn't he be excited? Since the story has been made clear to all of you, Lord Demonheart swept the army of the New Alliance with his gaze. All of you can die now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 22, Surrounded and Attacked. Book 23, End War, Chapter 22, Surrounded and Attacked. Let's go. Godfiend Witherspike and Saber were standing at the margins of the battlefield. The New Alliance had yet to actually begin to fight against the Seamless Gate once more, but the two exchanged a glance and instantly hid themselves within their dark gold castle. With a swoosh, they flew far away. Protected within the castle, Godfiend Witherspike, Saber, and the retainers were now quite relaxed. I didn't expect a local chaos world to produce a truly supreme elder god. Godfiend Witherspike let out a chortling sigh. This supreme elder god would be considered an expert, even in the endless primordial chaos. Ordinary elder gods were the weakest type of elder gods. Elite elder gods were talented, powerful elder gods who had fairly powerful divine abilities and fairly deep insights into the Tao. Supreme elder gods, however, were very close to world gods in power. They were considered true experts, and they were generally able to do quite well for themselves within the endless primordial chaos. Clearly, the three realms didn't have elder gods of this caliber. An elder god of this caliber would only appear when there was a confluence of monstrous talent, incredible luck, superb divine abilities and techniques, exceptional treasures, and many other factors. Only then would such a supreme elder god emerge. Godfiend Witherspike and Saber had retreated. Both armies were like arrows knocked to bowstrings, ready to shoot forward at a moment's notice. Kill. Ji Ning, Jueming, let's do it. Swearin, Buddha Jueming, and Ji Ning simultaneously charged forward towards Lord Demonheart. Let me be the one to accompany the two of you. The Lord of all Fiends' body blurred, once more splitting into two as he went to block the black-robed Ning and Lord Tathagata. Because he hadn't been able to stop the black-robed Ning, Ning had already slaughtered many people earlier. Lord Tathagata had reformed a new Pangogenesis formation. For now, there was no else one available to stop him. Boom! Whoosh! Dot! The two Lord Altheans began to battle against the black-robed Ning and Lord Buddha. The Lord of all Fiends was simply too fast, even faster than Ning's trial sword formation. This allowed him to completely tie down both Ning and Lord Buddha for now. Everwood, I have all the immortal pills I need. Let's see how long your divine power can hold out for. Daiwa's three purities in his formation began to battle against Keeper Everwood once more. Daiwa's three purities was using up immortal energy, while Keeper Everwood was using up divine power. There was no real way to replenish divine power. Strictly speaking, there were a few unique treasures that could replenish it, such as Chaos Nectar, but these treasures were incredibly rare. An entire bottle of Chaos Nectar would only be enough to repair the bodies of 10 or 20 celestial immortals. It wouldn't even be enough to heal the body of a true immortal. To heal the body of an elder god, not even 100 bottles of Chaos Nectar would be enough. Obviously, no one in the three realms had that much Chaos Nectar. Even in the endless primordial chaos, there was no one who would waste that much Chaos Nectar just to replenish their divine power. Don't worry about me, my divine power can sustain me for quite a long period of time. Demonheart is now much more powerful than before. Your side will collapse long before I do, Keeper Everwood said coldly. These two former friends were now fighting for their lives against each other. They all knew that this had been caused by Lord Demonheart, but it was as though they were riding on the back of a tiger. There was no way off the ride. The hatred between the Seamless Gate and the New Alliance was now bone deep. Daoist Yuan. Gongong roared furiously, but the only response that came were those countless strings from Old Man Yuan's horsetail whisk which completely blocked him. Old Man Yuan's defensive skills were simply too formidable. Gongong was completely stymied for now. Boom! 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 Shenong commanded his Pangogenesis formation to do battle against Daofather Ink Bamboo. Daofather Bloodswan's true body and primal twin both flew towards the Seamless Gate's army, assisting them in battling against the New Alliance's army. Right now, there was only a single overlord on the battlefield who was free, Hoey. Hoey had been battling against the alien outsider, Godfiend Witherspike. However, now that Witherspike and Saber had retreated, Hoey was free to make one of two choices. He could either assist his army to battle against the Seamless Gate army, or he could get involved in the battle between the elites. Hoey knew that right now, the critical part of this battle lay in defeating the Lord of the Demon Heart. By contrast, the battle between the two great armies wasn't as important. Although the Seamless Gate's army had the assistance of Daofather Bloodswan, their own side had the help of Fushi, whose Waterflame Apocalypse formation had taken complete control over the battlefield. Even with Bloodswan's assistance, the Seamless Gate's army was still at a disadvantage. Demon Heart. Hoey focused his attention on the Lord of the Demon Heart. Demon Heart, prepare to die. Ning was in his three-headed, six-armed form as he struck out with his 6 swords in close combat, his sword arts absolutely shocking to behold. Amit Ba. Buddha Jueming stood far off in the distance, sending one giant golden palm after another towards Lord Demonheart. As for Swerin, he swept out with his wooden staff, transforming it into a river of flames as he struck. Ahaha, is that all you have? And you want to try to stop me? The newly unleashed Lord Demonheart was itching for a fight. As Ning, Jueming, and Swerin assaulted him, his own body blurred as he also manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. However, his 6 arms then quickly transformed into 6 raging rivers of water. Boom! As the raging rivers crashed into him, Ning was still knocked flying away despite doing his best to resist it. This was an overwhelming disparity in power. Boom! Buddha Jueming was also knocked flying. Boom! Swerin was sent stumbling backwards. All 3 of them had powerful protective divine abilities and thus were uninjured. However, Lord Demonheart had manifested a total of 6 arms, but only used 3 of them against them just now. He was able to completely crush them with 3 arms, which was to say that he had the power to suppress 6 elite overlords like Ji Ning, who only had a chance because he had a strong enough divine body to just barely resist those attacks. The Lord of the Demon Heart clearly was a supreme elder god, but the New Alliance didn't have anyone on that same level of power. As those 3 raging rivers continued to crash down upon them, Lord Demonheart suddenly sent the other 3 rivers to all surge towards Swerin. Die, Swerin! Lord Demonheart's cold voice rang out. Ji Ning and Jueming both had bodies comparable to top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, killing them would be difficult. Swerin had a body that could transform into flames. Although he would also be hard to kill, it would be a bit easier to kill him than Ji Ning or Jueming. But right at this moment. Lord Demonheart suddenly felt an inexplicable tendril of fear. He hurriedly turned his head to look, and as he did he immediately saw Hoey standing far off in the distance. Hoey was staring at him coldly. He was holding an ancient divine bow in one hand and gripping a black arrow in the other. Hoey? Lord Demonheart actually smirked, his laughter once more thundering through the void. Hoey! Ahahaha! I fear archery the least of all. Come. Hoey was calm and silent as he slowly knocked his arrow and drew back the bowstring. Shudder! Hoey drew the bow to full draw, the tip of his arrow pointed directly towards the Lord of the Demon Heart. The entire battlefield suddenly was thrown into a strange, hushed silence. All of the immortals and fiend gods present could sense an invisible form of pressure that weighed down upon their very souls. Is that? The faces of the distant god-fiend Witherspike and Saber changed slightly. What a terrifying type of archery! God-fiend Witherspike muttered to himself, this Hoey, he truly is formidable. This local chaos world is far too powerful. He really is impressive. Saber felt the pressure as well. Even Gongang and Old Man Yuan paused mid-battle, turning their heads to look towards Hoey. The two of them had also reached the 5th stage of heart force, and they could sense that Hoey was only at the 5th stage as well. However, in the instant that Hoey drew his bow, the invisible pressure that manifested caused even them to feel their spirits being crushed. This was an absolutely terrifying archery skill that involved completely and perfectly joining heart force, divine power, and the soul together. This arrow will be far more terrifying than the one he used to kill that Golden Crow Emperor of monsters all those years ago. Fushi was also watching this battle, and he couldn't help but sigh in amazement to himself by what he saw. This arrow, Ning felt his own heart quiver as well. Although the arrow wasn't targeting him, he felt a white rabbit who had suddenly run into a sleeping tiger. The tiger was slumbering, but the rabbit would still feel its heart shudder in fear. This arrow, even Lord Alfian's face changed. During the war that ended the primordial era, he hadn't held Hoey in any regard. Hoey's arrows weren't able to catch up to him, after all. But now, faced with this arrow, the Lord of all Fiends could sense that even he wouldn't be able to escape it. He would have to block the arrow first, then flee. Everyone present could sense the terrifying threat which Hoey's arrow posed. Even the most powerful figure present, Lord Demonheart, felt his heart quiver slightly. However, he still felt absolute confidence in himself. Die! Lord Demonheart continued to strike towards Swerin with 4 of his arms, each of which had been transformed into a raging river. Swish! A light twang of the bowstring. An arrow instantly pierced through the void. It originally was completely silent, but as it pierced through the void it immediately began to ravenously devour all energy around it. Elemental energy, natural energy, chaos energy, it ravenously devoured everything, and as it did it howled as it tore through the emptiness of the void. Quickly, the aura of light around the arrow became 30,000 meters long, 3 million meters long, 3 million kilometers long. It was like an enormous rainbow that was streaking through the void. All the major powers pressure felt a sense of tremendous pressure. Ah, Lord Demonheart just laughed wildly, continuing his assaults against Swerin. Bombarded by those 4 rivers, Swerin's flames were being rapidly depleted and consumed. When all his flames were used up, he would perish. Swish! The gigantic arrow rainbow finally reached Lord Demonheart. This arrow was far too fast for Lord Demonheart to dodge, and he felt dodging to be beneath himself anyways. His gaze finally turned towards that arrow rainbow. As far as he was concerned, the unearthly power of the rainbow light surrounding the arrow was all meaningless. The only real threat was the seemingly ordinary black arrow itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 23, Inconsolable. Book 23, End War, Chapter 23, Inconsolable. Lord Demonheart could still feel a tinge of fear in his heart, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit overconfident in facing this attack. Although he acted with bravado, when the arrow actually shot out towards him he acted with great caution. Humph! Lord Demonheart let out a cold snort, his entire body beginning to transform into an endless flood of water. It was as though his body was made of countless drops of water to begin with. Boom! The arrow pierced straight towards Lord Demonheart. Lord Demonheart didn't try to block at all, allowing the arrow to pierce straight through his body. The water rippled around the arrow, which easily pierced through it, then exited from Lord Demonheart's back and continued to fly far off into the distance. If you try to cut water with a knife, the water will continue to flow. When the arrow passed through the water, it left behind no traces of its passing. Hisses. Lord Demonheart's face suddenly turned ashen as he revealed an expression of utter terror. A hole had appeared in his chest where the arrow had passed through, and that hole was rapidly corroding and rotting away at the rest of his body, causing those drops of water to vaporize and vanish. Impossible. Impossible. Lord Demonheart had a look of horror on his face. My river form has been perfected. I have a deathless body. This is impossible. It's impossible to injure me. The major powers of the Seamless Gate began to panic as well. As the Nuwa Alliance, Ning, Daoist Three Purities, and the other major powers all revealed looks of delight. However, none of them understood what was happening. Not even Ning understood. World God Northrest had transmitted certain information to him, but there was still much that he did not know. This is Godslayer? Godfiend Witherspike and Saber were watching from far away, and Saber began mumbling to himself. Godslayer? What's that? Godslayer? Godfiend Witherspike was surprised. He immediately sent mentally, "What's a Godslayer?" Godslayer is a type of special attacking technique which only those mysterious Heartforce cultivators are capable of using. The one-armed Saber sent mentally, they are able to merge their Heartforce with their divine power, then use it to attack. They will use their own divine power to wipe out the opponent's divine power. It's like a mutual exhaustion of divine power. The Heartforce cultivator will exhaust his own divine power to ensure that the enemy will exhaust even more divine power. This is like a strategy of sacrificing 800 of your men to slay 1,000 enemies. Despite that, it's a terrifying ability, the one-armed Saber sent mentally. Once a Heartforce cultivator begins to use this technique, he will be virtually invincible against other elder gods and ancestral immortals. However, while he might be able to slay his foes, he will also badly injure himself, making it so that he'll no longer be able to fight. Generally speaking, Heartforce cultivators aren't willing to use this ability unless they are in truly desperate straits. In addition, even amongst Heartforce cultivators, this technique can be considered a fairly rare one. Oh! Godfiend Witherspike was quite surprised. Although he had gone adventuring as well, he had mostly adventured through regions that he was fairly familiar with. Saber, in truth, was an even bolder and more fearless person than him. Saber had gone to more danger zones and had learned many more things. This Lord of the Demon Heart is about to die. Saber stared at the distant, horrified Lord Demonheart. He actually ran into such a terrifyingly powerful Heartforce cultivator, and this Heartforce cultivator is willing to sacrifice anything in order to kill him. If what you say is true, then after Hoey kills Lord Demonheart he'll probably be at the verge of death himself. Godfiend Witherspike revealed a smile. That means we still have a chance. This Hoey must have acquired the legacy of a Heartforce cultivator. Saber stared at the distant Hoey. I absolutely refuse to believe that he could come up with this technique on his own. There were tens of millions of Heartforce application techniques. Some cultivators with 5th stage Heartforce were of average strength, but some true Heartforce cultivators had techniques which were powerful enough to make all elder gods and ancestral immortals quail in fear. Hoey's Godslayer technique was one such technique. So this technique really does work on you. Upon seeing Lord Demonheart suffer an injury, the murderous intent in Hoey's eyes grew even stronger. I was worried that you might be so powerful as to completely ignore my arrows. Twang! Hoey swiftly knocked an arrow, drew to a full draw, then fired the arrow in one swift motion. Swish! The black arrow streaked forward like lightning. Twang! Not hesitating at all, Hoey took out yet another arrow, knocked it, drew it, and fired it. One arrow after another streaked through the void, transforming into a series of blindingly brilliant rainbows that shot straight towards Lord Demonheart. This was a strange, unique secret art which he had devised over the course of countless years of tree chopping on Mount Innerheart. Upon actually using the technique, he would use up an utterly enormous amount of divine power, but he didn't care at all, continuing to furiously shoot out arrows. He shot out 9 consecutive arrows in one breath. Those 9 arrows all transformed into rainbows as they streaked through the void, shooting straight towards Lord Demonheart. Despite being tremendously powerful, Hoey was only able to simultaneously control 9 arrows at once. No, the Lord of the Demonheart stared in horror as the arrow shot towards him from across the void. A single arrow had already injured him badly. How could he possibly survive if all 9 of these arrows connected? The arrows were too fast. Not even the Lord of all Fiends was as fast as these arrows, much less the Lord of the Demonheart. I won't die. I won't. A berserk look appeared in Lord Demonheart's eyes. Whoosh! Lord Demonheart's body suddenly split apart in half, resulting in more than 100 of him appearing and fleeing in every direction. Bang! One rainbow arrow pierced directly into the body of a Lord Demonheart. After piercing into his body, its power was slightly weakened, but it was still powerful enough to go straight through it and shoot towards the other Lord Demonhearts. As for the first one to be struck, his body was instantly annihilated. The 9 rainbows continued to streak through the air at high speed, shooting towards the various Lord Demonhearts. It's useless. The distant saber shook his head. Every single arrow is filled with an enormous amount of Hoey's divine power. Until his divine power is exhausted, the arrow won't come to a halt. That's why splitting up your body into multiple clones is a completely ineffective way to avoid this terrifying attack. How could an attack known as the Godslayer be easily overcome? If it could, it wouldn't be so famously deadly. Lord Demonheart also quickly came to realize that this solution wouldn't work. He quickly willed his still existing 106 bodies to roar in unison as they transformed into a raging river of vast proportions. The vast river transformed into a giant palm of water that struck directly at one of the arrows. Boom! A frontal collision. The arrow was knocked flying, but the bizarre divine power which had been infused into it still instantly ate away at the gigantic palm of water, depleting an enormous amount of divine power. Dodging doesn't work. Neither does blocking. What should I do? Lord Demonheart let out another sudden howl, causing the vast river to suddenly tear an enormous rift into the void before him. The river quickly shrank in size as it flew straight towards that enormous rift. Swoosh! The arrow chased after him, making it to the rift right after he did. Boom! The void was once more torn open. The raging river was blasted out from the other side through the new rift, reforming into the Lord of the Demonheart. Warga! I don't accept this. I can't accept this. I won't accept this. Lord Demonheart had gone completely berserk. As he stared the arrows streaking towards him from afar, the sense of absolute despair he felt began to drive him insane. He had waited for so long. Had schemed and planned for so long to regain his freedom. Finally, he had succeeded in escaping the heavenly Daos. He had thought that he would be able to easily subjugate the New Alliance. He was planning to leave the 3 realms to the major powers of the Seamless Gate, then lead a small group of people to voyage out into the vaster world outside of the 3 realms. He believed that the vast primordial chaos was where he truly belonged. Even Yuwa had become a world god. Lord Demonheart felt certain that he could become a world god as well. Lord Demonheart had many plans for the future, many ambitions, many dreams. But now, he was going to die. Those arrows were utterly terrifying, and there was no way to block them at all. He felt true despair as he stared at them come towards him. I really can't accept this. I really can't. Lord Demonheart's mutters echoed throughout the vast void. Well, if I'm going to die, then let's have everyone die. All of you shall die as well. Boom! 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 Lord Demonheart instantly transformed his body into a series of raging rivers once more. Every single one of the 6 rivers flashed with white light as they surged violently towards the New Alliance. By now, he didn't care about Hoi's arrows at all. The only thing he wanted to do was kill. If he was going to die, then all of them were going to die as well. The Lord of all Fiends could only watch as this happened, powerless to stop it. He was many millions of kilometers away from Hoi. Although he was faster than the speed of light, which could move 300,000 kilometers in a second, he himself could only move 500,000 kilometers per second. Hoi was more than capable of maintaining his distance as he continued to fire off arrows. As the power in each arrow was depleted, Hoi would continue to shoot out new arrows, intending to slay the Lord of the Demon Heart as quickly as possible. Hold. Hold for just a bit longer. This is Lord Demonheart's final, desperate attack. Block. Ning and Buddha Jueming had powerful divine bodies, and so the two of them valiantly charged to the forefront, seeking to block this last-ditch attack. However, 2 of the 6 raging rivers were enough to completely tie them down. In fact, Ning could sense that Lord Demonheart's attack seemed to be a bit stronger than it was earlier. He understood that in his berserk madness, Lord Demonheart had certainly drawn upon every single scrap of power he possessed to deliver this final attack. Swearin. Ning suddenly realized that the distant Swearin was in extremely dire straits, having been completely surrounded by 2 of those rivers. Swearin was roaring with rage, his body blazing with flames as he swung his wooden staff around to defend. His aura initially towered to the heavens, but as the raging rivers continued to surround and suffocate him, his aura slowly and gradually began to weaken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 24, The Kindle Fire is Eternal. Book 23, End War, Chapter 24, The Kindle Fire is Eternal. Protect Swearin. Daoist 3 Purities frantically exerted the power of his immortal slaying swords. He was fairly far away from Keeper Everwood, and so he could afford to take a moment's respite and temporarily ignore his opponent. A dazzling, freezing sword pierced out through the void, stabbing directly at the flood of water surrounding Swearin. Boom! A raging river of water immediately turned to smash head-on against the immortal slaying swords. The swordlight shattered and the immortal slaying swords were knocked flying backwards. Rescue Swearin. Ning and Buddha Jueming strove to intercept the attacks, but the raging rivers swirling around them had completely tied them down, giving them no way to advance at all. Don't even think about leaving. The Lord of all Fiends easily blocked the black-robed Ning and Lord Tathagata from moving. All of the major powers of the New Alliance wished to save Swearin, but none of them were able to draw close to him. Shinnong, be careful! Fushi called out furiously. Boom! The raging waters once more came crashing against Swearin. It must be understood that of the 6 rivers of water which the Lord of the Demon Heart had manifested, 2 were being used to die down Ning and Buddha Jueming, 2 were being used to kill Swearin, and the final 2 were striking out against various other individuals. Shinnong was in command of a Pangogenesis formation and was using it to fight in close combat, which was why he had charged the farthest and was the closest to Lord Demonheart. The water came crashing towards Shinnong. Shinnong sought to evade, but the endlessly growing bamboo stopped him at every turn. Soon, the raging river had completely enveloped Shinnong as well. Boom! 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 As the waters of the river crashed against Shinnong, his Pangogenesis formation began to shudder and shake. It was at the verge of breaking apart. Not good. The faces of every member of the New Alliance changed. Swearin was an elder god, and his body could be dematerialized into endless flames. As a result, he was able to resist Lord Demonheart's attacks for quite some time. Although the situation looked dangerous, he would still be able to hold for a bit longer. Shinnong, however, was somewhat weaker. His Pangogenesis formation most likely wouldn't be able to survive Lord Demonheart's assaults for very long before being destroyed. 3 Purities, Fushi, protect the 3 realms. Swearin's voice suddenly echoed through the void, and then, his voice became incredibly calm and peaceful. "Kindle the fire and make it eternal." Although his voice was peaceful, it brought terror to the hearts of those who heard it. Sueren's body had been covered with flames that were weak but still seemed capable of fighting back. Suddenly, the light around him increased dramatically. Moments later, all of the light around his body solidified into small flames. Sueren himself completely vanished, leaving behind just those 8 little flames. Hiss, crackle. The 8 flames seemed tiny and weak, and they rose and fell alongside the river waters that were surrounding them. These bizarre flames seemed to carry endless life force with them. Although the raging waters of the rivers around them continued to do their best to smother these flames, it was the water that ended up hissing and bubbling as it began to boil away. The 2 rivers began to quickly shrink in size, becoming thin and weak. As for those 8 little flames, slowly, they began to be extinguished. 1 flame. 2 flame. 3 flames. As 1 river was completely boiled away and half of the second river was destroyed, the final few flames were extinguished. Sueren's aura had completely vanished. Sueren had died. Boom! 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 In the instant that Sueren's body had dematerialized into those 8 flames, a series of arrows had struck the waters of the rivers as well. Their primary target was the river which had wrapped itself around Shinon. As they landed against the river began to dramatically weaken to the point where it was no longer a threat to Shinon. The arrows moved with incredible speed. Although Lord Demonheart had launched a series of final, berserk attacks, Sueren's own final burst of power resulted in Lord Demonheart's death being hastened. "I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Lord Demonheart's furious roars could still be heard echoing within the waters of the raging rivers. As Hoey continued to fire off arrows, the river continued to shrink in size and wither away, until finally it completely disappeared completely. The entire void was completely quiet. The Nuwa Alliance and the Seamless Gate had both fallen silent. Everyone felt dazed and stunned. This war had been instigated by the Lord of the Demon Heart, and he had done so to escape from the confines of the Heavenly Daos. As the former king of the Seamless Chaos world, Lord Demonheart's reputation and power was known to everyone on this field of battle. The Nuwa Alliance had been quite terrified of him, as he truly was incredibly powerful. But he had died just like that? How could this have happened? The black-robed God King stared blankly into the void. When he saw his master come out, he had been exceptionally happy. After all, although he was the nominal leader of the Seamless Gate, its actual leader was really the Lord of all Fiends. Most of the older generation of major powers didn't pay much attention to him, which was why he was delighted by the thought of being able to shelter under his master's auspices once more. But his master, the Lord of the Demon Heart, had actually died just like that. Is this destiny? The Lord of all Fiends sighed softly. Lord Demonheart had secretly stirred up this entire mess. This had actually enraged the Lord of all Fiends, as he was a person who hated to fight over power. However, there was no way out. The relationship between the Seamless Gate and the Nuwa Alliance was now like the relationship between fire and water, utterly irreconcilable. His only choice had been to follow Lord Demonheart in pressing the assault against the Nuwa Alliance. But now, Demonheart had died. Truly died. He had survived the battle that ended the primordial era, but he did not survive this one. Last time, he had been able to fuse himself into the Heavenly Daos. However, now that he had broken free from them once, there was no way the Heavenly Daos would allow him to merge into them again. This was why there was nowhere for him to run when Hoey's final arrows had come for him. Sueren. The Nuwa Alliance didn't celebrate at all. All they felt was grief. When Dao's 3 purities, Ning, Fushi, Tathagata, and the others had seen Sueren transform himself into those 8 flames, their hearts had been plunged into grief. Big brother, Shinon's eyes were wet with tears. Was it worth doing this for my sake? Those 6 raging rivers were like Lord Demonheart's body. The smaller it became, the weaker he became. Sueren's final suicide attack had completely burned away nearly 2 of the rivers, causing Lord Demonheart's body to be dramatically lessened and weakened, buying time for Hoi's final arrows to arrive and save Shinnong. Don't blame yourself too much. Sueren was already in a desperate situation. Even if he didn't launch a suicide attack, he still would have been killed by Lord Demonheart. Dao's 3 purities let out a sigh, then said consolingly, he just didn't wish to see you die alongside him. Better for one to die than both. All right. Shinnong nodded slowly, but he couldn't disguise his grief. The major powers of the New Alliance all joined together. Hoi! They all turned their heads towards Hoi as the latter flew towards them. Hoi's face was ashen, but he still looked quite calm. You all right? Quafu, in command of a Pangogenesis formation, immediately inquired after his well-being. Not dead yet. Hoi nodded and smiled, quickly flying to the side of Ji Ning and Buddha Jueming. Senior apprentice brother Hoi. Ning looked at Hoi. It was all thanks to you. If it wasn't for Hoi, it would have been hard for us to survive this battle. The nearby Buddha Jueming let out a sigh. I really didn't expect the cause of this war to be the Lord of the Demon Heart. He truly was quite powerful, even more powerful than he was during the war that ended the primordial era. Ning could sense that Hoi's aura was very weak right now. He didn't fully understand what each arrow had cost Hoi, but he could sense that the price had been enormous. Too bad about Sueren. Hoi sighed softly. He transformed his body into kindle, using his life to fuel the flames and ensuring that it would continue unto perpetuity. This is the true meaning of the eternal kindle fire. Buddha Jueming folded his palms together into prayer. Amit Ba. Ning nodded slowly as well. During the primordial era, Sueren had led the puny, weak race of humans to slowly rise to power. He had watched as countless human heroes had perished for the sake of their race, and thus he had developed his own eternal kindle fire technique. However, the eternal kindle fire could only unleash its most terrible flames when it was truly infused with the essence of sacrifice. Although the New Alliance was filled with grief, they were also filled with confidence that they had taken control over the battlefield. Old Man Yuan, Daofather Ink Bamboo, Keeper Everwood, and the others had all retreated for now. Without the Lord of the Demon Heart, the Seamless Gate no longer felt any confidence in their ability to win. 3 purities. Tathagata. The 2 bodies of the Lord of all Fiends merged into one. He stood there in midair, looking at them and speaking in a calm voice. The outcome of this war is very clear. It was Demonheart who caused this war, all for the sake of escaping from the heavenly Daos. In addition, the heavenly Daos themselves acted in ways to mislead us and instigate this war, precisely because there were too many living creatures within the 3 realms. Many of us have died on both sides, and the burden on the 3 realms is now much lower. I think we should bring this war to an end. Bring this war to an end? Shinnong's face was a mask of grief, but his eyes blazed as he growled out, "What, the Seamless Gate still intends to live here within the 3 realms? The 3 realms is also the home of the Seamless Gate." The Lord of all Fiends sighed softly. Ah ha ha ha. Dao's 3 purities laughed coldly. What a joke. You had your chance, and in fact, the New Alliance didn't wish for all of this to come to a war. It was your side which continuously caused problems, furiously assaulting us and provoking us. You even went so far as to cause chaos throughout the 3 realms, assassinating the friends and family members of our major powers. Do you think we can just wipe out all these debts at one stroke? We were foolish enough to let you return once, do you really think we would be foolish enough to do so again? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 25, The End of the Road for the God King. Book 23, End War, Chapter 25, The End of the Road for the God King. The two great alliances faced off against each other as Daoist three purities, Tathagata, Fushi, Shinon, Hui, Jueming, Gonggon, and Ji Ning spoke mentally to each other. Everyone, should we keep fighting? Or should we force them to leave the three realms instead? Daoist three purities sent mentally. Kill them. Kill them all. Make sure they will never pose a problem ever again. Gonggon's mental voice was filled with murder. Who can kill the Lord of all fiends? Tathagata asked. Everyone fell silent. Tathagata spoke out again. Hui, can you kill the Lord of all fiends? I cannot. He's too fast. Although my arrow is faster than him, it's only slightly faster. I'd probably only be able to hit him with 1 or 2 arrows, by which point he would have fled outside the range of my bow. In addition to that, I badly injured myself dealing when I dealt with Demon Heart. There's no way I can kill another elder god, Hui said. Ning and the others all sighed secretly. They could all tell that Hui was very heavily injured. For him to be able to kill Demon Heart was already an unexpected surprise for them. No one can kill all fiend. Tathagata sent mentally, if this battle was to continue, Allfiend is too fast. He'll probably launch a series of crazed counterattacks with his speed. We'll definitely win, but our losses will be very heavy and he himself will probably be able to escape in the end. Agreed. Everyone nodded. As I see it, we should force them to leave the three realms, Tathagata sent mentally. That will lessen our total casualties. If they ever dare to return, we can fight them then. That works as well. Daoist three purities nodded in agreement. Ji Ning, what do you think? The other major powers were all waiting for Ji Ning's input. They knew exactly how deep Ji Ning's hatred for the Seamless Gate ran. It could be said that the Seamless Gate's torments had accompanied him during his entire cultivation path. Let them leave. However, they have to hand over their God King. Ning gave his response. He would never be able to forget how the God King had killed Yue. No matter what, he would never spare the God King. In the earlier battle, he had focused on the big picture and so had not attacked the God King, but there was absolutely no chance that he would let the God King leave this place alive. Agreed. Many of the vilest actions that caused chaos throughout the three realms were carried out by the God King. I agree that we can't just let him leave. Agreed. Fine. The major powers of the New Alliance quickly concluded their discussion, coming to a joint agreement. The Seamless Gate is willing to leave the three realms. The Lord of all Fiends suddenly spoke out. Let this battle come to an end now. There was a stir in the ranks of the Seamless Gate. Their major powers, Immortals, and Fiend gods all turned to look at their leaders, their eyes filled with resentment and an unwillingness to accept this outcome. Many of them had been born within the three realms, they truly did not wish to leave this place, their home, and venture into the terrifying, unknown parts of the primordial chaos. If they were elder gods, they would naturally be able to roam the primordial chaos without fear, but the vast majority of them were far too weak. Even true gods and Taofathers would merely be minor figures in the primordial chaos. Still, they also knew that if they continued to fight, the only result would be death. Although leaving the three realms would be dangerous, staying behind would be even more dangerous. You want to leave, just like that? Daoist three purities said coldly, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Then what do you want? The Lord of all Fiends said in a low voice, do you wish to keep fighting? It would take him time to rescue everyone. The Seamless Gate had far too many major powers. Once the battle began anew, he would probably only be able to rescue a part of his allies, with the other part being massacred by the New Alliance. He naturally wished to keep as many of them alive as possible. All Fiend, Daoist three purities said, we won't make things too hard for you. Hand over your nominal leader, your black-robed God King, as a sign of your repentance and desire to make amends. If you do so, we'll let you leave the three realms, never to return. If you agree, then the war can stop now. If you do not, then let us keep fighting. The Lord of all Fiends stared at the New Alliance, and the major powers of the New Alliance stared right back at him. The only reason why the New Alliance was even entertaining this option was because the Lord of all Fiends was too hard to kill, thus, their only choice was to force him to leave instead. If it wasn't for that, they would definitely seize this opportunity to completely wipe out the Seamless Gate. The Lord of all Fiends then turned his head to stare at the great army behind him. The black-robed God King had been feeling many complicated emotions, but upon hearing Daoist Three Purities' request, his face instantly turned bloodless and ashen. When the Lord of all Fiends turned his gaze towards him, he became filled with utter terror. "Fiend Lord!" the black-robed God King called out in terror. Cloth red. The Lord of all Fiends said, "Sacrifice yourself for the sake of the Seamless Gate." "No, Fiend Lord. You must not." The black-robed God King said frantically, "I'm the leader of the Seamless Gate. If you sacrifice me, the Seamless Gate will have no face left whatsoever. Better that we die in battle than be shamed in such a way." Upon hearing these words, the Lord of all Fiends frowned. He said in a cold voice, "You really are cut from the exact same cloth as your master Demonheart was." He snorted coldly, then waved his hand, causing an azure rope to fly out. The azure rope transformed into an azure dragon as it flew towards the God King. The terrified God King sought to flee, but space around him began to twist and warp. He found himself completely bound up before he even had a chance to react. How could someone like him possibly challenge the power of the Lord of all Fiends? "You cannot. Fiend Lord, you cannot. You cannot just hand me over." The God King struggled frantically against his restraints. The major powers of the Seamless Gate all stared at the black-robed God King. Although some of them disliked him, he was still their nominal leader. For them to sacrifice their leader in such a way, in truth, they felt quite humiliated. However, they knew that they had lost this war. Even the Lord of the Demon Heart had perished. There was nothing more they could say. The Lord of all Fiends made a casual tossing gesture, causing the bound God King to be flung towards the New Alliance. The white-robed Ning transformed into a streak of lightning, moving with incredible speed. When he saw the bound God King fly through the air towards him, for some reason, he felt many different emotions in his heart. So many scenes flashed through his mind. The scene of how he had knelt down before the God King to try and save Yue, the scene of how the God King had killed her, and more. "God King." Ning murmured this word softly. "Why you?" The tied-up God King stared at Ning in terror. "Relax. I won't let you die so easily," the white-robed Ning murmured gently. Upon hearing this, the God King began to panic even more. The outcome he feared the most was ending up in Ning's hands. However, he didn't have the courage to commit suicide, as he still felt a powerful desire to stay alive. "So long as I remain alive, I'll have more opportunities in the future. If I really can't take it, I can commit suicide later." Ning reached out to grab the black-robed God King, then put him away with a cold smile on his face. He could guess at what the God King was thinking. To prevent a major power from committing suicide was very difficult. However, Ning had acquired the many legacies and techniques of World God Northrest. He had the necessary abilities. "You sent my wife into the infinity hells to suffer torment, and I promise you, everything you did to her will be slowly repaid unto you 1,000-fold." After putting away the God King, Ning gave the distant army of the Seamless Gate a final glance. The formations of the Seamless Gate had already been dispersed, and looks of sadness, disappointment, and pain could be seen in the eyes of those Empyrean gods and true Immortals. However, all they could do was allow the major powers on their side to put them away. The vast majority of them had been born and bred within the three realms. They all viewed the three realms as their home. When the thought of how they would soon have to venture through the unknown lands of the primordial chaos, all of them were filled with restlessness and unease. Still, since they had chosen the side of the Seamless Gate, they had to live with their choice. The Empyrean gods and true Immortals of the Seamless Gate began to disappear as they were all put away by their respective Tao fathers. the New Alliance began to disperse its formations as well. Keeping the formations active required a large amount of immortal energy, after all. Still, just to be safe, the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the New Alliance continued to remain close to each other, prepared to reform the formation at a moment's notice and do battle if necessary. Look at Daoist Yuan. Hui stood by Ning's side, staring at the rather forlorn-looking old man Yuan who stood within the ranks of the Seamless Gate's armies. I really don't know what he was thinking. He actually chose to join the Seamless Gate. Right. Ning nodded. Old man Yuan had chosen the wrong side, which was why there was now only one road before him, following the Seamless Gate and leaving the Three Realms. To permit him to leave the Three Realms instead of chasing after him and killing him was already a tremendous show of grace on the part of the New Alliance. There was no way they would permit him to remain here any longer. He'll probably find the primordial chaos to be a tough place to live, Ning said softly. Still, it is for the best. He always did want to adventure through it. I suppose we're satisfying his dreams. Old man Yuan stood by himself at a corner of the Seamless Gate's armies, watching all this happen. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. Alas! I really didn't expect all of this to end like this. So it was the Lord of the Demon Heart who was behind this war, and he ended up being killed as soon as he came out. Hui truly was a surprise for me. Still, Hui's usage of his Godslayer has surely caused him grievous injuries. Suddenly, an invisible ripple of power centered around Old Man Yuan swept out, filling the entire battlefield. Attack, my children! Old Man Yuan's voice rang out within the hearts of certain individuals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 26, Unexpected Events. Book 23, End War, Chapter 26, Unexpected Events. The white-robed Ji Ning and the black-robed Ji Ning were standing shoulder to shoulder, staring towards the Seamless Gate. Although they were in the process of withdrawing, Ning's heart force was still kept active, continuously rippling out as he kept a careful watch over the region. At a time like this, there was no such thing as being too careful. The enemy forces still had the Lord of all Fiends, after all? Ning suddenly frowned slightly. Just now, there seemed to have been a small ripple, but the ripple was so hidden and secretive that he couldn't completely detect it. Ning glanced all around him, rather puzzled. As he did so, he told himself to be even more careful. Boom, dot. Suddenly, a towering explosion of natural energy manifested in the form of an endless sea of flames and a boundless sea of water. The massive attack swept towards the grand army of the New Alliance as well as the major powers of the Seamless Gate, catching both sides completely off guard. Fushi, what are you doing? Three Purities, Tathagata, Shinon, and the others were all shocked. No. The Empyrean gods and true immortals of the New Alliance were completely caught off guard. Initially, they weren't too worried as Fushi was on their side. When he used the water flame apocalypse formation in the past, he had made sure that the water and the fire would stay away from them. This time, however, the water and the fire swept straight through their ranks. By the time they realized what was happening, it was far too late. Why? No. Fushi? All sorts of agonized cries rang out as countless immortals and fiend gods perished to the endless floods of fire and water. Suddenly, circles of icy energy began to swirl around the area, furiously ablating the power of the water flame apocalypse formation. It managed to block and stop parts of the water and the flame. One frozen lotus after another was hanging in midair, emitting enormous amounts of frozen energy that completely blocked off the effects of the water flame apocalypse formation. Ji Ning was using his power as a first-tier ancestral immortal to control this treasure, which Fushi was merely controlling his formation with the power of a third-tier ancestral immortal. Thus, although Fushi's formation was far more formidable, Ning was still able to withstand it. Why has this happened? Although Ning had managed to block the attack, he was still in a dazed state of disbelief. He had become even more cautious when he had sensed that ripple of power, but when Fushi struck he was still momentarily dazed. Although he quickly recovered and moved to stop the attack, a large number of Empyrean gods and true immortals still perished. Senior brothers Lord Jiang and Junwo, Ning's heart was filled with pain and confusion. In that brief moment, the terrifying power of the eternal kindlefire in arcane moonwater had caused more than 30,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals to die. Far more died in that instant than had died during the entire war. Many of Ning's good friends, as well as many of the drinking buddies and conversation partners he had met while wandering the three realms, had died. In fact, many of the disciples of Mount Innerheart had just perished as well. Whoosh! The 36 frozen lotuses hovered in the air, surrounding the New Alliance's army and defending them from the Waterflame Apocalypse formation. The entire New Alliance was in a state of disbelief. The deaths of so many Empyrean gods and true immortals had dazed them, but for Fushi to be the culprit had completely struck them dumb. Gong gong! An agonized scream rang out. Shinong stared in disbelief at Gonggong, who was standing right next to him. Gonggong had a cold look in his face, and his right hand had pierced directly into Shinong's chest. Boom! Shinong's entire body disintegrated. As Shinong died, a look of agony and pain was in his eyes as he murmured his final words. Gonggong is dead. Die, Gonggong said coldly. Kill. Kwafu, what are you? Thunder God attacked me first. Kill. The major powers of the New Alliance suddenly found themselves thrown into chaos as a furious battle broke out within their own ranks. This was all too sudden. Ning, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Daiwa's three purities, Buddha Jueming, Hoi, and the others were all stunned. Fushi had first activated the Waterflame Apocalypse formation and attempted to wipe out all their Empyrean gods and true immortals with utter cruelty, and then Elder God Gonggong and other major powers had suddenly attacked them. Stop this. Stop fighting. Ning, Buddha Jueming, Daiwa's three purities, Lord Tathagata, and the others began to make their move. They had been vigilantly watching their surroundings, and so they knew exactly which major powers had attacked first. Thus, they immediately attacked the offenders. Let's go! Withdraw! The ambushers quickly began to withdraw from the ranks of the New Alliance. Stop right there! Elder God Gonggong's body suddenly transformed to become 1,000,000 kilometers tall, waves swirling around his entire body as though he was an ocean world unto himself. His palm swung out, and as it did it seemed to be a massive tidal wave that was crashing towards his foes. Boom! Ning's trial swords transformed into that semi-translucent golden sword, then struck directly against that titanic tidal wave. Rumble! His attack was actually stopped. Gonggong is actually this powerful? Ning was stunned. Previously, Gonggong had battled against Old Man Yuan for quite some time. From what Ning could tell, Gonggong didn't seem to be that powerful, appearing to be weaker than Ning himself. But now, it was evident that Gonggong definitely had the power of an elite elder god. In fact, no one in either alliance had anyone who was definitively more powerful than Gonggong right now. Only the deceased Lord Demonheart was unquestionably more powerful than him, while Hoi had been heavily injured and was no longer capable of slaying any elder gods. Ink Bamboo, you! Keeper Everwood stared in disbelief at the distant Taofather Ink Bamboo. Why you? You hid your power quite well. Taofather Ink Bamboo gave him a cold glance, then quickly fled. Kill! Senior apprentice brother, you! The major powers of the Seamless Gate were suddenly thrown into turmoil as well as they began attacking each other. The Lord of all Fiends was completely stunned. Chase him down! The Lord of all Fiends quickly came back to his senses. His eyes became filled with fury and murder as he chased after the major powers who had just launched sneak attacks against their friends. You can stop right there. Old Man Yuan, who was within the Seamless Gate's ranks, said these words softly as he flicked out his horsetail whisk. Whoosh! 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 Countless white strands flew out from his whisk, covering the skies like a series of giant white waves that protected the fleeing, traitorous major powers. Die! Murder radiated from the Lord Ulthian's eyes as he clutched his weapon. He had never wanted to kill someone more than he did right now. Only a few major powers had died during the battle between the two sides, but this sudden ambush had resulted in him losing more than 20 of his major powers. This loss caused the Lord of all Fiends to go berserk. As for Old Man Yuan, who was protecting these traitors, the Lord of all Fiends wanted to kill him more than anyone else. Whoosh! The white strands of the horsetail whisk undulated, blocking off all paths. No matter how the Lord of all Fiends tried to move past them, he was unable to do so. Finally, the Lord of all Fiends came to a halt. All of the traitors had already fled. He stared coldly at the distant Old Man Yuan, who had used the horsetail whisk in his hands to prevent any pursuit. The traitors of the Seamless Gate had joined together with the New Alliance, and they had docilely flown to Old Man Yuan's side as if they were children running to the side of their father. The entire battlefield fell completely silent. The New Alliance had been dealt a grievous blow. More than 30,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals had perished, while more than 20 major powers had died. Fortunately, Ning had been able to block the water flame apocalypse formation, otherwise, their losses would have been even greater. Although the Seamless Gate's major powers had collected its Empyrean gods and true immortals, more than 20 major powers had been slain. The Seamless Gate had fewer major powers than the New Alliance to begin with, which meant that their casualties were proportionally higher. Once those major powers had died, the traitors who had slain them had also seized their items and estate treasures, including the Empyrean gods and true immortals contained inside. It was obvious what would happen to them. The two alliances both stared furiously at the traitors. Old Man Yuan continued to hold his horsetail whisk in his hands, a smile on his face. Behind him stood a group of towering major powers, including Gonggong, Fushi, Daofather Ink Bamboo, and more than 30 other true gods and Daofathers. The power which Old Man Yuan controlled was actually just as formidable as the power of either alliance. The New Alliance lost 30,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals. Old Man Yuan smiled. I'll make things fair. Children, release the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate. Yes. Instantly, the Seamless Gate traitors released the many Empyrean gods and true immortals they were holding. More than 20 major powers of the Seamless Gate had been slain, while more than 10 had turned traitor. Each major power had collected nearly 10,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals, and so a total of nearly 30,000 were released. It must be understood that the Seamless Gate's losses during the previous battle had been very heavy. 30,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals represented more than half of their total forces. You can all die now. Old Man Yuan laughed calmly, the countless strands of his horsetail whisk surrounding every single captured member of the Seamless Gate. Before the abductees even had a chance to react, boom! All of them were slain. No! Stop! Keeper Everwood, Lord Allfiend, and the others all stared with bloodshot eyes, but to no avail. All of the captured Seamless Gate members were slain. Old Man Yuan had just slain nearly 30,000 Empyrean gods and true immortals with a smile on his face. This caused the Seamless Gate and the New Alliance to feel two things, cold fear and burning rage. They all stared at Old Man Yuan and the large group of major powers behind him. They are all dead. Lord Tathagata had a pained look on his face. Those traitors, all of them are already dead, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 27, The 9 Divine Generals. Book 23, End War, Chapter 27, The 9 Divine Generals. Why would you say that they are dead? Old Man Yuan flicked his whisk, a smile on his face. They are alive and well. Isn't that right, Gonggong? Yes, Master. Gonggong spoke in a low, respectful voice. Upon Gangnang say the word master, whispers broke out within both the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate. Looks of pain and hatred appeared in the eyes of Ji Ning, Daoist three purities, and the others. They wanted nothing more than to kill Old Man Yuan right now. They weren't fools, they could tell that it was Old Man Yuan behind all of this. So it was you, Old Man Yuan, who caused them to turn traitor. The Lord of all Fiends growled. They are all my children. Why speak of betrayal? Old Man Yuan smiled. Everyone in both alliances, be it Ji Ning, Daoist three purities, the Lord of all Fiends, or Keeper Everwood, was completely enraged. Still, they knew that they had to maintain their calm. They knew very well that this was a critical moment. They had to be even more careful than they were before. Old Man Yuan's ambitions were truly terrifying, and he was in control of so many major powers. Once he mobilized them, he would be even more dangerous than Lord Demonheart had been. You've taken control of them? Ji Ning suddenly spoke out. Soul control. This was something which terrified any and every cultivator. It meant to be controlled, to lose all free will, to feel complete and slavish devotion. If the master ordered the soul slave to die, the soul slave would commit suicide with a smile on his face. This was what made soul control so terrifying. Once you were controlled, it might look as though you were still alive, but you would lose all of your free will. It would be no different from death. In the endless primordial chaos, there were certain supreme major powers who knew soul control techniques. However, they would generally only be able to use it against weaklings. By contrast, Old Man Yuan had actually been able to make the likes of Fushi and Gonggong his soul slaves. This meant that he was most likely incredibly skilled in ways of heart force, perhaps to the point of being an actual, terrifying heart force cultivator. He definitely is a heart force cultivator. Godfiend and Witherspike were both watching from far away, and both of them were stunned. Saber immediately said, to be able to stealthily take control over so many major powers without revealing any flaws at all, this Old Man Yuan is definitely a terrifyingly powerful heart force cultivator. He's even more terrifying than Hui Edat. For someone like Hui to appear within this local chaos world is one thing, but how could a true heart force cultivator appear here? Aren't they supposed to be extremely rare and extremely mysterious, with very few legacies left behind for others? Godfiend Witherspike felt his heart grow cold. No heart force cultivator could be underestimated. Heart force, it was ephemeral, formless, and extremely strange. The cultivators of the endless primordial chaos were primarily divided up into three major paths: Fiend God Refiners, Key Refiners, and the mysterious Heart Force cultivators. Fiend God Refiners primarily focused on refining the body, Key Refiners focused on cultivating their immortal energy, and Heart Force cultivators focused on cultivating the ephemeral power of Heart Force. Just before you joined the Seamless Gate, you sought me out, Ning said. You suddenly launched a Heart Force attack against me. Were you attempting to take control over me as well? Yes. Old Man Yuan smiled. Your rise to power was simply far too sudden, much faster than I had expected. Given that the end war was nigh, I didn't have any time to slowly infiltrate your soul defenses. To be honest, I acted against you in a brutish and rather inelegant manner, and I knew that my chances of succeeding would be much lower as a result. When I took over Gonggong and Fushi, I slowly worked on them over the course of countless years, causing them to fall under my control without even knowing about it. I tried to do the same against Three Purities and Tathagata as well. These locals naturally weren't able to notice a thing, but their hearts were far too powerful. There was no way for me to truly control them. What? Three Purities and Tathagata were both shocked. So Old Man Yuan had tried to secretly take control of the two of them as well. They had automatically defended against it without even knowing about it. This was simply too terrifying. Ah, you local yokels, how could you possibly understand how truly formidable Heart Force is? Old Man Yuan laughed coldly, then glanced at the distant Hui with a look of praise in his eyes. But for someone like you, Hui, to emerge in a backwater chaos world is quite admirable. You received no legacies at all, but you were actually able to come up with a few heart force techniques on your own. Although you are a child when compared to true heart force cultivators, you are still quite impressive. Heart force cultivator? Lord Tethagata's face changed. You are a heart force cultivator? They had acquired quite a bit of information from alien outsiders they had slain. They knew a bit about what heart force cultivators were and knew exactly how terrifying they were. Yes. Old man Yuan smiled and nodded, continuing to look at the distant Hui. Hui, I actually wanted to take control over you a long time ago. I knew it would be easy, because your spirit has an obvious weakness, her. Old man Yuan waved his hand, causing an absolutely peerless beauty to appear by his side. The woman looked towards old man Yuan with absolute adoration on her face. Chang'e. Hui's face changed. 1. As I said, your flaw is obvious. Although your heart force is powerful, I'm completely convinced that I could take control over you. Alas, after the war that ended the primordial era, I was never able to find you. I had no chance to seize your soul. Old man Yuan shook his head. So you were hiding by Subhudi's side all this time. You hid yourself quite well. What did you do to Chang'e? Hui was enraged. Aha, old man Yuan glanced at Chang'e, who stood by his side. Chang'e called out in a soft voice, Master. This sight caused Hui to feel even more miserable. Still, he quickly regained his calm, but his eyes remained as cold as the edge of a blade as he stared at old man Yuan. Stop trying to scare me. You can't actually kill me with your eyes, you know. Old man Yuan shook his head. If you were at full power, I'd need to use a bit of effort to deal with you, but now, after killing the Lord of the Demon Heart? Oof. Although I look down upon you local bumpkins, I have to admit that he had the power of a supreme elder god. In killing him, you most assuredly did considerable damage to your own vital essence as well. I could just stand here and let you attack me as you please, but even if you used up all of your divine power you still wouldn't be able to kill me. And, I won't actually let you hit me, of course. Your techniques might be useful against other major powers, but against me? You are still just a kid, Taoist 3 Purities said in a cold voice, from what you are saying, I assume you already started to take part in our wars during the primordial era? Correct. Old man Yuan said, I arrived in this place during the primordial era. Back then, it was still the Pango Chaos world. I was heavily injured when I arrived, so I possessed old man Yuan and took his body for my own. Back then, he wasn't that powerful, and he was a very solitary figure. After I took his body, I slowly began to grow more powerful and took control over other major powers. I've been here all along, partially because I wanted to take the world heart, and partially because I wished to acquire Subhudi's spacetime techniques. You honor me too much. A white-haired old man in Taoist robes appeared next to Ning. It was Subhudi's incarnation. So all those years ago, when you risked your life to save this old Taoist, it was all part of your plan? Ah, who in the puny little Pango Chaos world could possibly do anything to me? Everything was part of my plan. Old man Yuan shook his head. The Tao of spacetime, it truly is quite incredible. Once you reach a truly high level in this Tao, you can effortlessly travel through both space and time, making it impossible for your foes to find and kill you. I really did want to acquire those abilities of yours and learn them from you, but you refused to teach them to me. You have no talent in that regard. Subhudi shook his head. You simply refused to give me the techniques you came up with. Old man Yuan's gaze was icy cold. In the primordial chaos, spacetime techniques were considered incredibly valuable techniques, far more valuable than most divine abilities. Subhudi was a prime example of why this was the case. At his level of mastery, he could leave a place whenever he wished. He was different from the Lord of all Fiends. The Lord of all Fiends had managed to merge the Tao of Wind and the Tao of Space to an unfathomable degree, resulting in him being able to move at incredible speeds. Subhuti, however, had completely surpassed speed itself. He operated in the realm of spacetime and was able to transport himself to a completely different time continuum, making it impossible for any enemies to catch up to him. This was quite a terrifying ability, especially when used for subterfuge, assassination, or escaping. The value of this technique was actually greater than that of the world heart. Still, I'm a patient man. Old Man Yuan smiled. I'm never hasty. I always wait for the end before making any move. I was quite patient during the war that ended the primordial era as well, and it was a good thing I did. I watched as Nuwa, Lord Demonheart, and the Lord of all things fought against each other. I saw Nuwa make her sudden breakthrough and dominate all her foes, and because I waited and watched, I managed to avoid bringing disaster upon myself. This time, however, the two sides decided to stop fighting, forcing me to make my move. Old Man Yuan shook his head. A true pity. As a result, I won't be able to acquire Subhuti's spacetime technique. This disappoints me greatly. Ning let out a secret sigh of relief. His master had only transmitted his spacetime technique to Reds now, teaching it to no others at all. The only people who even knew that Reds now had learned this technique were Ning, Crazy G, and Subhuti himself. If it wasn't for that, Old Man Yuan would probably have gone after Reds now. Spacetime techniques are actually this valuable? True God Reds now, protected behind the Nuwa Alliance's formations, was shocked upon hearing this. He had lost one of his clones during the chaotic battle just now, but fortunately he had a total of 18 clones. Prior to this, he had simply believed spacetime techniques to be powerful, but he had no idea that they were this powerful. Now, it seemed as though the World Heart, an item which countless alien outsiders would go mad for, was not necessarily as valuable as his spacetime techniques. Forget it. Can't win 'em all. If I can't get it, I can't get it. Old Man Yuan turned his head to glance at the distant dark golden castle. Witherspike, do you still remember that Black Lotus? If you do, give me a hand. I'll definitely reward you heavily. Godfiend Witherspike and Saber were located deep within that dark golden castle. Upon hearing these words, both their faces changed, with Witherspike's face turning completely ashen. He had always believed Old Man Yuan to be a local, but upon listening Old Man Yuan's soliloquy he started to have a feeling that something was off. Now, he finally understood everything. It's him. Godfiend Witherspike was stunned. Him. He's one of the 9 divine generals under the command of God Emperor Black Lotus, the Mind Lord. Why has he appeared in this backwater? Let's leave. Let's leave right now. We need to get the hell out of here. One of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus? Saber's face turned pale as well. Each of the 9 were supremely powerful elder gods and ancestral immortals who were utterly, terrifyingly powerful. Compared to them, lone wanderers like Witherspike and Saber were nothing. Let's go. Swoosh. The dark golden castle instantly fled, disappearing like a streak of light. How useless. Old Man Yuan watched as the dark golden castle fled at high speed, then shook his head. Kids like them are as slippery as eels. As soon as they sense a bit of danger, they'll immediately slip away. 1. Chang'e is an important part of the Hui legend in Chinese mythology. She was his wife, and in many versions of the story she betrayed him, be it intentionally or accidentally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 28, I Have a Solution. Book 23, End War, Chapter 28, I Have a Solution. Although the Dark Golden Castle had fled far away, Godfiend Witherspike had left an incarnation behind. He's actually one of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus. Godfiend Witherspike watched from afar. Oof. I need to keep my true body far away from this man, but this battle is still worth watching. I might still have a chance. Godfiend Witherspike was far less nervous now that his true body wasn't at any risk. There was no longer any danger here. The 9 divine generals are all famous figures, with the Mind Lord being a particularly formidable heart force cultivator. Godfiend Witherspike's eyes suddenly lit up. They've started to fight. In the void. It seems that the formations which Nuwa left behind are just SOSO after all. Old Man Yuan said calmly, "Assemble my formation." Elder God Gonggong, Taofather Ink Bamboo, Fushi, and the other major powers all quickly assembled into formations. They drew upon the power of chaos, centering it around Old Man Yuan and forming an enormous formation around him. A giant black lotus flower began to bloom around him, a lotus flower with a total of 3 lotus petals. Old Man Yuan stood atop the center of the black lotus, flywhisk in hand. Next to him stood China, the mistress of the lunar palace, which was also known as the Frozen Palace. Elder God Gonggong, Taofather Ink Bamboo, and Fushi each commanded a squad of major powers, with the 3 squads standing on those 3 black lotus petals. Rumble. Chaos energy began to surge violently. Old Man Yuan and his subordinates had joined their powers together perfectly, and their combined aura was far more powerful than that of Lord Demonheart's. Kill. Old Man Yuan's eyes were filled with lofty disdain, as though he was staring down at a pile of ants. This was his true face, the face of the Mind Lord. The Seamless Gate and the Nuwa Alliance had both become enraged long ago. The sudden betrayal had caused devastating losses to both their sides, and their hearts were filled with endless hatred. The only reason why they had not attacked was because they wanted to get a better understanding of Old Man Yuan first. Now, they understood that Old Man Yuan was actually a terrifyingly powerful alien outsider, one who had lain in wait for a long period of time and who had silently taken control over quite a few major powers. He was an even more terrifying figure than the long-deceased Lord of all things had been. Swish. 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 3 dazzling streaks of light shot through the air towards Old Man Yuan. These streaks of light were Ning's trial swords, Dao's 3 purities immortal slaying swords, and the Lord of all fiends shuttle. These were the 3 fastest attackers. Because Old Man Yuan was somewhat closer to the Seamless Gate, the Lord of all fiends' attack was actually the first to arrive. You backwater locals. Old Man Yuan calmly willed the lotus petals to swivel slightly. Boom! The sharp shuttle stabbed directly against the slowly swiveling black lotus petals but was completely blocked. Boom! Boom! The attacks from the trial swords and the immortal slaying swords arrived as well. The black lotus simply slowly swiveled to block the 2 attacks. Although it trembled, it was still able to endure the strikes. One of the enormous lotus petals gently brushed against the body of the Lord of all fiends, who had moved into close combat range. He was knocked flying backwards and he vomited up a mouthful of blood. You can't take those attacks head-on. Those lotus petals are as powerful as Demonheart was. The Lord of all fiends sent a hurried mental message to the others. He was more than fast enough to have dodged the attack, but he wanted to test those black lotus petals and see how powerful they were. This caused the major powers in both alliances to feel their hearts grow cold. Ning, 3 purities, the Lord of all fiends, the 3 of them striking out essentially represented the 3 most powerful attackers in both alliances striking out. Although they had caused the black lotus petals to tremble, it was still clearly quite stable and far from the point of breaking down. And a single, simple strike from a petal was comparable to a blow from Lord Demonheart? This. Boom! The enormous black lotus came smashing straight towards the Seamless Gate. What should we do? How should we stop him? The major powers of the Seamless Gate and the Nuwa Alliance were both panicking. After suffering such heavy losses a few moments ago, both sides were now much weaker than before. Even the attacks of Ning, 3 purities, and the Lord of all fiends had been useless against the Black Lotus. Most likely, even if everyone in both alliances attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to breach its defenses. I have a solution. It might be able to kill old man Yuan. A voice suddenly rang out in the minds of the overlords of both the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate. Subhuti. 3 purities, Tathagata, and the others were intrigued. Master? Ning was stunned. The Crescent World. Subhuti was standing atop the clouds, staring at past the skies towards the war in the 3 realms. He was able to see everything very clearly. Shinon, given what has come to pass, it is time to use that flower. A hint of grief could be seen in Subhuti's eyes as a fiery red flower appeared in his hands. A pity that you won't be able to see it. 6 years ago. The 2 of them were standing together at a farm deep within the primordial chaos. There was a thatched cottage by the side of the farm, and Shinon, dressed as an old farmer, was smiling as he pointed towards a certain plot. See that, Subhuti? The restrictive formations covering the field had already been withdrawn, revealing its true appearances. There were small creeks in many different plots, with a fiery red flower having appeared in the very center of the field. What's that? Subhuti paused for a moment, then his face changed slightly. Aye, why do I sense your aura in it? Yes. Shinon said softly, that's because I used my own blood and soul to nourish it. Finally, just before the end war, it has come to maturity. This is the most terrifying plant that I have ever created in all my life. Normally, I delight in creating medicinal plants that can save lives. But this time, I have a bad feeling about this end war. I feel as though there has to be someone causing it, someone scheming behind our backs. Yes. Who is causing this great calamity? Subhuti frowned as well. The Seamless Gate has coexisted peacefully with us for countless ages now. Why, then, am I now subconsciously sensing that destiny is telling us that either we survive or they survive? What is happening? I've poured my heart and soul into the art of plants and flowers. Shinon smiled. I'm afraid that I won't be of that much use when the war begins. I suppose this flower is the only real contribution I can make. This flower is for you to use. Shinon looked at Subhuti. Me? Subhuti was stunned. Nuwa trusted you. I trust you as well. Shinon nodded. This flower has a very simple name. It is the life-sizer flower. When the flower blooms, it shall seize away life. Right now, it has yet to bloom. Once you fill it with your divine power, you'll be able to make it bloom, and once it does, everything within 30 meters shall be attacked by it. Even elder gods will see their souls shattered and even their true souls annihilated. Subhuti was shocked by what he heard. However, you need to get within 30 meters of your target, Subhuti said. My concern is that the instigator of the end war will appear and be too powerful for me to handle. If I'm too weak, I won't even be able to draw near him. But you, Subhuti, have incredible mastery over the Tao of spacetime. You can silently draw near our opponent, although you'll probably have to sacrifice a bit of divine power once you lose that clone. All right. Subhuti nodded. This definitely was a killer weapon for them to keep hidden. Subhuti, remember, you can't use this weapon casually. It can only be used once, after all, Shinon said. I understand. Subhuti nodded. Shinon nodded slowly as well. I hope to one day see the beauty of the flower blooming, and yet, I also hope that day will never come. For the flower to bloom meant that they were in truly desperate straits. You might be worrying just a bit too much. Subhuti smiled. You know how powerful our side is, and we also have the 3 guardian formations. On the whole, we should be overwhelmingly more powerful than the Seamless Gate. No one can predict the future. It is best to be cautious. Shinon turned to stare at the creeks flowing through his fields and the tiny little eddies within them. You and I are different. Swearan and I both watched as our fragile little human race slowly rose to prominence. Many of our comrades died during that process. That's why I know that life and death are both unpredictable things. There will always be unexpected events in every war. Look at those little eddies in the creeks. They can represent all the deceased heroes of the human race. They risked their lives for the sake of giving their descendants a brighter, safer future. This tribulation is a great tribulation for all the three realms. I hope that the three realms will be able to safely endure it and once more return to peace. Right. Subhuti sighed as well. He, too, was concerned. The war of the primordial era had resulted in both chaos worlds being shattered. What would happen this time? Let us fight. If someone wishes to take over our home or destroy it, we shall fight them to the bitter end. Shinon waved his hand, causing the flower to fly over and land within it. He lowered his head to look at it, then handed it to Subhuti. I entrust it to you. All right. Subhuti nodded. The present day. I have a solution that might allow us to kill Old Man Yuan. Subhuti's voice rang out within the minds of Ning, Jueming, Three Purities, Hui, Everwood, and Allfiend. So long as I can get within 30 meters of him, I'll have a very good chance of killing him. Even if he doesn't die, he will still be heavily wounded, Subhuti said. However, the issue is that this Black Lotus formation has completely locked down spacetime around him. There's no way for me to draw near him. I need all of you to help me breach that Black Lotus formation. Without it locking down spacetime, I'll be able to instantly appear next to him and launch my attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 29, All to Let the Flower Bloom. Book 23, End War, Chapter 29, All to Let the Flower Bloom. Subhuti, are you really sure about this? Even if we can temporarily breach the formation, Old Man Yuan has a host of servants guarding him. He himself is also unfathomably powerful. Everyone began to question him. Subhuti continued to stand there atop the clouds of the crescent world. His divine body suddenly split in half, resulting in a second Subhuti appearing next to him. I'm sure. It wasn't that he had faith in himself. It was that he had faith in Shinon. Shinon had said that even elder gods would see their souls shattered and their true souls destroyed by this flower. Good. Keeper Everwood sent mentally, Subhuti, my old friend, I believe in you. I never would have thought that we would have the chance to fight alongside each other. I believe in you. We have no other options. Everyone, how should we break that Black Lotus formation? The overlords were all speaking mentally to each other. Hui had been silent this entire time. Suddenly, he sent mentally, I need your help. All of you, attack the Black Lotus formation. Put it under some pressure, and then I'll use my archery to break through it with one strike. Ning and the others were all stunned upon hearing Hui say this. They had great confidence in Hui, because Hui was the one who had slain Lord Demonheart. However, Hui clearly was heavily injured right now. This arrow will be my most powerful arrow, an arrow that will be far stronger than the ones I used to kill Lord Demonheart, Hui said. Fine. We'll do as you say. All right. The various major powers quickly came to a decision. Everyone, we no longer have any other way out of this. Lord Tathagata let out a growl as he and the Empyrean gods around him all stared at the Black Lotus formation as it assaulted the distant army of the Seamless Gate. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred, and then they summoned the natural energy of heaven and earth, quickly forming a Pangogenesis formation around Lord Tathagata. Ha ha ha, we've been forced to the brink. My fellow Taoists, come fight by my side. Taoist Three Purities let out a laugh as the pure young true immortals around him quickly joined together into the new heaven repairing formation. My fellow dire monster brethren, let us kill this Old Man Yuan. After we kill him, we'll drink and feast together. Sun Wukong let out a loud roar which was immediately followed by the cries and cheers of the many dire monster gods around him as they formed into a Pangogenesis formation around him. The massive Pango Wukong charged forward through the void towards their enemies. Taoist Yuan, today is the day you shall die. Buddha Amitba took control of a new Heaven repairing formation as well. Kwa Fu. Taoist Jade Cauldron. Buddha Maitreya. All of these powerful figures who were close to the overlord level took control of a grand formation. None of the Empyrean gods or true immortals within the formation shirked back from their duty. They all fearlessly followed their major power leaders into war. Amitabha, to be able to join so many friends in battle is truly a blessing, Buddha Jueming said with a smile as he sped through the void towards the Black Lotus formation. Bright Moon. In this moment, Ning's mind was filled with images of his daughter, Bright Moon. No one will be able to harm you. No one. A black lightning serpent streaked across the void, charging towards the Black Lotus formation. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation had been watching this battle from afar. Upon seeing all the experts of the three realms charge straight towards the Black Lotus formation, Witherspike felt astonishment. He couldn't help but reminisce to himself as he murmured softly, by all rights, the Mind Lord isn't someone that these locals can defeat. They are fools to true. And yet, when I see this, I can't help but hope for their victory, much like how I hoped that my own homeland would win that great war. Alas, in the end, this world is a world where the strong reign supreme. Kill. 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 Old Man Yuan showed no mercy at all. The Black Lotus petals ground away at the attackers like a meat grinder, quickly causing the deaths of many major powers and the destruction of multiple formations. Ning, Buddha Jueming, Keeper Everwood, and the Lord of all Fiends had charged to the very front, seeking to aid the other major powers as much as they could. They relied on the power of their divine bodies or the strength of their defensive techniques to charge into the most dangerous situations, ensuring that their allies would suffer fewer losses as they furiously attacked the Black Lotus formation. The Trial Swords, the Immortal Slaying Swords, and other streaks of Jade Light, Bloody Light, Sword Light, and various Chaos weapons all struck out towards the Grand Formation. Both alliances were attacking with full strength, holding nothing back whatsoever. Far off in the distance, Hui calmly watched this all happen. Everyone, I promise that I will not let you down. He drew his bow. Old Man Yuan had been calmly watching everything happen from within his Black Lotus formation. Upon seeing Hui draw his bow, Old Man Yuan's face changed slightly as he stared at Hui. He knew exactly how formidable every single Heart Force cultivator could be. Although Hui only knew some techniques he had devised on his own, he had been able to use those techniques to kill the Lord of the Demon Heart. Old Man Yuan didn't dare to underestimate Hui's attacks. This was one of the reasons why he had taken control over China all those years ago. He wanted to be able to influence and perhaps restrict Hui's actions. Hui! Old Man Yuan issued a silent order, causing Chang'e to immediately fly in front of him. If you wish to act against me, you'll have to kill Chang'e first. Although Old Man Yuan felt confident that he could handle this next arrow, he still acted with caution. Hui! As Hui drew his bow, he felt as though he had returned to those bygone days, the most beautiful days in his life. Hui, have a taste. Does it taste good? Everything you make is wonderful, Chang'e. Although certain things happened afterwards that broke his heart, the beauty of those oldest memories had never faded. Hui smiled as he pulled the bow to a full draw. Rumble, the void shook as a flood of chaos energy began to fill Hui's divine bow. Rumble, the bowstring also began to tremble. Hui's divine body transformed into a breathtakingly brilliant beacon of light, and then all the light was also poured into that arrow. Chaos energy was his bow. Heart force was his bowstring. His own body, his very life itself, was his arrow. This was an arrow which Hui had developed over the course of countless years of melancholy and spiritual sorrow. An arrow which required the life of the archer. Twang! The bowstring sang. The arrow flew. The only thing left in the void was Hoi's divine bow, which seemed to be sobbing in pain. The arrow pierced through the skies, gathering and swallowing all of the chaos energy and natural energy nearby. This arrow streaked through the void like a meteor, becoming increasingly brilliant as it flew forward. The entire void seemed to have turned silent. All the major powers, Empyrean gods, and true immortals were staring at this arrow. They were frantically assaulting the Black Lotus formation, precisely so that they could give this arrow a chance. They understood that Hoi had sacrificed his very life for this arrow. Although they felt sorrow, they also felt hope. Hope that this arrow would succeed. If necessary, they would be willing to make the exact same sacrifice. A suicide arrow. Protected by his Black Lotus formation, Old Man Yuan frowned. This Hoi truly is a madman. He is tremendously talented in heart force, but why is it that every single technique he came up with is borderline suicidal? He used what could be described as a desperation attack in order to kill Lord Demonheart, but this arrow? It's completely a suicide attack. The arrow was too fast. There was no way to dodge it at all. These madmen. Old Man Yuan frowned. The Grand Formation was being battered by everyone in both alliances. Although the individual cultivators were quite weak, when they joined forces they were so powerful that even Lord Demonheart would find it hard to withstand them. The Black Lotus formation truly was under a significant amount of pressure. Boom! The arrow had expanded to become an utterly enormous comet, and it slammed directly against the Black Lotus formation, causing a tremendous boom. The formation had already taken a tremendous amount of punishment, and now, it could take no more. With a bang, it blew apart and dissipated, but as the lotus petals broke apart the giant comet became much dimmer as well. The arrow within it could now be seen as well as it continued to shoot straight towards Old Man Yuan. Old Man Yuan stood there, horsetail whisk in hand. The strands of his whisk coiled around him, forming multiple layers of protection. He also ordered Chang'e to stand in front of him as well. Boom! The arrow streaked forward without changing course. It pierced both through the body of Chang'e and the whisk barriers. As it appeared before Old Man Yuan struck out with his palm against the tip of the arrow. Boom! Old Man Yuan was knocked quite a few steps back. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips, but he grinned. You were able to breach my formation, but in doing so you lost all your power. You were only able to consume up a small bit of my divine power. The only thing which he was worried about was Hoi and his arrows. Chang'e fell to her knees, holding a hand to her chest. Whoosh! A blurry shadow appeared in front of them, a shadow with Hoi's appearance. It was his true soul. Chang'e. Hoi's shadow looked at Chang'e. He gently stretched out his hand, touching her face. He said in a soft voice, I never hated you. Chang'e just looked at him, her eyes as cold as ice. And yet, 2 tears silently streaked down her face. She felt pain in her heart. She knew exactly what had happened, but there was nothing she could do. Upon seeing the 2 tears streak down the face of Chang'e, Hoi's shadow smiled gently. And then, it dissipated. He used a suicide arrow attack, but was actually able to keep his true soul intact for a brief moment out of pure willpower? Old Man Yuan glanced coldly at Chang'e. She had fallen to the ground and her aura was already beginning to weaken. Her body had been penetrated by that terrifying arrow, how could she possibly survive? Old Man Yuan waved his hand, causing a surge of divine power to sweep out and smash down upon her body, transforming it into ash. And right at this moment. Old Man Yuan's face changed, because right behind him, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe had suddenly appeared. An utterly dazzlingly flower flew out from Subhudi's hand, and as it did so it began to bloom. The petals of the flower began to spread out, revealing what could truly be described as the most indescribably beautiful flower to ever grace the 3 realms. Ning, Buddha Jueming, Taoist 3 purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, the Lord of all fiends, the keeper of the Everwood, Kwafu, Sun Wukong, Crazy G, Jade Cauldron, Buddha Maitreya, Amitba, and all the other major powers were watching. They stared at that flower as it bloomed. Everything they had done, Hoi's sacrifice, it was all for the sake of letting this flower bloom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 30, Unto Death. Book 23, End War, Chapter 30, Unto Death. The flower bloomed. Daoist Subhuti watched as the flower bloomed, and then, his gaze grew dim. Although divine power still rippled through his body, his aura of life had completely vanished. Ning and the others watched from afar, staring hopefully at Old Man Yuan, who stood at the center of that giant black lotus. A look of horror appeared on Old Man Yuan's face, and his aura trembled then weakened dramatically. He didn't die. He didn't die. Ning and the others were all stunned. The immortals and fiend gods of the three realms were in a state of shock. He actually didn't die. Daoist Subhuti, back within the crescent world, let out a soft sigh. His own clone had been instantly slain, and so he knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful that flower had been. Old Man Yuan, however, had actually been able to withstand it. Shinnong said that even elder gods would have their souls shattered and their true souls wiped out. Old Man Yuan, however, is far more powerful than ordinary elder gods. A hint of grief was in Subhuti's eyes. He understood that since the life-sizer flower had failed to seize Old Man Yuan's life, the upcoming battle would be the cruelest, deadliest battle of them all. If Daoist three purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Buddha Jueming, Crazy G, Ning, and the others were not able to withstand Old Man Yuan, then all living beings in the three realms would truly be annihilated. That flower. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation was still watching from afar. As he saw this, he nodded to himself. Subhuti's clone no longer has any aura of life around it, but the body of the clone is fine. It would appear as though that flower doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. It should be something that attacks all souls and true souls around it. Alas, the flower might have been powerful, but the Mind Lord is a powerful heart force cultivator. Heart force cultivators have more techniques for protecting their souls and true souls than anyone else. Still, it looks as though the Mind Lord was heavily injured, even his life aura has grown unstable. Kill. Kill him. Kill. Daoist three purities, Lord Tathagata, the Lord of all fiends, Keeper Everwood, Ning, Buddha Jueming, and the rest of the major powers were briefly disappointed, but then their eyes turned red with bloodlust as they let out furious roars and began to launch all-out attacks with abandon. Old Man Yuan's face turned ugly. He barked out in a cold voice, "Kill them!" He knew quite well that this was the critical moment. As he gave the order, his soul slaves immediately sprang into action, forming into multiple smaller formations and engaging the Nuwa Alliance in seamless gait in battle. The three guardian formations of the Nuwa Alliance were particularly deadly, and the ones under the command of Buddha Maitreya, Buddha Amitba, and Daoist Jade Cauldron were actually able to hold the upper hand, tying down the likes of Elder God Gongang for now. Black Lotus Guard. Old Man Yuan sat down into the lotus position and activated a secret art. Whoosh! Instantly, the area around him transformed into countless lotus flowers. He was seated atop a lotus throne, while the sea of black lotuses around him and spread out to cover an area of nearly 10,000 kilometers. Spacetime around him instantly became sealed, blocking out any movement. Attack! Daoist three purities, Lord Tathagata, the Lord of all fiends, Keeper Everwood, Ning, and Buddha Jueming were clearly more powerful than the other major powers. They either charging forward alone or attacked from afar with the help of mighty formations, furiously assaulting Old Man Yuan. There were 7 figures in total, as Ning was using both his true body and his primal twin. This represented 7 elite elder gods assaulting Old Man Yuan. The most powerful forces on both sides had joined together to attack him. Even Lord Demonheart at his peak would have been suppressed in power. However, although Old Man Yuan had clearly been heavily injured, he was able to rely on his Black Lotus Guard to block all attacks. The lotus petals slowly swiveled around him, rendering the area around him completely impervious to attack. Old Man Yuan was one of the 7 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus. He was a supreme elder god, and an extraordinary one at that. He was most skilled in heart force and knew many secret arts, and he naturally knew the Black Lotus techniques which God Emperor Black Lotus had developed. This Black Lotus Guardian was something which Ning and the others were not capable of breaching. Die. Old Man Yuan, seated atop the lotus throne, had an ugly look on his face. He reached out with his right hand, which instantly expanded in size and glowed with black light, stretching out hundreds of thousands of kilometers to strike at Daoist 3 purities. Daoist 3 purities wasn't too far away, as he had to rely on his immortal slaying swords to attack. Only Hui, who attacked with arrows, was capable of attacking from a greater distance. Old Man Yuan's fingers reached out towards him like the very pillars of heavens themselves. Not good. The black-robed Ning immediately willed his triumph swords to arc out in a streak of curved light, stabbing towards that palm. Daoist 3 purities also used his immortal slaying swords to strike out at the attack. And here I was worrying that he would keep hiding inside without coming out. The Lord of all fiends was the fastest of them all. He instantly appeared next to Old Man Yuan's elongated right arm, then whipped down his long shuttle at the arm. Boom! Bang! Bang! Dot! The attacks from the 3 major powers forced Old Man Yuan to withdraw his arm once more. What? His body is comparable to a top-grade proto-cosmic treasure? This exchange of blows caused the hearts of Daoist 3 purities, Ning, and Alfine to clench. When their attacks had landed on Old Man Yuan's arm, they had only been able to cause a few sparks to appear. I never would have thought that I'd have to fight with full power in order to kill you backwater locals of the 3 realms. That flower should have been devised by Shinnon, I believe? It was quite nasty. Old Man Yuan's face was quite pale. He put away his horsetail whisk, then a total of 6 arms suddenly appeared on his body. His 6 arms all dramatically elongated, striking out at the various major powers. Old Man Yuan continued to sit there atop his Black Lotus throne, striking out with his 6 arms in every direction, his hands executing different types of marvelous palm arts and finger arts. The heavy injury he suffered just now was to his soul. Now, he's using up his divine power as well. Every bit of divine power he uses up, a bit of his soul is used up as well. Lord Tathaggata sent mentally, everyone, keep fighting. If we can hold on for long enough, he won't be able to endure it. All of you can go die. Old Man Yuan also knew that he wouldn't be able to stay in battle for too long. Faced with 6 attacking arms at once, Ning and the others had to fend for themselves by themselves. Boom! Old Man Yuan's giant palm clashed directly against Keeper Everwood's wooden ruler. Bang! An invisible wave of power struck out at Keeper Everwood's soul. Keeper Everwood's wooden ruler turned sluggish, giving the palm a chance to slip past it and strike directly against his body. Everwood! Lord Alfian's face twisted. He never would have expected that Keeper Everwood, so skilled in defense, would actually be the first to fall into danger. I won't be able to escape. Keeper Everwood quickly understood that he wouldn't be able to avoid death. His mind became filled with thoughts of how he had journeyed as a mortal through the seamless chaos world. He thought of a wooden house. Keeper Everwood had played an Everwood flute in front of that house as a certain woman had danced by his side. I really wish I could go back, but I never will. Swish, dot. The giant palm pierced straight through Keeper Everwood's body, but as it did, Keeper Everwood actually laughed. Boom! His body suddenly exploded. Pierced through by that palm, he had unhesitatingly chosen to self-detonate. This explosion, the self-detonation of an elder god, rocked the entire battlefield. The power of this explosion was great enough to cause the already injured Old Man Yuan's face to turn even paler. These damn locals. Old Man Yuan knew that at a critical time like this, he had to either kill these immortals and fiend gods or be killed. He never would have imagined that he would be in such a dangerous situation. It was all due to that flower. No, it was all because of Hoey. If it wasn't for Hoey, his Black Lotus formation wouldn't have been breached. Die. Old Man Yuan grew even more berserk. This time, he simultaneously struck out with two of his palms against Daoist 3 Purities. Daoist 3 Purities' immortal slaying swords had tremendous penetrative power. As a result, his attacks were actually the most damaging to Old Man Yuan. My fellow Daoists, are you willing to accompany me unto death? Daoist 3 Purities knew that he wouldn't be able to survive this attack. The defensive power of his new heaven repairing formation was far lower than that of an elder god's body. It is our honor to follow you, Dao Father. Let's fight. As the giant palms came smashing towards them, Daoist 3 Purities and his 3,600 true immortals all smiled. Then, they transformed into an incomparably dazzling sun that was even more brilliant than the solar star itself. You've got ahead of us, my old friend, Lord Tathagata murmured to himself. I swear I will slay this outsider. Ning's eyes were filled with crimson bloodlust. Amit Ba. Buddha Jueming was even more berserk. These damn yokels. Old Man Yuan was going crazy from rage as well. Keeper Everwood had chosen to self-detonate, then Daoist 3 Purities and several thousand true immortals had chosen to do the same, allowing all of the immortal energy in their body to completely burst forth. The explosive power was simply too great, even Old Man Yuan was injured by the waves of power. Die! Die! Old Man Yuan then sent 3 of his palms to strike out towards Ji Ning. Aside from the immortal slaying swords, Ji Ning's trial swords were the most dangerous weapons on the battlefield. The two people Old Man Yuan wanted dead above all others were Ji Ning and Daoist 3 Purities. Ning's true body was able to block one palm, but the other 2 palms continued forward to strike against Ning's primal twin. The black-robed primal twin's body was quite weak. After all, he wouldn't be able to resist any close-range attacks that landed against him. Ning's true body had been helping out this entire time, but now that 3 palms were simultaneously striking out against him, the only possible result was death. Outsider, the black-robed Ning shut his eyes. Boom! Yet another dazzling, enormous sun suddenly lit up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 31, The Destiny of the 3 Realm. Book 23, End War, Chapter 31, The Destiny of the 3 Realm. When the distant incarnation of Godfiend Witherspike saw those enormous suns erupt one after the other, even he was moved by the grief he could sense radiating from them. Some of his most ancient memories were stirred, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Even I hope that they can kill the Mind Lord. Perhaps the Mind Lord really will end up falling by the hands of these locals. Keeper Everwood, dead. Daoist 3 Purities and his 3,600 true immortals, dead. The black-robed Ji Ning, dead. Die, you yokels. All of you, die. Old Man Yuan was utterly enraged. Even if he won this battle, his soul would have been so heavily injured that even he didn't know how long it would take for it to heal. He sent 3 of his enormous arms reaching out towards Lord Tathagata the Buddha. Lord Buddha murmured in a soft voice, "If I do not go to hell, who shall? My friends, are you willing to venture into hell alongside me?" 1. I am willing. I am willing. The Empyrean gods by his side were all extremely calm as the most unforgettable memories of their lives slowly drifted through their minds. They all had things they had once sworn to protect, and they would not shirk back from their duty, not even it cost them their lives. The 3 enormous palms descended upon them. Lord Buddha and his 5,800 Empyrean gods were all completely calm and peaceful. Boom! A blindingly brilliant sun erupted once more. Although Lord Tathagata had an indestructible golden body, he knew very well that he was still just a true god. If he didn't self-detonate, Old Man Yuan would end up suppressing him and then sealing him away. The end result would still be death, and he wouldn't even be able to harm Old Man Yuan. Thus, Lord Buddha didn't hesitate at all. He immediately self-detonated, the shock of the explosion causing Old Man Yuan's hands to shudder and quickly draw backwards. Old Man Yuan's face turned even uglier to behold. Kill! Old Man Yuan had already made up his mind to wipe them all out. His next target was Buddha Ju-Eming. Buddha Ju-Eming's protective divine ability was incredibly formidable. Given that he was also an elder god, he made Old Man Yuan rather uncomfortable. Amit Ba. Northrest, my benefactor, this monk won't be able to travel to Vast Heaven Palace. Buddha Ju-Eming silently murmured these words to himself, smiling as he watched those three massive palms descend towards him. Boom! Buddha Ju-Eming also transformed into a dazzlingly bright sun, the power of the explosion furiously draining away Old Man Yuan's divine power. However, given that Old Man Yuan was a heart force cultivator, he'd still be able to survive even if the only part of him left was his true soul. When World God Northrest had fled, he had lost both his body and his soul. The only part of him left was his true soul, and his true soul was actually beginning to dissipate as well. Despite all that, he had managed to stay alive for a long period of time. Obviously, Old Man Yuan wasn't as formidable as Northrest. However, although quite a bit of his divine power and soul had been consumed, he was still able to continue to launch attacks of tremendous power. This was the difference between himself and Lord Demonheart. He was one of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus. He's still not dead? How is he not dead? The major powers of the New Alliance and the Seamless Gate all felt heartbroken over their losses, and yet somehow Old Man Yuan was still alive. Ning, die. Old Man Yuan next sent 5 of his arms to strike at Ning. Ning's true body had mastered the 9-horn lightning serpent, making it extremely hard for Old Man Yuan to kill him with just 1 or 2 arms. However, Old Man Yuan's arms were all capable of attacking as fast as the limits of the Heavenly Daos. When 5 of those arms attacked simultaneously, there really was no way for Ning to dodge, especially since he had been fighting in close combat to begin with. In addition, Ning never even considered fleeing. None of the other major powers had additional clones like he did, yet they had all decided to self-detonate in the hopes of exhausting more of Old Man Yuan's divine power. Ning had clones. How could he flee? In this moment, he threw all other thoughts to the back of his mind. He focused on just one thing, to injure Old Man Yuan as best he could. Perhaps he might be the straw that broke the camel's back, causing Old Man Yuan to die. Keeper Everwood had died. Dao's 3 purities and his 3,600 true immortals had died. The black-robed primal twin Ning had died. Lord Tathagata the Buddha and his 5,800 Empyrean gods had died. Buddha Ju-Eming had died. Now, even Ning's true body was going to die. My fellow Taoists, I'm not afraid of death, but I have to ensure that the Seamless Gate will live on. If all of us were to die here, the immortals and fiend gods who died for our sake would have died for nothing. The Lord of all fiends finally decided to flee. Let's go. We're leaving the 3 realms. The Lord of all fiends began to collect the major powers of the Seamless Gate mid-battle. Before this end war had begun, these major powers had all handed their closest friends and loved ones over to the Lord of all fiends for safekeeping. They all had faith in the escaping abilities of the Lord of all fiends. The reason why they were willing to risk or even to give up their lives was to ensure that the ones they cared about would be able to continue living. Let's go. All of you, let's go. Subhuti appeared next to the major powers of the New Alliance as well. Let's go. Sun Wukong's eyes turned red, as did the eyes of many others. Let's go. They all understood that continuing to fight like this would be pointless. The whole point of them fighting was to keep the soul slaves occupied, preventing them from assisting Old Man Yuan. Now, however, there was no point. It was all up to Ning. These other true gods and Taofathers were too weak to make a difference. They simply couldn't keep Old Man Yuan tied down. If Old Man Yuan wanted to flee, he could do so whenever he wished to. Only the likes of Ning, the Lord of all Fiends, and the other overlords were capable of forcing Old Man Yuan to stay and fight. The Lord of all Fiends evacuated the Seamless Gate, while Subhuti evacuated the New Alliance. Both sides had already made their preparations. If Ning's self-detonation failed to slay Old Man Yuan, then they would leave the three realms and enter the endless primordial chaos. If Ning's self-detonation succeeded in exhausting Old Man Yuan's store of divine power, rendering him helpless, then they would counterattack and win. It was all up to Ning. Those 5 massive palms reached out for Ning from 5 different directions, covering the void like 5 massive stormclouds. All of them moved as fast as the speed of light, giving Ning's true body no chance to run. Is the 3 realms about to be destroyed? No. We still have a slight chance. Ning was calmer than he ever had been before. The reason why all of those overlords had sacrificed themselves was because they saw that same slight chance as well. Come, then. Ning's heart was as still as water. Boom. 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 Old Man Yuan's 5 palms slammed down with no mercy whatsoever towards Ning's true body. With the Lord of all Fiends having fled, the 3 realms no longer posed any threat to him whatsoever. As for the likes of Buddha Maitreya or Sun Wukong, those major powers were too weak in comparison. If he wanted to fight them, he would; if he wanted to flee from them, he could. Ning was the last one who could pose a threat to him. Die, then. Old Man Yuan's eyes were filled with cold savagery as he mentally steeled himself for Ning's self-detonation. I can take another blast. I can still hold. The Lord of all Fiends had fled far off into the distance and was watching through his senses. Patriarch Subhuti was also far away by now, and by his side stood Buddha Maitreya, Buddha Amitabha, Sun Wukong, Jade Cauldron, and the others. They, too, were watching. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation was also watching from afar. The destiny of the 3 realms itself hung in the balance, and everyone was waiting to see how the scales would be tipped. Even the heavenly Daos were shuddering. They understood that a critical moment had arrived, but there was nothing they could do. As for the countless living creatures of the 3 realms, they continued to peacefully live their ordinary lives. Some struggled for political power, some wooed their lovers, some chanted poems, some focused on their studies, and some were fighting in their own wars. They had no idea that the fate of the entire 3 realms would be decided in this next instant. What's going on? The Lord of all Fiends, Patriarch Subhuti, Godfiend Witherspike, and the others all grew puzzled. This was because Old Man Yuan's giant palms had descended upon Ning, clutching him in their grasp. But there was no detonation. He didn't self-detonate? The Lord of all Fiends boggled. Subhuti and the rest of the New Alliance were all stunned as well. Even Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation was stunned. None of them believed that this was because Ning was afraid to die. Ning had to know that if Old Man Yuan captured him and sealed him away, the end result would still be death, and a pointless one at that. He wouldn't even be able to injure Old Man Yuan. They were shocked. Old Man Yuan himself was shocked. He had already mentally prepared himself to deal with Ning's self-detonation, but even as he finally wrapped his fingers around Ning still did not self-detonate. The destiny of the 3 realms shall be decided in this instant. When Ning saw the palms draw near him, he had decided to self-detonate. In this moment, his heart was calmer than it ever had been before. He stood there all by himself, his friends and allies all far away, his spirit in a state of complete silence, and suddenly, he found that spark of insight within his divine body. A spark of insight that can only be found in endless solitude. As death descended, Ning suddenly gave up his plans of self-detonation. Instead, he immediately activated the solitary world god technique. In order to advance through the solitary world god, one had to find a spark of insight hidden within one's divine body. Last time, when he had broken through to become a true god, he had succeeded because of the effort he had spent on mastering the gold star beads of the heavens. This time, however, it was because in this moment where the entire destiny of the three realms hung in the balance, his soul had become so extraordinarily calm and silent that he was able to sense the tiny little spark inside himself. Whoosh! Old man Yuan's fingers clenched around Ning. Ning did not self-detonate. It's over. The Lord of all Fiends shook his head. It's finished. The major powers of the New Alliance all shook their heads, despair written plainly on their faces. They had tried so hard, but for some reason, Ning had refused to self-detonate. The last hope of the three realms was gone. No Patriarch Subhuti continued to watch. He wouldn't believe it. He refused to believe that his disciple was a craven man who feared death. Rumble. Boundless amounts of chaos energy suddenly began to appear in a great flood, forming an enormous chaos vortex that was centered directly above Ning. It's not finished. The three realms isn't finished. When Subhuti saw the chaos vortex suddenly appear, he let out a hoarse cry. The three realms is not finished. 1. This is a very famous Buddhist saying which was actually attributed to Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha, who swore that he would not allow himself to become a Buddha until he rescued all living things who were trapped in hell. When asked by others why he was doing this, he countered with the question, if I do not go to hell, to rescue those people, who shall? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 32, Half-Step World God. Book 23, End War, Chapter 32, Half-Step World God. Is that the Lord of all Fiends, the major powers of the New Alliance, and God-fiend Witherspike's incarnation all stared at the chaos vortex which had suddenly appeared. All of them tensed as they sensed that aura of tremendous power expand and wash over them. The source of that terrifying aura lay in the center of Old Man Yuan's giant palms. Impossible. This is impossible. Old Man Yuan was still seated on his lotus throne, but his face now completely changed. He could keenly sense the terrifying power emanating from Ning, who he still held within his grasp. Clearly, Ning was striving to push him back. He made a breakthrough? Old Man Yuan had experienced the war that ended the primordial era. It was at the very end of that war when Mother Nuwa had broken through to become a world god, absorbing enormous amounts of chaos energy and then dominating all her foes. For a chaos vortex to appear at a moment like this, Old Man Yuan knew right away that Ning had begun to make a breakthrough. But Ning had only trained for roughly 1,000 years. He's barely 1,000 years old. There's no way he could possibly become a world god so quickly. And judging from the size of this chaos vortex, it doesn't appear as though he has become a world god. So long as he isn't a world god, he still won't be a match for me. Old Man Yuan had been heavily wounded. He knew that this was a critical moment, and he truly did not wish to lose. To lose meant dying in the hands of these local yokels, and so he repeatedly consoled himself by telling himself he would win. Get over here. Old Man Yuan sought to tighten his grip around Ning and pull him over. Boom! Ning suddenly manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms trembled violently, but he was still able to push Old Man Yuan's palms aside. A vast flood of chaos energy continued to pour into Ning's body. Ning's divine body was continuously improving and transforming as his true god power was rapidly converted into elder god power. This caused his aura to continue to grow in power, allowing him to fight back with greater and greater efficacy. Damn! This time, Old Man Yuan struck out with all 6 of his massive palms. Bang! Boom! Bang! Ning continued to block and occasionally counterattack. Only part of his mind was on the fight, most of his efforts were directed towards converting his divine power. His body continued to grow more and more powerful. How can this be? How can he be this strong? Even if he has become an elder god, it doesn't make sense for him to become this strong. Old man Yuan grew frantic. The amount of power which Ning had revealed already surpassed that which an elder god should be capable of. Old man Yuan's 6 arms were now completely incapable of suppressing Ning. Of course, Old Man Yuan had no idea that Ning had trained in both the Tao 18 fiend gods and the one true body, divine abilities. Upon becoming an elder god, Ning would be as strong as 17 elder gods added together. This was even more effective than 17 elder gods joining together into a formation. He could be considered a half-step world god. Old Man Yuan couldn't be blamed for his miscalculation. This combination of techniques was extremely rare, even amongst elder gods and ancestral immortals. Less than 1 in 10,000 would be at such a level of power. The king of Pangaea himself had only risen to prominence amongst elder gods after he had mastered the 3rd level of the Tao 18 fiend gods, which allowed him to fuse all 18 of his bodies together. When he later became a world god, he became an incredibly powerful one thanks to his enormously strong and stable foundation. Old Man Yuan can no longer hold him down. The Lord of all Fiends revealed a look of joy. He can't hold Dark North down any longer. Buddha Maitreya and the others began to grow excited as well. Why had so many major powers, immortals, and fiend gods sacrificed their lives earlier? It was all for the sake of defeating this alien outsider and defending their 3 realms. Now, they could see hope. You have to win. You have to win. Patriarch Subhuti grew excited as well, his body beginning to visibly tremble. Die. 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 Old Man Yuan's 6 arms struck out at Ning with wild, berserk abandon. Rumble. The flood of chaos energy continued to pour into Ning's body, causing even more of his true god power to be converted into elder god power. By now, more than 70% of the divine power in his body was elder god power, and the rest was still being converted. He was now so strong that his punches and kicks were enough to completely block Old Man Yuan's attacks. In terms of raw power alone, he had definitely surpassed Old Man Yuan already. A half-step world god, unless a true world god made an appearance, a half-step world god could be described as capable of utterly dominating all opponents. How could this happen? How could he be this strong? What the hell type of divine abilities and secret arts has he trained in? Old Man Yuan was beginning to panic. I need to leave, now. There was no time for slow pondering. Old Man Yuan immediately chose to flee. As one of the 9 divine generals, he was an extremely crafty figure. He knew very well that given how Ning had learned the 9-horn lightning serpent, it would be extremely difficult for him to flee. This was one of the reasons why he hadn't tried to leave earlier and had instead focused on attempting to wipe out the experts of the 3 realms. Now, his plan was to take advantage of the fact that Ning was making a breakthrough and use the remaining time to flee. Swoosh! Old Man Yuan immediately began to flee at high speed atop his Black Lotus, and as he did so he gave orders to his many soul slaves. Stop Ning! You want to run? Ning was continuing to convert his divine power, but he immediately transformed into a streak of black lightning and chased after Old Man Yuan. Although his divine power was not yet fully converted, and although combat would slow down the breakthrough process, that wouldn't make much of a difference. When Mother Nuwa had made her breakthrough to become a world god, she had caused an even greater disturbance and needed to convert even more divine power, but she was still able to dominate all her foes during the process. Swish! The black lightning serpent flashed forward through the void, easily dodging past the other major powers and chasing after Old Man Yuan. Damn! Old Man Yuan felt hatred and regret. He had made so many preparations and backup plans, and he had even managed to avoid exposing himself during the war that had ended the primordial era after seeing Mother Nuwa make her breakthrough. This time, he had only chosen to reveal his true self after Lord Demonheart had died and the 2 alliances had come to a ceasefire, but then he ended up running into this monster, Ning. Hoi was a monster. Ning was a monster as well. Hui had slain Lord Demonheart and breached the first Black Lotus formation. Shanon's life-sizer flower had heavily injured him. The self-detonations of the various major powers had depleted the majority of Old Man Yuan's divine power. Given all of my abilities, if I was at peak power I wouldn't be afraid to battle this Ning head-on. But, this body is a body that I took over through possession. It is too slow. Old Man Yuan shook his head. He wasn't even able to fly as fast as the speed of light. There was no way he would be able to escape. And, unlike Sub-Hoodie, he didn't have any techniques that allowed him to flee to a different spacetime continuum. His only choice was to face Ning head-on. Black Lotus Guard. Old Man Yuan sat down in the lotus position once more, the Black Lotus flowers once more circling around him and covering an area of 10,000 kilometers. The lotus petals began to swivel in place as he stared icily at the white-robed youth. Ning just stood there in the void, his aura continuing to grow more and more powerful. 90%. 100%. The chaos vortex above him finally began to vanish. Ning looked at Old Man Yuan, his eyes filled with a terrible, terrifying light. Outsider, today is the day you die. Ning's body blurred briefly as he manifested his 3 heads and 6 arms. A yokel like you dares to put on airs in front of me? Old Man Yuan sat there atop his Black Lotus throne as he replied in a cold voice. I might be heavily wounded, but if I have to fight to the death I can still kill a bumpkin like you. Hoof. Ning let out an angry snort. His 6 arms instantly stretched out through the void, expanding many tens of thousands of kilometers as they simultaneously struck out towards Old Man Yuan's Black Lotus flowers. Ning's 6 mighty arms were like 6 enormous axes, and he furiously chopped down upon the Black Lotus flowers with power comparable to Pangu's when Pangu cleaved apart heaven from earth. Divine ability, Star-Seizing Hand. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Heavenbreaker Stance. Keep dreaming. Old Man Yuan felt complete confidence in himself. The Black Lotus Guard was a secret art of God Emperor Black Lotus. It possessed incredible defensive strength and was so durable that the simultaneous attacks of Ning, Taoist 3 purities, the Lord of all fiends, and Keeper Everwood had been able to do nothing to it. Boom! 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 6 massive explosions rang out. The Black Lotus flowers surrounding him shuddered violently. Even his lotus throne shuddered, and quite a few of the lotus petals began to crack apart. What? Old Man Yuan was shocked. How was this possible? He had been personally taught this technique by the God Emperor. Even Supreme Elder Gods should find it difficult to breach this technique. Ning actually frowned as well. He knew better than anyone else how shockingly powerful he had become. He was now a half-step world god, and his 6 palms were all comparable to chaos weapons. His skills and sword arts were incredibly high, and when he used the Heavenbreaker stance to strike, his blows definitely possessed the power of a supreme elder god. He had also used the Star-Seizing Hand, making his blows more powerful than even Lord Demonheart's had been. He had struck out with 6 palms at the same time, and yet, the Black Lotus flowers hadn't completely shattered? I told you. Today is the day you die. Ning retracted 3 of his 6 arms, then manifested a blood-red sword within one of them, Violet Jewel. Ning's eyes were filled with murder. If he didn't use Violet Jewel and instead used brute force strikes, he would probably still be able to eventually break apart the Black Lotus Guard or to completely exhaust Old Man Yuan's divine power and then kill him, but Ning felt far too much hatred towards Old Man Yuan. He wasn't willing to wait, and so he immediately took out the most powerful weapon he had. A half-step world god body, a supreme sword art, the Star-Seizing Hand, and Violet Jewel, a weapon that was comparable to a Tao weapon. Ning's power had already crossed the threshold of a world god's power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 33, Curtain Call. Book 23, End War, Chapter 33, Curtain Call. A sword? When Old Man Yuan saw Ning pull out a sword, he gritted his teeth. My Black Lotus is incredibly tough and durable. It's perfect against swords and sabers. Boom! The white-robed Ning took a step forward, his body rapidly expanding in size to become 30,000 kilometers in height, comparable to the size of the Black Lotuses. He then lifted up the similarly enormous Violet Jewel. You shall break for me. Ning raised Violet Jewel up high, filling it with a savage torrent of divine power that passed through the sword's quintessence and made it even more powerful. The towering Ning held Violet Jewel high in the air, then furiously chopped down towards the protective Black Lotus in front of him. The anger infused into this chop made it even more savage than any of his previous strikes. He wasn't even able to breach my defenses when using all 6 arms. Now, with just a single sword, Old Man Yuan smiled coldly as he took firm control over his Black Lotus guard, but then, his cold smile turned stiff. Boom! 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 It was like the heavens had collapsed. In the instant that the blow connected with the Black Lotus flowers, the flowers completely folded under its power. Countless lotus petals were instantly torn apart, causing the entire Black Lotus to begin to break apart. A Dao weapon. Old Man Yuan stared as Ning struck out with Violet Jewel. Is that a Dao weapon? It has to be a Dao weapon. Otherwise, there's no way it could be so powerful. There were many grades of magic weapons. Above chaos weapons was the realm of Dao weapons. Generally speaking, Dao weapons were exclusively used by elder gods and chaos immortals. It was almost impossibly rare for an elder god or an ancestral immortal to be lucky enough to acquire one. A weakling simply wouldn't be able to keep his hands on a Dao weapon for long, and in truth Ning wasn't strong enough either. Previously, when he filled it with his true god power, it had still been so weak that his strikes weren't particularly impressive. Not even experienced figures like Witherspike or Old Man Yuan had suspected that his weapon was a Dao weapon. Now that his divine power had become dramatically stronger, the power of his weapon also became much more apparent. The Trial Swords or the Immortal Slaying Swords, for example, could be said to have just barely surpassed chaos weapons in might. They could be considered to have nearly reached the level of Dao weapons. However, they were only comparable to the weakest of Dao weapons. There was still a noticeable difference between them and true Dao weapons. Now that Ning had become a half-step world god, his divine power was capable of truly linking to and activating the core quintessence of the sword, allowing it to reveal its true might. Generally speaking, only the most supreme of elder gods and ancestral immortals would be qualified to even dream of possessing a Dao weapon. They would furiously battle for the right to wield such a weapon, and only the most powerful of them would ever be able to do so. Without a Dao weapon, Ning would at most be considered a supreme elder god and be just slightly more powerful than Lord Demonheart. They would still, however, belong to the same general level of power. With this Dao weapon, he had truly reached the world god threshold. Die. After Ning broke apart the Black Lotuses, he returned to his normal shape and size as he transformed into a black lightning serpent that streaked towards Old Man Yuan. After I kill you, your Dao weapon shall be mine. A look of greed was in Old Man Yuan's eyes. Time to go all out. I have no way out anyhow. My only option is to use my heart force in a last-ditch attack. During the End War, he hadn't tried to use his heart force to attack Ning at all. This was because he had discovered during his previous ambush attempt that Ning's soul protection technique was extremely formidable. He simply didn't feel confident in using heart force against Ning, but now, he had no other options. Use divine power? He had almost run out, and thanks to the Dao weapon Ning had just barely reached the world god threshold of power. Old Man Yuan's only shot, his final shot, was to use heart force in one last attack. Die. Ning charged towards him, Violet Jewel in hand. Old Man Yuan sat there in the lotus position, striking out with his 6 arms to block Ning. Ning chopped out with his sword once more. Boom. Old Man Yuan was knocked flying backwards, his hands aching and starting to split apart. He couldn't help but feel shocked by this. With this Dao weapon in hand, in offensive power, at least, Ning is as powerful as a world god. My body is comparable to a top-grade protocosmic treasure, but it is at the verge of breaking down. A true world god would be able to effortlessly smash apart any top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure, and Ning was already strong enough to cause damage to such treasures. Clang! 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 Old Man Yuan used his palms to block Ning's repeated attacks. Although he was sent flying backwards each time, his defenses remained utterly airtight. Ning stared at Old Man Yuan as the latter struck out repeatedly, 6 arms moving like a blur. He felt a greater desire to kill this man than he had ever felt before, and the future of all living creatures of the 3 realms was riding on his shoulders. Ning felt calmer and more zen-like than he ever had before. In recent years, he had mastered the 98 stone sword steels which world god Northrest had left behind, but he had never been able to gain proficiency in the nameless sword art. However, as he stared at Old Man Yuan's 6 illusory arms, a light suddenly flashed in Ning's head. It was a very strange feeling. It was as though the surrounding void had become part of his own domains, as though the void itself had become brimming with sword intent. It was as though countless swords were resonating with him and were calling out with joy. This is my world. He felt a sense of total and utter control. In this moment, Ning suddenly understood the true meaning of the first stance of the nameless sword art, the heartsword stance. The heartsword stance. It wasn't meant to make his sword stronger. It wasn't meant to make his sword faster. On the surface, it seemed as though it wouldn't make Ning's sword attacks better in any measurable way, but in reality, the true meaning of the heartsword stance lay in truly understanding how to use and control the sword. It taught the wielder how to become the true master of his sword, allowing him to truly unleash the appropriate amount of power with every single strike. It taught one to be agile when necessary, strike with full force when necessary, block when necessary. It was a sense of control that one would only possess when one reached a truly profound level of insight into the sword. Heartsword realm. Ning looked at Old Man Yuan's 6 illusory palms, then strode forward through the void and struck out with his sword. Slash! The sword knocked one palm aside, causing an opening to appear in the movements of the other 5 palms. In the past, Ning would have never been able to notice such a minute flaw, but he now had a sort of absolute control over the void around him, making it almost impossible for any flaw to escape his notice. Swish! 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 He struck out with 3 consecutive sword strikes. Old Man Yuan didn't even have a chance to react before Ning's swordlight pierced through his 6 blocking arms, stabbing straight towards his body. How can this? Old Man Yuan was in disbelief. Even an ordinary elder god who had mastered the first stance of the nameless sword art, the heartsword stance, would become comparable to a supreme elder god in battle. This stance represented a certain level of mastery over the sword. Go! Faced with impending doom, Old Man Yuan didn't attempt to block the sword strike. In truth, there was no way for him to block it, even if he wanted to, and so all he did was stare into Ning's eyes. Whoosh! A ripple of power instantly surged towards Ning and attacked him. It was as if a gray seed suddenly burrowed itself into Ning's body, attempting to penetrate his very soul. This gray mental seed caused Ning to feel a dim sense of danger. Boom! Heart Force Soul Lock. After he became a half-step world god, he had hurriedly strengthened his soul and once more protected it with the Heart Force Soul Lock technique which world god Northrest had transmitted to him. It was as though an incomparably thick steel plate had appeared before the gray seed. The gray seed did its best to burrow through it, but it actually began to shatter after repeatedly ramming into the steel plate. Stab! Ning's swordlight didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced straight through Old Man Yuan's forehead. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Blood Drop Stance. This was Ning's fastest and most penetrating attack. Old Man Yuan's protective divine ability was unable to block this strike. His forehead was pierced straight through, and he finally ran out of divine power. As Violet Jewel unleashed its power, Old Man Yuan's true soul was completely ground apart and destroyed. Old Man Yuan had died. The void was completely silent. Old Man Yuan's body continued to sit there in the lotus position, with Ning standing in front of him, holding his sword that had been driven through his forehead. Old Man Yuan's life aura had completely dissipated, but on his face was a look of resentment and unwillingness to accept this outcome. Clearly, his final attempt at a heart force attack had also been easily blocked by Ning. This made him feel quite resentful. Tears appeared in the eyes of the Lord of all Fiends as he beheld this sight. He murmured softly to himself, "Everwood, we won. The three realms won." On the New Alliance's side, Patriarch Subhuti, Buddha Maitreya, Sun Wukong, Jade Cauldron, Quafu, and the other major powers stared hard as well, afraid that they were seeing things. Dead. Old Man Yuan is finally dead. Daoist Jade Cauldron mumbled to himself, "Master, the three realms has been saved. It's saved. We won. We won." Sun Wukong murmured softly, "My senior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice brothers, we won. Do you know? We won." A number of major powers couldn't help but begin to shed tears. They had won. The three realms had won. Even the distant incarnation God-fiend Witherspike found itself breathless. When he saw Ning pierce through Old Man Yuan's forehead with his sword, he waited for Old Man Yuan's life aura to completely vanish before he mumbled to himself, "I never would have thought that the Mind Lord of the 9 Divine Generals would end up dying in the hands of a local bumpkin from this chaos world. These yokels actually won. This is unbelievable. Truly unbelievable." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 34, Deception. Book 23, End War, Chapter 34, Deception. Snick. Ning pulled Violet Jewel out of Old Man Yuan's corpse. His body was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Destroying it would be no easy feat. Ning would have to attack multiple times at absolute maximum power in order to succeed. Still, Ning couldn't actually be bothered to do that. He would simply use his 5 elements cauldron to annihilate the body of this alien outsider who had sinned against them all. Ning wouldn't even make use of the 5 elements essence from this body, because he viewed it to be filthy. Ning truly felt far too much hatred towards Old Man Yuan, because far too many had died because of him. Many of Ning's old friends, his fellow apprentices, and even overlords had died because of him. All the waters of the universe still wouldn't be enough to wash away the hatred he felt. Whoosh! Whoosh! Taofather Subhuti, Buddha Maitreya, Daoist Jade Cauldron, Quafu, and the other major powers flew over. The Lord of all Fiends, Taofather Bloodswan, and the other major powers of the Seamless Gate flew over as well. He finally died. Subhuti stared at Old Man Yuan's corpse, then said in a low voice, "This alien outsider has finally died. This is the most terrifying outsider I have ever encountered." The Lord of all Fiends let out a sigh as well. The three realms' tribulation has finally come to an end. Buddha Amitabha had a look of grief and sorrow in his eyes. An end? A voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Don't be so quick to celebrate." All of the major powers surrounding Old Man Yuan's corpse turned to look. They saw God-fiend Witherspike fly towards them from afar. God-fiend Witherspike? The Lord of all Fiends frowned. "No, this is just his incarnation, but..." Ning and the others could also tell that this was merely Witherspike's incarnation. "Witherspike, what do you mean by that?" The Lord of all Fiends frowned. "Are you scheming something?" A flicker of a killing intent flashed through Ning's eyes. God-fiend Witherspike's incarnation glanced at Ning, then laughed. "Sword Immortal Dark North definitely stands at the very peak of power amongst elder gods and ancestral immortals. How would I dare to scheme against him? Then why would you suggest that the tribulation has not ended? Ning frowned as well. I didn't say that. I just said, don't be so quick to celebrate. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation sighed. To tell you the truth, all of you have to thank me. I truly feel sympathy for you locals, after having seen you all fight so hard to protect your three realms. As for the Mind Lord, I really rather dislike the man. That's why I've come to tell you a few things. Mind Lord? Ning and the others listened, puzzled. Old Man Yuan had an extraordinary background, Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation said. He is one of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus, whose name is spoken of with awe throughout the entire Badlands territory. God Emperor Black Lotus is a world god, while his 9 divine generals are his 9 most trusted subordinates, each of whom is a supreme elder god or ancestral immortal. Every single one of them is more powerful than Lord Demonheart was, while Old Man Yuan was the Mind Lord of the 9. Ning and the others frowned upon hearing this. The Badlands territory? It was the territory that was closest to the 3 realms. Once one traversed through that spatial vortex that led outside the 3 realms, one would reach the vast region commanded by the Badlands Everworld, which was known as the Badlands territory. No matter how powerful he was, he's dead now, Ning said. No, Godfiend Witherspike shook his head. I only reached this place during the 3 realms era, while the Mind Lord arrived here during the primordial era, but what's strange is that when I was in the Badlands territory, I actually saw the Mind Lord once from afar. You saw the Mind Lord in the Badlands territory during the 3 realms era? The faces of Ji Ning and everyone else all changed. Old Man Yuan had arrived during the primordial era. How could the Mind Lord have been present in the Badlands territory during the 3 realms era? Right. Godfiend Witherspike nodded. As you've probably guessed by now, the Mind Lord rose to power step by step, starting as an ordinary mortal. He has a primal twin. His true body has been following and serving God Emperor Black Lotus this entire time, while his primal twin has generally been the body he used to wage war. My guess is that the him that died here was nothing more than his primal twin. What? He still has a true body? Shit. The major powers of the 3 realms were all enraged. But why is it that all of his soul slaves died as well? Ning pointed towards the corpses of the major powers that were floating through the void. As soon as Old Man Yuan had died, all of his soul slaves had silently passed away as well. If he has a true body, his true body and his primal twin should share the same soul. Both would be capable of controlling his soul slaves. When his primal twin died, the soul slaves should remain alive, right? Spot on. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation sighed. Logically speaking, after he died he should have immediately ordered his soul slaves to attack you, trying to do as much damage as he possibly could, regardless of the price. And yet, he did not. Instead, when he died he willed all of his soul slaves to die as well. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation smiled. That's because he didn't want you to realize that he still had a true body around. He didn't want us to know? The major powers of the 3 realms began to understand. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation glanced at Ning, then let out a sigh. Sword Immortal Dark North, you've started to frighten the Mind Lord. Frighten? Ning frowned. Yes. You are starting to scare him. Godfiend Witherspike continued, because of what Old Man Yuan, the 3 realms has suffered far, far too much. I trust that all of you here would be willing to do almost anything to tear him apart, dining on his flesh and drinking his blood. If you all knew that he had a true body out there, it's entirely possible that you would choose to venture out into the Badlands territory to seek revenge upon him. All of you have remained within just this single chaos world, with no one to provide you with any guidance, and yet, you all have still managed to train to such levels of power. This is even more true for you, Sword Immortal Dark North. You are already ridiculously strong, and your sword arts are particularly terrifying. Very few elder gods or ancestral immortals would be a match for you. In fact, not even the Mind Lord's true body would necessarily be a match for you. And you've only trained for a bit over 1,000 years. Given your potential, it is entirely possible that you might become a world god, but if you were to seek him out in the future for the sake of revenge, you tell me, wouldn't the Mind Lord be worried? Wouldn't he be frightened by this possibility? Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation smiled. If you were to perpetually remain at your current level of power, he wouldn't be worried. He's protected by God Emperor Black Lotus after all. But you've been improving far too quickly. He can't help but feel afraid, and so, in the moment of his death, he extinguished the souls of all his soul slaves, putting on a show of being truly slain. This was all for the sake of deceiving you. Ning nodded. It made sense. Even if Old Man Yuan had ordered his soul slaves to launch an all-out assault, Ning would have been able to effortlessly wipe them all out. Far better to use them to deceive Ning instead. Well, I've said everything I've come to say. Godfiend Witherspike's incarnation smiled. No need to thank me. Great men like the Mind Lord have always looked down on minor figures like us. I'm delighted that I'm able to ruin things for him. As he laughed, his incarnation slowly dissipated and faded away. Far away, at the very end of the three realms, a dark golden castle was hovering in the void here. Inside the castle, Mind Lord, humph. You wanted to make a clean break and avoid any future troubles? A pity for you that I've stirred up the trouble you wanted to avoid. Godfiend Witherspike laughed coldly. Old Man Yuan truly had put on a perfect show. Ning and the others had no idea that Old Man Yuan still had a true body outside the three realms, much less what his true identity was. It really would have been difficult for them to take revenge on him. But now, Godfiend Witherspike had told them everything. Master, did you just say that Ning slew the Mind Lord? Saber was shocked. Is Ning really that powerful? He really is. Godfiend Witherspike thought back to that final clash, when Ning's terrible sword art had easily pierced through Old Man Yuan's palms. The power of the Heartsword stance had truly frightened the Godfiend. The Heartsword stance was a technical stance. Ning was now a half-step world god, and his body was filled with incredible power. An incredible technique, matched with incredible power, and a Dao weapon as well. Of all the elder gods and ancestral immortals I've ever seen, he can rank in the top 3. Godfiend Witherspike sighed softly. The reason he said this was because he had seen how terrifyingly brilliant Ning's final sword art had been. If Ning merely relied on powerful divine abilities and his Dao weapon, he would be nothing more than a strange brute, but the Heartsword stance had truly allowed him to unleash his power in a perfect manner. He's that powerful? Saber was truly shocked now. Was this a joke? Godfiend Witherspike had been alive for ages now, and had seen more than 100 individuals on the same level as the Mind Lord. Despite all that, he actually dared to claim that Ning could rank in the top 3? Let's go. To be able to watch as two figures of such power battle to the death, this entire trip was worth it. Godfiend Witherspike no longer harbored any more designs on the three realms at all. His dark golden castle flew out of the void, entering the endless primordial chaos and once more beginning their drifting journey through it. After listening to Godfiend Witherspike's words, Ning had a feeling that the man had told them the truth. This was because Old Man Yuan had once said this to Witherspike. Witherspike, do you still remember that Black Lotus? When Witherspike had heard those words, he had been so terrified that he immediately fled. The Black Lotus secret art which Old Man Yuan had used had also been truly formidable. Old Man Yuan? Mind Lord? A killing intent arose once more within Ning's breast. He was going to venture into the endless primordial chaos eventually. All signs pointed to Old Man Yuan being the Mind Lord. Ning assessed that there was at least an 80% chance of this being the case. After Ning ventured off into the Badlands territory, he would probably be able to quickly verify whether or not this was the case. A technique as powerful as that Black Lotus art had to be quite famous. Not just anyone could be allowed to learn it. Dark North, can the Seamless Gate rejoin the three realms once more? The Lord of all Fiends suddenly spoke out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 23, Chapter 35, The New Three Realms. Book 23, End War, Chapter 35, The New Three Realms. The faces of the major powers of the New Alliance all changed slightly. Subhuti, Maitreya, Jade Cauldron, Kwafu, Sun Wukong, and the others all hesitated before answering. They wanted to refuse, but just now, both alliances had worked together to defeat Old Man Yuan. Keeper Everwood had gone so far as to unhesitatingly sacrifice his own life by detonating his own body. Quite a few major powers of the New Alliance had been very close to Everwood. Subhuti and the already deceased Tathagata and Three Purities, they had all been very good friends with Keeper Everwood. For them to expel the Seamless Gate right after Keeper Everwood had died for the Three Realms, it really wasn't very appropriate. But, although they felt confident that the Lord of all Fiends wasn't a warmonger, who could say what the future would hold? When the Seamless Gate gave birth to new overlords in the future, who could say what would happen? If the Seamless Gate was permitted to stay in the Three Realms, they would continue to be a potential source of trouble. It was entirely possible that in the future, a new war would once more erupt. Dark North, what do you think? Buddha Maitreya spoke out, causing all the major powers present to look towards Ning. Ning was now the unquestionably most powerful expert of the Three Realms. He now had the power to dominate all others, much like Mother Nuwa before him. This meant that his words now held much more weight than before. They can rejoin the Three Realms. Ning nodded. What? Subhuti and the others stared towards Ning in astonishment. The Lord of all Fiends and the others were all shocked and overjoyed. For the Lord of all Fiends to venture through the dangers of the primordial chaos was one thing, but the other major powers and the Seamless Gate's Empyrean gods and true immortals were far too weak. Life in the Three Realms would be better by far. However, you all must swear lifeblood oaths. Ning waved his hand, producing a jade globe. A lifeblood oath, a dot. The major powers of both sides looked towards the jade globe in Ning's hands. Is that an oath stone? The Lord of all Fiends was shocked. Yes. Ning nodded. Then today, the troubles of the Three Realms shall all come to an end. The Lord of all Fiends laughed. Why was it that the various organizations of the vast primordial chaos were able to remain so unified? It was because of lifeblood oaths. Even the most durable of faiths and promises could be slowly worn away by the passage of time, after all. Only the compulsive power of lifeblood oaths was truly eternal. Right there in the void, before the corpse of Old Man Yuan, the major powers of the two alliances sat down and swore the Three Realms oath. After all of the major powers finished swearing their lifeblood oaths, the atmosphere between the two alliances immediately became noticeably friendlier. Ning. Subhuti pointed at the corpses of the major powers that were floating around in the void. We can't just let their corpses continue to float around like that. Right. Ning nodded. I think, Holy Flame. Subhuti turned his head to look at Taofather Holy Flame. Let us cremate them and send them to their final rest, never to be disturbed again. All Fiend, what do you say? Agreed. The Lord of all Fiends nodded slowly. Generally speaking, corpses of major powers wouldn't be buried. The concern was that some might plunder their graves or perhaps even go so far as to refine their corpses into treasures. For example, when the Three Realms slew the alien outsider known as Raho, they had used his corpse to create multiple different treasures such as the Raho Bow. Taofather Holy Flame nodded, then waved a finger. Whoosh! A dazzling, sacred white flame suddenly flew out from his finger. This was the holy flame which Taofather Holy Flame had devised, a flame that was far more powerful than the Samadhi True Fire he had once used. It was still somewhat weaker than the likes of Golden Solar Fire, Jerome Godfire, or the Eternal Kindle Fire, But since these corpses weren't as tough as top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, his holy flame was enough to cremate them. The corpses of the immortals and fiend gods began to blaze with that pristine, holy white fire. Ning, Subhuti, Allfiend, and the others all watched silently. Their hearts were all filled with grief. Far too many of their friends and brothers had died on this day. Life and death are part of a cycle, Subhuti said softly. Although they have died, the three realms shall never forget them. The three sovereigns of mankind, Swerin, Fushi, and Shinong, the lord of all fiends nodded. Tathagata, three purities. Everwood, Jueming, Gonggong, Devil Hand. They will become legends. The humans, the Buddhists, the Taoists, the Seamless Gate, the countless living creatures of the world, they shall sing about them for generations to come. Ning nodded slowly as well. They were the forefathers, the ones who had ensured that this world of theirs would survive and prosper. It didn't matter what the future held in store for the human race. It didn't matter that the three realms would eventually collapse and give birth to a new chaos world. Hundreds of chaos cycles could go past, but so long as the human race continued to exist, it would still forever remember those three ancient sovereigns who had protected them and guided them in the earliest, weakest days. Although they are dead, they shall still live forever. Ning, who had truly fought shoulder to shoulder alongside all of them, felt even more grief than the others. If in the future, if after 100 chaos cycles, 1,000 chaos cycles, or an even longer period of time, if I ever reach the true apex of power possible for cultivators and become capable of reviving all those who were slain, I swear that I definitely will do so. I'll make it so that we'll all be able to sit down and drink with each other once more. Ning was silently praying to himself. Because of his lifeblood oath, he had to go to Vast Heaven Palace. But even if it wasn't for the sake of the oath, he still would have wanted to leave and travel to more distant realms. Perhaps one day, he would find a technique which would allow an extinguished true soul to be brought back to life once more. If he did, he would no longer have any more regrets in life. He would be able to bring back all those who had died, but Ning knew quite well how incredibly hard it would be for him to find and become capable of using such an incredible technique. However, he had made up his mind. No matter how long it took or how hard it would be, he would continue to go down this path. Thanks to this great war, the three realms had lost many of its major powers, Empyrean gods, and true immortals. Its vital essence had been dramatically weakened, and even the celestial court had been shattered by the war. And so, Ning and the other major powers had worked together to remake a new celestial court. They had re-established the Netherworld Kingdom. They rebuilt the Great Six Paths of Reincarnation, In rebuilding the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Ning served as the principal power while Subhuti served as the assistant. This was because the Six Paths of Reincarnation involved the power of spacetime. Although Ning's divine power was the strongest and purest in the three realms, he still needed Subhuti's help. After 3 years of hard work, the Six Paths of Reincarnation were repaired and remade, allowing the three realms to go completely back to normal. From this day forth, immortal cultivators must be extremely restrained and cautious in choosing disciples. The Tao is not to be casually transmitted. A veritable ocean of celestial immortals, true immortals, Empyrean gods, and other cultivators had died as a result of this war. The burden on the three realms was significantly lessened as a result. However, everyone knew that if the three realms continued to produce immortal cultivators at as fast a pace as before, it was likely that many new Empyrean gods and true immortals would emerge in the not-too-distant future. Thus, certain changes had to be made. Immortal cultivation had to become a more difficult path, one filled with even more dangers than before. After the major powers of the three realms gave the orders, the entire three realms began to change. All immortal cultivation schools were relocated to mountain tops, and the immortal cultivation clans and tribes would rarely admit new disciples. To embark upon the path of immortal cultivation would be 100 times more difficult than it had been in the past. It required even greater determination and willpower for someone to be permitted into an immortal school. 300 years passed after the Great War. The Three Realms has changed. An old man in Taoist robes was alongside a white-robed youth. The two were standing atop a cloud, staring at the vast world before them. The Taoist-robed elder let out a sigh. The Three Realms has become more peaceful as a whole. Immortal cultivation has become more difficult, which means that fewer and fewer immortal cultivators are around to take part in mortal wars and battles. At most, you'll only see the occasional Zifu disciple taking part. Now that there are so few immortal cultivators, there are also much fewer people fighting over resources and natural treasures, making conflicts amongst cultivators much rarer than in the past as well. Yes. Ning nodded. It was as though the Three Realms had turned over a new leaf. Are you truly going to leave the Three Realms? Subhuti looked at Ning. I have to leave. Ning nodded. I have no other choice. Subhuti understood what Ning was hinting at, knowing that Ning had to be under some sort of compulsion. Then what of the Three Realms? Your daughter? Ning said, I'll set up an immortal estate very close to the Three Realms in the primordial chaos. My primal twin will stay there permanently and protect the Three Realms. My true body will traverse that spatial vortex and journey to the Badlands territory. Everything else aside, the Mind Lord remains a source of potential trouble. If I ever have the chance to kill him, I will. Good. Subhuti revealed a hint of delight on his face. For someone as powerful as Ning, going out adventuring through the primordial chaos was quite normal. Mother Nuwa was born an elder god and thus did not have a primal twin. Ning, however, had started an ordinary mortal and slowly had risen to power. Although he was going to leave, he would only send his true body out adventuring. His primal twin would remain behind, lose to the Three Realms. How strong is your primal twin, compared to your true body? Subhuti asked. With my primal twin here, we wouldn't need to worry even if we encounter more figures on the level of Old Man Yuan, Ning said. Although his primal twin was a bit weaker than his true body, it was still a first-tier ancestral immortal. When using the Heartsword stance, it absolutely had the power of a supreme elder god. All right. Subhuti suddenly glanced downwards and smiled. See what your daughter is doing? Ning glanced downwards as well, his gaze piercing through the void. He saw Bright Moon tease and toy with an ordinary scholar in a mischievous manner. She was pretending to be an ordinary young lady from a mortal clan of nobles, and she and her maidservant were both teasing this ordinary mortal scholar. Ning laughed. His daughter was able to live freely within the Three Realms, to be happy and carefree. Ning was satisfied. In the past, his daughter had been forced to hide within the Crescent World, and if they had lost the war she would have been forced to risk her life adventuring through the primordial chaos. Ning truly did not wish to see this happen. She's doing well. That's all I want. Ning smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 1, Leaving the Three Realms. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 1, Leaving the Three Realms. An immortal estate located within the primordial chaos. This estate was a few kilometers in size, and it was filled with creeks, small streams, flowers, and grass. Father, will you live here permanently in the future? Won't you return to the Three Realms? Bright Moon held onto Ning's arm as she looked curiously at the area. Yes. I plan to enter secluded meditation. Ning nodded and smiled. It will be a long time before I return to the Three Realms. The lifeblood oath he had sworn was that he would leave the Three Realms within 1,000 years of becoming an elder god. Once this part of the oath became active, his soul would instantly become bound by its power. Even his primal twin would be affected. This was why, even though Ning intended to have his primal twin stand guard over the Three Realms, it couldn't actually live within it. It had to reside in a part of the primordial chaos that was right next to the Three Realms. Only when he finished his lifeblood oath and actually carried Northrest's final message to Vast Heaven Palace would he be released from it. Oh. That works as well, I guess. I'll just spend a lot of time here in the future. This is actually my first time journeying into the primordial chaos. Bright Moon was rather excited. Father, I'm going to go take a look at some other places. Go ahead. Ning nodded. Young Master. Autumn Leaf and Uncle White had accompanied Bright Moon here. They knew Ning very well, and they knew it made no sense that he had to remain within the primordial chaos while engaging in secluded meditation. Ning, son, are you keeping things from us? Uncle White asked, and Autumn Leaf looked towards Ning as well. A few things. Ning nodded. There are some things I have to do. During the past period of time, I've been slowly working on rebuilding my primal twin. Now that it's been restored and now that everything has been settled, I have to go take care of things. Don't worry. My primal twin will remain here. His true body would keep a spare clone behind as well, safely ensconced within the prison world. As for his primal twin's spare clone, it would be kept safe within the Crescent Major world. During the End War, his primal twin had self-detonated. It was at the ancestral immortal level, and thus an absolutely inconceivable amount of chaos nectar would be needed if he wanted to immediately revive it. His only choice was to slowly rebuild it naturally. Ning had already mastered the heavenly Tao of water and had thus gained a certain degree of insight into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. He was now capable of absorbing chaos energy and was thus able to constantly absorb a large amount of it, making the rebuilding process fairly quick. His true body was a dual refiner and would need 10,000 years to rebuild. His primal twin was merely a key refiner, only 3,000 years was necessary. Thanks to the Heaven Gazer Tower, Ning was able to easily maintain a rate of time that was 20 times faster than normal. Thus, his primal twin had been rebuilt long ago. The only reason he had taken so long was because he had needed to spend a bit more time settling his affairs in the three realms. Young Master, Autumn Leaf said worriedly, let me go with you. No need. Ning shook his head. This was no joking matter. Even the mere process of leaving the three realms via that spatial vortex would be incredibly dangerous. No one could say what would happen on such a journey. To have Autumn Leaf accompany him into such great danger would be completely pointless. His immortal estate in the primordial chaos had already been set up. Ning had invited some friends and family over to tour through it, with the guest list including the likes of his junior apprentice brother Mu Northsun, his own apprentice Bluecliff Xiaoyu, his senior apprentice brothers Sun Wukong and Kratzi Ji, as well as many other figures. He even invited Lu Dongbin, Quafu, and other major powers to visit this new home of his as well. Everyone knew that if they wished to meet with Ning in the future, they would have to enter the primordial chaos and visit this immortal estate. Disciple, the primordial chaos is a place where experts are as common as the clouds. Our three realms is just a tiny little corner of it. You have to be careful. Subhuti looked at Ning. Don't worry, Master. Ning nodded. Today was the day for Ning to set off on his journey. He hadn't informed anyone of his departure save his master Subhuti. When Mother Nuwa left, she never returned. We haven't heard any word of her at all. Subhuti said softly, you have to be careful, careful, careful. If you ever encounter Mother Nuwa, notify me right away. I will. Ning nodded. His primal twin would remain close to the three realms within the immortal estate, and it shared memories with his true body. Whatever his true body experienced, his primal twin would also share in. Go then. Subhuti nodded. Whoosh. A deep azure flying boat suddenly appeared in midair. Ning boarded the flying boat. A series of spatial ripples spread out around it, and a few moments later the flying boat teleported away through the void. Be careful. Subhuti watched silently and hopefully as Ning left. Long, long ago, Mother Nuwa had left the three realms. Now, Ning had left the three realms as well. Both of them were the most supreme figures of their times in the three realms. The azure boat continued to blink through the void, advancing continuously. The insides of the flying boat weren't that large. Ning sat in the lotus position, his gaze passing through the walls of the boat and focusing on the primordial chaos outside. I'm going to leave the three realms and wander through the primordial chaos, all by myself, Ning shook his head. A pity that to this very day, I still don't have the power I need to break the chains of the prison world. The prison world contained a large number of prisoners within it, including even elder god and ancestral immortal prisoners. The manacles that held them could only be broken by those who were at the world god or chaos immortal level of power. In fact, someone at that level of power could shatter the prison world itself. Ning was now extremely powerful, but even when he struck at the manacles with full force using Violet Jewel, he was still only able to leave behind a few scratches behind, with the scratches quickly being automatically repaired. Clearly, he was still quite a ways off from being able to sever the manacles. In truth, if one thought about it in detail, it made sense. Why did the king of Pangaea arrange for overseers to watch over the prison worlds? It was precisely to oversee them and ensure that they would be able to make a report if any world gods appeared. This meant that even prisoners who ascended to become world gods would need a fairly long period of time in order to break apart those manacles and the prison world. The king of Pangaea would have more than enough time to hasten to the prison world. This was the entire point of having an overseer. Ning had just barely reached the world god threshold of power. He was able to just barely cause a bit of damage to those manacles now. Still, those elder gods and ancestral immortals were quite wealthy. Ning nodded secretly to himself. This flying boat he was on, for example, was a top-grade chaos treasure that was known as the Godwood Moatship. The prisoners of the prison world, including the wild dog elder god, had all been beaten and plundered by Ning. Even the incredibly savage wild dog elder god could just barely be considered a supreme elder god. Ning didn't even need to use Violet Jewel, a heartsword stance alone was enough to easily defeat all of them. If I was able to break apart those manacles, I would gain quite a few retainers. Ning shook his head, casting those thoughts aside. With another thought, he caused the 3,600 gold star beads of the heavens to appear around him, swirling around him like countless glittering stars. Ever since he had mastered the heartsword stance 300 years ago during the End War, he had spent a good deal of his time quietly training and meditating upon it. As a result, Ning had made continuous improvements into his insights regarding the Tao. He had insights into primordial chaos. He had insights into space. He had insights into water and lightning. He had insights into the sword. In fact, Ning had even mastered 8 of the 9 chaos seals. He was at the same level of mastery as Mother Nuwa had been, prior to her becoming a world god. The 9th chaos seal, I have the feeling that if I am able to master it, something special will happen. Ning could sense that the various insights he had gained were building atop each other in a cumulative fashion. Once he fully mastered the 9th chaos seal, all 9 of the chaos seals would merge together into a whole, then completely transform. Ning was quite eager to see this happen. He spent more than half a month flying through the primordial chaos aboard the Godwood Moatship. Finally, he reached the area which the star map marked as containing the spatial vortex. So this is the spatial tunnel? Ning sat aboard his moatship, staring in front of him. An utterly enormous spatial wormhole lay in front of him. The gigantic vortex tore at the surrounding primordial chaos, causing it to swirl around it in multiple rings. Even Ning felt a sense of pressure and dread. The most dangerous vortex of them all. The alien outsiders who had been lucky enough to survive passage to the 3 realms had written down extremely detailed records regarding this dangerous vortex. It doesn't matter. I have nowhere else I can go. In we go. Ning's divine power completely filled the Godwood Moatship. In this moment, the moatship seemed to have transformed into a sword, and Ning commanded it fly in as though he was flying atop a giant sword. Swoosh! After having hesitated briefly before the spatial vortex, the moat-ship finally plunged deep inside of it. Whoosh! The vortex was filled with an incomparably powerful tearing force that was instantly applied towards the moat-ship, dragging it deeper inside. Ning commanded the moat-ship to follow the dragging power inside while doing his best to keep stable and ablate its power. As a truly supreme sword immortal, Ning had reached a truly inconceivable level of finesse when it came to controlling and ablating power. Whoosh! Although the ripping power of the spatial vortex was quite terrifying, the moat-ship was able to quite easily and safely make its way deeper inside of it. No problems were caused for Ning at all. I hope I can safely pass through this spatial vortex and reach the Badlands territory, Ning murmured to himself softly. Given my abilities with the sword, I should be able to stay alive. But if I get lost, all bets are off. In front of Ning was an absolutely enormous spatial tunnel that was filled with countless spatial tiers, some pitch black and some ashen white. Whoosh! The moat-ship flew forward, making its way through that enormous spatial wormhole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 2, Space-Time Transfer Array. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 2, Space-Time Transfer Array. There were 3 possible outcomes when one flew through this spatial vortex. The first was that one would be able to safely reach the other side and enter the Badlands territory. This was the ideal outcome. The second was that a spatial rift would suddenly appear in front of you and suck you inside, resulting in you being teleported into an unknown territory of the primordial chaos. Ning knew at least a few things about the Badlands territory, thanks to the detailed star maps which the 3 realms had acquired long ago. The Mind Lord which Ning intended to slay also resided in the Badlands territory. If he ended up in a completely foreign part of the primordial chaos, he would have to slowly figure everything out from scratch. Still, this wasn't the worst-case scenario, he'd still be alive, after all. The third possible outcome was that the spatial rift would teleport him straight into a death trap of some sort. I really need to stay away from those spatial rifts. Swoosh! The moat-ship flew forward at high speed like a sword, agilely dodging and avoiding the suddenly appearing rifts. Rumble! An enormous, savage-looking rift of violet light suddenly appeared in front of Ning, instantly covering a very large region. Backwards! The moat-ship quickly reversed and flew backwards, then curved around the rift and flew away from it. He had to be able to make up to 1,000 corrections every moment. This was an even deadlier process than actually fighting with the sword. Ning's complete attention was focused on controlling his ship, but he was also able to maintain total control over an area of 10,000 kilometers around himself. This was the Heartsword realm which Ning had developed some time ago. 6 days later, a flying boat suddenly flew out from the mouth of an enormous spatial vortex. I made it. Ning's face was rather pale with exhaustion, but he now revealed a look of delight. I finally made it through safely. These 6 days had been an absolute nightmare. Those spatial rifts had appeared and disappeared with incredible speed, and some of them were simply enormous. If Ning was just a bit unlucky, it was entirely possible that rifts would simultaneously appear in every direction around him, making it impossible for him to dodge them. When that happened, the only choice would be to take a chance and choose a rift at random. During the past 6 days, there was one time when Ning had actually been drawn into a spatial rift. Thankfully, it had quickly dispersed, allowing Ning to just barely escape from it and return to the spatial wormhole. If he hadn't been able to do so, not even Ning himself knew what area he would have been sent to. But of course, the more powerful a person was, the better his chances would be of successfully passing through the vortex. Ning had been lucky in that he had only been sucked into a spatial rift once. This naturally meant that it had been fairly easy for him to survive passage. Godfiend Witherspike, by contrast, had been drawn into rifts on 9 different occasions. However, he had been fairly lucky. All 9 times, he had been able to fight his way back out of the rifts before being drawn into the other side. The Badlands Territory. Seated within his moatship, Ning stared at the vast primordial chaos around him. Here I am. Thanks to his star maps, Ning knew exactly where this end of the spatial wormhole lay. Thus, without hesitating at all, Ning immediately began to move towards the space-time transfer array which was closest to him. The primordial chaos was simply too vast. If he was to slowly fly through it while relying on his own power, even 1,000,000,000,000 years wouldn't be enough to finish traveling through every part of the Badlands. 5 months after Ning reached the Badlands Territory. There we are. His moatship flew out from the void towards an enormous ellipsoid world. Ning stared at the massive ellipsoid world, then let out a sigh. This is the 9th chaos world I've seen thus far. According to my star maps, I'll need to travel past another 26 chaos worlds before I'll reach Earthdrake. The space-time transfer array which was closest to Ning was centered around the Earthdrake planet. There were so many celestial bodies in the primordial chaos that the vast majority were nameless. Only stars and planets with certain special qualities about them would be given names. Ning had traveled past one chaos world after another. Every so often, Ning would sense others scanning him with core sense. Each time, he would send his own dominatingly powerful core sense right back at them. When their core senses collided, the other side would be so terrified that they would immediately stop their scrying attempts. Thanks to his half-step world god body, Ning's core sense was extraordinarily powerful. After entering the Badlands Territory, there had been one occasion where Ning had encountered an incredibly powerful soul sweep conducted by a world god. Ning had been so terrified that he had immediately void-blinked far away, fleeing without a second thought. Although world gods generally wouldn't act against elder gods and ancestral immortals without a good reason, Ning still felt that it would be better to stay a safe distance away. 1 year and 9 months after entering the Badlands Territory. On this day, Ning finally reached the space-time transfer array located closest to the 3 realms. For him to be able to reach an array after less than 2 years was actually quite fast. This would be considered an extremely close array. The primordial chaos was so vast that even in an area like the Badlands Territory, it was common for individuals from backwater chaos worlds to spend up to 10 years in order to reach a space-time transfer array. Earthdrake. The moatship hung there in empty space. Ning stayed inside of it, staring at the utterly stunning sight before him. The primordial chaos in front of him had long ago been torn asunder, revealing 8 utterly dazzling stars that glowed with layers of light. These 8 stars all revolved around a final planet located in their center. These 8 stars were the servants, while this 9th planet was the master. These 9 celestial bodies came together to form an enormous space-time transfer array, and their light was far more dazzling than even the solar star of the 3 realms. In terms of raw size, the formation was probably comparable to the entire 3 realms. How could a single formation be so large? Ning let out a sigh. I really can't imagine how powerful the person who set up this formation was. According to his records, not even world gods or chaos immortals were even close to being powerful enough to construct space-time transfer arrays. These arrays had all been passed down from the most ancient of days. As for the question of who built them, no one even asked any longer. Go over there. Swoosh. The moatship quickly flew towards the enormous space-time transfer array. The core star surrounded by the 8 other stars was the Earthdrake planet. Even before landing on Earthdrake, Ning could sense the ripples of power emanating from atop it. These were ripples that emanated from powerful experts. Come back. Ning put away his moatship, then quickly descended upon the star. Earthdrake was an enormous planet that was comparable to the solar star or the lunar star in size. However, the entire planet had been refined and retrofitted, making it more like an utterly enormous magic treasure. So many experts, as Ning sensed the powerful ripples emanating from the star, he immediately transformed into a 9-horn lightning serpent as he flew towards the very center of Earthdrake. Swish! The 9-horn lightning serpent was quite fast. While flying forward, Ning encountered quite a few other cultivators. Some looked similar to humans, while some looked extremely different. As they saw the nine-horned lightning serpent fly past them and sensed the undisguised aura of dominating power radiating from Ning, they all revealed looks of wariness on their faces. Whoosh! Ning landed on the ground, a miniature space-time transfer array located directly in front of him. Although space-time transfer arrays were utterly enormous, their most important cores were just a few hundred kilometers in size. These miniature space-time transfer arrays actually had buildings located inside of them. Elder gods and ancestral immortals were stationed in these buildings to keep the array safe. There were also many true gods and true immortals here, along with a vast number of Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. All of them were responsible for maintaining the spacetime array and keeping it in good shape for any future uses. Where are you going? An elder god dressed in golden robes with a scaly reptilian tail was seated in the lotus position in front of Ning. His body was utterly massive, and he peered down as he looked at Ning. When he sensed how powerful Ning's aura was, his attitude improved slightly and he even put a smile on his face. Earthdrake was primarily populated by elder gods and ancestral immortals. World gods and Chaos Immortal were incredibly exalted figures. After all, they generally wouldn't deign to handle such low-level matters. 7 Water Star, Ning said. 7 Water Star was naturally a star that was located at the heart of a different spacetime array. Actually finding and reaching Vast Heaven Palace would be too hard. Ning's first goal was to deal with the Mind Lord, who was one of the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus. The records the 3 realms had regarding God Emperor Black Lotus stated that he was an incredibly powerful world god who had 5 other world gods serving him. Together, they dominated a wide swath of territory. The area around 7 Water Star was dominated by God Emperor Black Lotus, the Star Lord of Fogstone, Sovereign East Victor, and several other hegemons. God Emperor Black Lotus was just one of them. 7 Water Star? The elder god nodded. If you want to go right now, we can activate the transfer array just for you, but that'll cost you a total of 120 bottles of Chaos Nectar. If you are willing to wait, if you are lucky, in around 8 years or so there will be another group activation of the array for transference to 7 Water Star. Only a single bottle will be required, 8 years? Nin nodded slowly. All right. This spacetime transfer array was the size of the entire 3 realms. Activating it required a significant cost, and a payment of 120 bottles of Chaos Nectar was quite standard. However, elder gods and ancestral immortals usually wouldn't be willing to act in such a wasteful, extravagant manner. The total net worth of most elder gods and ancestral immortals wouldn't even necessarily be that much. Yes, 8 years. The elder god nodded. There's a stone stele over there with detailed information regarding transfers. All right. Ning walked over to the stone stele, giving it a glance. It was filled with detailed information regarding how long one would have to wait for transference to each other's spacetime array. If I wanted to go to the Badlands Everworld, I wouldn't have to wait nearly so long. That destination is a much more frequently visited place, Ning mused to himself. Still, there's nothing for it. I'm simply too far away from 7 Water Star. If I wanted to fly there by myself, I wouldn't be able to get there in a trillion years. I might as well wait for 8. Although Ning had acquired the treasures of the Elder God and Ancestral Immortal prisoners of the prison world as well as around 120 bottles of Chaos Nectar, Ning had left 100 of those bottles to the 3 realms. He had left them behind for the sake of his daughter and Autumn Leaf. As for himself, he was strong enough and capable enough to acquire more on his own. Whoosh! Ning quickly flew away from this place. He found and selected a beautiful, secluded mountain peak within Earthdrake. He waved his hand, causing an immortal estate to descend upon the peak. Ning then entered the immortal estate and began to quietly wait. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 3 of Fogstone Planet. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 3, A Fogstone Planet. The Heaven-Gazer Tower of the Heavens had been placed within the Immortal estate. Ning was seated inside the tower in the lotus position, as still as a lifeless rock. He had activated the solitude technique of the solitary world god, while using the 9 elements annihilation, to work on the star-seizing hand. The solitude technique would allow a cultivator to reach an extremely calm state, with the inner heart becoming far more sensitive and nimble. It was meant to allow one to find the secrets of the body, but it also made it easier for one to visualize and hypothesize certain techniques. Buddha Jueming, who had already sacrificed himself, had perpetually stayed in the solitude state, which was why he had been able to come up with a divine ability that was just as strong as Lord Tathagata's. Right now, Ning was researching and developing the 7th cycle of the star-seizing hand. The first 6 cycles all served as guides for this project. Previously, when he didn't have any golden starstone, he had actually used the 9 elements annihilation to disassemble and overhaul the star-seizing hand, allowing him to create a brand new 6th cycle. Now, he naturally wished to come up with an even more profound 7th cycle. A true god body can train in the 6th cycle. I already have an elder god body. Logically speaking, I should be able to train in a 7th cycle, but to develop it truly is difficult. Ning continually visualized and worked on this project but was only able to make a tiny bit of progress. To train in a 7th cycle, one had to first come up with an even more profound way to allow divine power to blast out. In addition, one also needed to come up with a way to transform the palms and make them comparable to Tao weapons. Only then would they be able to withstand the bursts of divine power. Both of these requirements would be extremely difficult to fulfill. Taoist 3 Lives, as a true god, was able to develop the 6th cycle. As an elder god who has the 9 elements annihilation, I should be completely capable of developing a 7th cycle. Ning was completely absorbed in his meditations. Thump. His soul trembled slightly. The aura of life slowly began to return to Ning's unmoving, rock-like body. As his aura began to strengthen, color began to return to his skin. Finally, his eyes opened. 160 years passed in the blink of an eye. It has been 8 years in the outside world. Ning rose to his feet. Time to head out. It was time to journey from Earthbreak to the distant 7 Water Star. They really know how to make money. A single activation of the formation nets them 100 bottles of chaos nectar. Ning shook his head as he walked out of the space-time transfer array and glanced at the cultivators who were scattering in various directions. Although each activation of a space-time transfer array does require a certain amount of resources, they are making at least a 50% profit. They are making money at an insane rate. Every single cultivator has to pay a bottle of chaos nectar each time the array is activated. No wonder only elder gods and ancestral immortals take part. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. True gods and true immortals simply couldn't play around like this. The price was too high. True gods and true immortals would generally just wander around nearby chaos worlds or follow elder gods and ancestral immortals and servants. Any world god or chaos immortal would love the chance to take control over a spacetime array like this. A pity that these are all controlled by the Badlands Court. Ning sighed. The greatest power in the vast Badlands territory was the Badlands Court. It was an organization that rivaled Vast Heaven Palace in power. In the Badlands territory, the Badlands Court held supreme, unchecked power. Where should I go? Ning stood in the air above 7 Water Star, staring into the endless primordial chaos. God Emperor Black Lotus established his Black Lotus Chaos Kingdom and has 5 world gods supporting him. He controls a total of 53 chaos worlds. Ning pondered for a moment on some of the ancient information which the 3 realms had collected in the past. God Emperor Black Lotus is a local hegemon. He has a few neighbors who he is on poor terms, including the Star-Lord of Fogstone and Sovereign East Victor. The Star-Lord of Fogstone has 8 world-level experts serving him and commands 96 chaos worlds. Sovereign East Victor has 6 world-level experts serving him and commands 61 Chaos Worlds. Should I join the Star-Lord of Fogstone? Or should I join Sovereign East Victor? Ning was pondering on this question. He had never entertained the foolish thought of going straight for the Mind Lord all by himself. He had to verify whether or not the Mind Lord really was Old Man Yuan. In addition, not even world gods would rashly charge into the headquarters of an enemy force. That was just suicide. The Star-Lord of Fogstone and Sovereign East Victor are on hostile terms with God Emperor Black Lotus. If I join one of these two sides, I'll seek out an opportunity to kill the Mind Lord when they engage in battle. I'll also be able to rely on their power to strengthen myself. Vast Heaven Palace was too far away. World God Northrest was an extremely exalted figure, yet it hadn't even heard of the Badlands territory. This meant that the distance between the Vast Heaven territory and the Badlands territory was so vast that world gods would almost never travel between these two locales. If Ning remained a mere elder god, he'd probably die while attempting to find Vast Heaven Palace. It was best if he became a world god first, then embarked on the journey. He had a full chaos cycle. Just 1/10 of a chaos cycle would be more than enough time for him to grow strong. The Star-Lord of Fogstone and Sovereign East Victor, the intelligence I acquired about them is all quite old. Perhaps there have been changes within their respective organizations. Fogstone is closer by, I'll go visit it first. I'll take a good look then make up my mind. Ning immediately commanded his moatship to begin flying through space in that direction. 6 months later, the moatship had arrived before a distant, beautiful planet. That's Fogstone. Ning stared at the beautiful planet. According to his intelligence reports, a total of 9 world-level experts resided on this planet, along with thousands of elder gods and ancestral immortals. From this planet, they ruled over and governed a total of 96 Chaos Worlds. Swoosh! Ning quickly flew towards the planet. More than half of Fogstone was perpetually covered with blurry shadows. Clearly, it was protected by some sort of formation. The other half, however, was not covered by any formations. Right there. Ning immediately saw a series of islands within the seas of Fogstone. He immediately flew straight towards it. Swoosh! As Ning drew closer to those islands, a figure suddenly flew out from one of them. It was an azure-armored man whose aura was that of a true god's. "Greetings, Senior." The azure-armored man said respectfully, "Senior, this should be your first visit to Fogstone. Do you need me to guide you around?" "Very well." Ning nodded and smiled. "Are you in charge of welcoming elder gods and ancestral immortals? Do many come to Fogstone?" Fogstone rarely has visits from unaffiliated elder gods and ancestral immortals. The azure-armored man smiled. This junior was ordered to guide the path for any who do come. During the past 1,000 years, I've only welcomed around 100. Ah. Ning nodded. This was in keeping with what Ning knew. A core planet that was responsible for governing a chaos kingdom would generally have certain areas that were meant for trade and business. Cultivators needed to purchase treasures, divine abilities, spells, secret arts, golems, and other things. Thus, there was always a need for trading posts. Empyrean gods, celestial immortals, true gods, and true immortals rarely had good treasures. Thus, there generally wouldn't be any people responsible for receiving them. As for the elder gods and ancestral immortals who served Fogstone, there was no need to guide them around either, they knew the place well enough. Only first-time visitors like Ji Ning who were at least elder gods or ancestral immortals would merit a guide. If a world god was to arrive, the entire world of Fogstone would be put on high alert. Most likely, a world god of Fogstone would be assigned to welcome and greet such a visitor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them descended upon a spacious cloud street. This street was completely formed from clouds. It led from the vast seas to the various islands. Do you need any servants, Senior? The azure-armored man pointed towards a distant, enormous island. That's the slave island. Many slaves are imprisoned there, ranging from celestial immortals and empyrean gods to ancestral immortals and elder gods. So long as you are willing to pay the price, you can purchase as many slaves as you wish. Ning nodded. Imprisoned elder gods and ancestral immortals would often be sold off as slaves. Generally speaking, they were enemies who had been captured during conflicts against other organizations. I don't need any for now, Ning said. The two walked forward through the cloud path. There were many other cultivators on this path, but almost all of them were below the elder god level of power. This was why they all hurriedly parted before Ning when they saw him. In this world, the difference in status between the strong and the weak was very obvious. This place specializes in selling formations. Yes, that island over there. We also have shops that specialize in selling key refining techniques, divine abilities, secret arts, sword arts, lightning arts. The azure-armored man warmly pointed at one island after another. Sword arts? Ning's eyes lit up. Right. The azure-armored man said hurriedly, that island is known as the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion has many sword arts within it, at least 10,000. Some are weak, some are strong. Even the Skystar Sword, which our Star Lord of Fogstone made famous throughout the Badlands territory, is available for sale, so long as you are willing to pay the price. The Skystar Sword? Ning was surprised. This is one of the most awe-inspiringly famous sword arts of the entire Badlands territory. Once you master it, you might even be able to become a world god through the Tao of the sword. The azure-armored man let out a sigh. That really would be incredible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 4, Joining Up. Book 24, The Star Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 4, Joining Up. Oh. Ning was intrigued. His own, nameless, sword art was something which even world god Northrest of Vast Heaven Palace had been mesmerized by. Just by mastering 3 of its stances, one could become a world god. This Skystar sword, however, needed to be fully mastered in order for one to become a world god. It seemed as though it was quite a bit inferior to the nameless sword art. Still, Ning knew very well that since the Star Lord of Fogstone was willing to sell it, it probably wasn't the best technique he truly possessed. From what Ning had heard, the Star Lord of Fogstone was actually quite shockingly powerful. Can I ask what the price of purchase would be? Ning asked. 10 cubes of chaos nectar, the azure-armored man said. 10 cubes? Ning was speechless. A bottle of chaos nectar contained 99 drops. 1,000 bottles of chaos nectar made up a cube. 10 cubes represented 10,000 bottles. There aren't even many world gods who would be willing to pay such a price. Not just anyone can learn a peerless sword art that allows you to reach the 6th stage of sword force. The azure-armored man smiled. When I first arrived at Fogstone, my plan was to purchase a detailed star map of the region around 7 Water Star, Ning said. Come this way, please. The azure-armored man knew that most newcomer elder gods and ancestral immortals would first wish to get a better idea of the situation in the area. They soon traversed another cloud street and arrived at a quiet island that had a single pavilion atop it. There were several female celestial immortals located inside the pavilion, each of whom was incomparably beautiful. There was also a truly ravishing female true immortal who headed straight towards Ning. Respectful greetings to you, Senior. The female true immortal smiled. Ning nodded. Bring me a star map, the azure-armored man instructed a female celestial immortal. Yes. The female immortal immediately brought a furled scroll over, respectfully handing it over to the azure-armored man, who then smiled and respectfully handed it over to Ning. Senior, this star map contains a detailed breakdown of the various powers and regions around 7 Water Star. It only costs 10 chaos gems. Very well. Ning handed over 10 chaos gems. Chaos gems and chaos nectar were a form of common currency, with chaos nectar having more marvelous properties but coming in smaller amounts. Chaos gems were able to contain more energy within them, with the result being that many powerful formations and golems made use of them as energy sources. Generally speaking, a single chaos gem was considered equivalent to a drop of chaos nectar. Whoosh! Ning sent his divine energy into the scroll. Instantly, a large amount of information was transmitted to Ning, who memorized it all. So not much has changed. There were very few differences between this intelligence report and the report which the three realms had acquired long ago. God Emperor Black Lotus had increased his territory and now commanded a total of 61 Chaos Worlds. The Star Lord of Fogstone still commanded 96 Chaos Worlds. Sovereign East Victory's territory had lessened and he now commanded just 58 Chaos Worlds. The information in this star map regarding the Badlands territory was a bit more detailed than the information the three realms had, but it was still limited to just this territory. There was no information regarding any other territory, to say nothing of Vast Heaven Palace. Judging from this, I should probably join the Star Lord of Fogstone for now. Ning made up his mind. Still, he wasn't in a rush. He first said to the Azure Armored Man, "Come, lead me to see a few other places." "This way please, Senior." The Azure Armored Man was quite friendly as he guided the way forward. After walking about for a long period of time, the Azure Armored Man began to secretly grumble to himself. This Senior's been walking around forever, but the only thing he purchased was a single map. This sucks. I ran into a skinflint of an elder god. I probably did all this work for nothing. Anyone who came all the way here via a space-time transfer array generally did so with a specific purchase in mind, such as buying some of the unique products that belong to this planet. It cost a bottle of chaos nectar to use the array. After all, anyone who was willing to pay that price to come here would generally be willing to spend even more to buy the desired items. But this elder god before him was clearly an exception. All he had purchased was a star map, nothing else. And what's this island? It looks quite impressive. Ning pointed to an enormous island up ahead. That island is our mustering grounds. The Azure Armored Man was beginning to become a bit casual in his speech. Fogstone commands a total of 96 Chaos Worlds, which means we have many cultivators, quite a few of whom wish to join the Fogstone army. Ordinary cultivators are naturally not permitted to go into the interior regions of Fogstone, only this trading region is open for all. Cultivators who wish to join our ranks have to first go to the mustering grounds and be tested before being granted entry. But of course. The Azure Armored Man smiled at Ning. If you wished to join the army, it would be much simpler, Senior. As an elder god, there's no need for you to be tested. He said these words quite casually, but they were true. Elder gods and ancestral immortals could be considered powerful experts, and to raise a new crop of them was very difficult. Fogstone controlled many chaos worlds and had many legacies and training techniques to offer its geniuses, but it only had a few thousand elder gods and ancestral immortals within its ranks, despite the passage of countless years. All organizations, including ones that were even more powerful than Fogstone, were willing to recruit and retain elder gods and ancestral immortals. Frankly speaking, Fogstone wasn't that powerful of an organization within the Badlands territory. If the Azure Armored Man was able to recruit an elder god or ancestral immortal into their ranks, his reward would be quite considerable. Oh? Nin nodded. Let's go take a look. Why you can't just go randomly wandering around the mustering grounds? It is an important place, the Azure Armored Man said hurriedly. Didn't you say I would be able to join your army? Ning asked. Senior, the Azure Armored Man stared. Senior, are you saying you wish to join the Fogstone army? Yes. Nin nodded. GG great. The azure-armored man was shocked and delighted. He immediately said, "The Fogstone army is very welcoming towards elder gods and ancestral immortals who have journeyed and adventured through the primordial chaos. Although you'll be given certain restrictions, since you are an elder god the restrictions will be quite lax. The only requirement will be for you to take part in critical battles, while you'll be given many benefits upon signing up. You'll get chaos nectar, treasures, and all sorts of other things." Ning followed the azure-armored man forward. They passed through more cloud streets as they moved towards the mustering grounds. "Brother Mu, this is the mustering grounds." A black-armored true god who was leaning relaxedly against a boulder while drinking some wine gave Ning a glance, then snapped at the azure-armored man, "You should lead this senior away from here." Although Ning was an elder god, he was still an outsider. The true god soldier really didn't care about him at all. "You imbecile, this senior is planning to join our Fogstone army," the azure-armored man hissed. "He's joining the Fogstone army?" The true god's eyes bulged out and he hurriedly jumped to his feet, his attitude markedly more respectful than before. He had acted arrogantly because he was a member of the Fogstone army and really didn't care about outsiders, but if this elder god was to truly join the Fogstone army, he would clearly become one of the core members of it. The elder god would become one of his superiors, at which point it would be very easy for this elder god to punish him. "This way please, senior." The black-armored true god hurriedly spoke with respect. "Senior, we'll part ways for now." The azure-armored man smiled merrily. He was quite pleased. Today, he had just earned a bundle for himself. "All right." Ning immediately followed the black-armored true god forward. As he did, he began to hear cries ringing out from afar. "How much longer do we have to wait? We have to go through 9 rounds of testing, but this is just the 3rd round. This is so pointless. If you aren't even patient enough to wait, what makes you think you are qualified to join the Fogstone army? My senior apprentice brother told me that last time, the 9 elimination rounds took a total of 1,000 years. Hey, what's going on over there? Why is that white-robed youth being led into the restricted area?" There were quite a few true gods and true immortals waiting in the mustering grounds. They had come from the 96 Chaos Worlds and were taking part in the elimination trials. The 9 rounds of eliminations would usually take quite a long period of time, mainly because the elder gods and ancestral immortals in charge of the trials were usually quite relaxed and lazy about them. They might end up going into seclusion for 100 years between rounds, which was why the trials often ended up taking forever. Island Master. The black-robed true god immediately ran over to the side of a gray-robed elder who was fishing in a relaxed manner. "This senior wishes to join our Fogstone army." The gray-robed elder put down his fishing rod, rising to his feet as he looked at Ning. Ning looked at the gray-robed elder as well. This elder had a closed vertical eye slit on his forehead, most likely, he was an elder god as well. The elder god waved his hand, dismissing the black-armored true god. "My name is Fuchsia," the gray-robed elder said. "The master of this island, the mustering grounds." "Dark North," Ning said. "Brother Dark North, do you truly wish to join our Fogstone army?" the gray-robed elder asked. "I do." Ning nodded. The gray-robed elder smiled. Elder gods do not need to go through the elimination process. They can directly join the Fogstone army. However, even elder gods have different statuses within the army. There's a great difference between an ordinary elder god and a supreme elder god, after all. Ning nodded. The elder god soldiers of the Fogstone army can be promoted based on their military accomplishments. With enough military successes, they will be promoted to very high levels. A second possibility is for them to be promoted based solely on power. If you are strong enough, you can be promoted to a high rank even if you haven't fought in battle yet. The gray-robed elder looked at Ning. Generally speaking, you have to fight against and defeat certain golems in order to prove your strength. We have 3 types of golem on this island. They represent ordinary elder gods, elite elder gods, and supreme elder gods. The golems aren't that skillful, but beating the first golem means you have the power of an ordinary elder god. Beating the second golem proves that you have the power of an elite elder god. Beating the third means that you have the power of a supreme elder god. It is quite rare for new entrants to the Fogstone army to be able to defeat the third golem. I've only encountered 2 during my tenure here as master of the island, the gray-robed elder said with a smile. Ning asked, just these 3 types? If you are strong enough, there's no need to even go through the golem testing. You can ask a world-level expert to come here and attest to your power. The gray-robed figure continued, however, there are very few figures that are stronger than supreme elder gods. Although the Fogstone army does have a few such figures, they only became that powerful after spending quite a bit of time improving themselves after joining us. There have been none who have requested a world-level expert come and testify to their power immediately after they join our ranks. Ning nodded. He had inherited the legacy of World God Northrest and was quite familiar with some of the unspoken rules of the primordial chaos. He truly did wish to establish himself here on Fogstone and receive the resources he would need in order to grow more powerful. In the future, he would go out and battle on behalf of the Fogstone army and find a chance to slay the Mindlord. This was why Ning had decided long ago that he would shock them all upon arriving, ensuring that the world gods of Fogstone all knew his name. Please invite a world-level expert to come, then. Ning nodded. Invite a world, the gray-robed figure stuttered. What did you just say? His mind went blank. No need to bother with the 3 golems, Ning said. I wish to invite a world-level expert to come here and attest to my strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 5, Military Headquarters. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 5, Military Headquarters. The gray-robed elder stared blankly at Ning, as though he was staring at some bizarre monstrosity. He then murmured in a low voice, Brother Dark North, it's not that I look down upon you, but I would still recommend that you go fight the third golem. That'll be enough. If you are truly powerful, you'll have chances to prove it once you enter the army. But if you insist on asking a world-level expert to verify it, you should know how high the standards of world-level experts are. If you are overconfident in your powers, you can easily cause the world-level expert to feel dissatisfied with you. I understand. Ning nodded. This was no joke. Ning knew exactly how powerful he was. Even an ordinary elder god who used the heartsword stance would instantly become comparable to a supreme elder god. Ning, however, was a half-step world god. When he used the heartsword stance, he could dominate supreme elder gods. If he also used Violet Jewel, he would be at the world god threshold of power. Or, as Godfiend Witherspike had put it, Ning ranked amongst the top 3 elder gods and ancestral immortals he had ever seen. Not one elder god in 10,000 would be a match for Ning. The Fogstone army only had a few thousand elder gods and chaos immortals. Although they were a fairly elite force, Ning felt confident that he could probably dominate all of them even without using Violet Jewel. I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you wish to ask a world-level expert to come and attest to your strength? The gray-robed elder said solemnly. Yes. Ning nodded. All right. The gray-robed elder nodded as well. Since you've made the request, I'll report it to my superiors. Still, as you can probably guess, most world-level experts spend the majority of their time in seclusion, while others will often go out adventuring. If a world-level expert is available, he or she will come and test you out. I can't say exactly who it will be or when this will happen. It'll all be up to the world-level experts. Ning laughed. Of course. Should I just wait here on the mustering grounds island? No need for that. The gray-robed elder shook his head. The mustering ground is really for true gods and true immortals. How about this? I'll give you a set of silver scale armor on loan. That'll allow you to enter the city alongside me. When the world level expert comes and tests you out, we'll make a decision on what your actual military rank will be. All right. Ning nodded. A short while later, Ning was now dressed in a set of silver scale armor, and he was flying through the air alongside the gray-robed elder. The core of the army generally consists of elder gods and first-tier ancestral immortals, the gray-robed elder said with a laugh. There are essentially three ranks: silver-scale warriors, gold-scale warriors, and generals. Ordinary elder gods and elite elder gods are generally silver-scale warriors. Supreme elder gods are generally gold-scale warriors. As for generals, all of them have surpassed supreme elder gods in power. The gray-robed elder continued, our Fogstone army has a total of 5 generals, and they are able to style and color their armors as they see fit. Other soldiers have to wear the assigned armors. Ning nodded while feeling surprised. This silver-scale armor was a top-grade proto-cosmic armor that had protective properties. This was a treasure that was comparable in value to a chaos treasure because protective armors were extremely rare. This armor of yours is merely a suit of top-grade proto-cosmic armor. The gold-scale armors are all chaos armors. The gray-robed elder chuckled. Gold-scale armors will generally be able to block against most ordinary attacks. In all the Badlands territory, there are just a few organizations that are willing to give their soldiers such valuable suits of armor. Ning nodded. If someone with a weak divine body who wore a suit of chaos armor was struck, the shockwave from a sufficiently powerful blow could still cause some damage. By comparison, being capable of reinforcing the body to make it as tough as a treasure was far more useful. Still, these powerful suits of armor were at least able to help ablate 99% of the incoming damage. Brother Fuchsia, Ning said, you just told me that the Fogstone army has 5 generals. Might I ask how strong they are compared to the 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus? Humph, the gray-robed elder smirked. Those 9 aren't even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as our generals. They actually came up with their 9 divine generals because they envied us for having our 5. All they did was promote certain supreme elder gods with special skills into the ranks of their 9. All 9 of them combined are actually a bit weaker than our 5. Ning nodded. Indeed. Judging from his fight against Old Man Yuan was probably just an ordinary supreme elder god. His main advantage lay in the fact that he was incredibly skilled in heart force. The two continued to fly forward together, chatting the entire time. They quickly arrived at a major continent, and Ning stared at a towering citadel that had appeared in front of him. What a large city, Ning marveled. The city emanated ripples of absolutely incredible power. Chaos energy swirled around it, so dense as to seem almost solid. The city was furiously devouring the chaos energy, using it to maintain the enormous formation that protected the entire planet of Fogstone. This is Fogstone City. The gray-robed elder pointed towards the citadel. The military camps are located inside, as are various entertainment venues. True gods and true immortals generally required to reside within the city, while elder gods and ancestral immortals are given more freedom to wander around. They are permitted to choose a residence of their choice on Fogstone and just occasionally go to the army camps to meet with the others. Whoosh! The two slowly began their descent as they flew through the enormous citadel gates of Fogstone City. Ripples of power swept past them, but no one came out to bar their path. The army camp is over there. The army camp is divided into 2 major regions. The nicer-looking region is where the elder gods and ancestral immortals usually gather together, while the other one is meant for true gods and true immortals. Go in and take a look for yourself. I need to make a report on your behalf. I trust that a world-level expert will soon come over to test your strength out, the gray-robed elder said. Go ahead. Ning smiled at the gray-robed elder, who quickly flew away. As for Ning, he transformed into a streak of light as he flew towards the entrance of the army camp. There were 2 black-armored soldiers standing guard at the entrance, but upon seeing the silver-armored youth move towards them they both simply bowed slightly. Ning entered the army camp. After doing so, he saw 2 main paths. These 2 paths led to 2 separate drill areas. One area had quite a few soldiers within it, almost all of whom were true gods or true immortals. The other drill area had far fewer people, just a few dozen or so elder gods and ancestral immortals. The vast majority of them were dressed in silver scale armor, with just one dressed in gold scale armor. Who is this? Anyone know him? Don't know him, never seen him. He should be new. The elder gods and ancestral immortals all watched as Ning moved towards them. The one dressed in gold scale armor rose to his feet. He was rather skinny, and he had some jade green tattoos around the corners of his eyes. He smiled in quite a radiant manner. Are you new, my friend? I just joined. Ning nodded. My name is Skyleaf. The gold scale soldier smiled. Dark North, Ning replied. Brother Dark North, which squad do you belong to? The gold scale soldier asked curiously. I don't know yet. I just joined. I haven't really been assigned to anyone, Ning said. This was true. The island master had to first report Ning's request to the world god, at which point he would be assigned a rank and a position. I'm the captain of the 10th squad, Skyleaf said. You might end up assigned to me. All of you, come over here. This new friend of ours is Dark North, a new member of our Fogstone army. A new brother? Captain, we have to hold a feast to welcome him. A rather chubby, smooth-faced soldier dressed in silver scale armor immediately called out. Right, Captain. We need to have a feast. The others all called out excitedly as well. You guys, ugh. Black Peak is about to attack us, but all you care about is eating and drinking. Fine. We'll feast, Skyleaf said with a laugh. Aha, brother Dark North, my name is Baiwu. The chubby silver scale soldier slapped his arm around Ning's shoulders, then said with a laugh, our captain is rarely this generous. He almost never treats us to meals. This is your first time here, you need to taste some of the delicacies of Fogstone as well. Ah, man, I've lived for ages but I still as much of a glutton as ever. But the thing is, the better something tastes the more expensive it is. Ugh. Ning laughed. When elder gods and ancestral immortals had access to good techniques and tutelage, they would usually either break through to become a world god within a single chaos cycle or never be able to become a world god at all. Most of these soldiers had been alive for quite some time, and none of them had much hope of breaking through. Thus, all of them liked to enjoy life instead. Some liked food while others had other hobbies. The elder gods and ancestral immortals were all immediately led towards a lavish, semi-translucent building located nearby. 3 basins of dragon meat first. Once the soldiers sat down, the chubby Baiwu was the first to call out and make an order. You bastards! The gold scale soldier, Skyleaf, just shook his head helplessly. Soon, all sorts of strange delicacies and dishes began to make their way to the seated soldiers. The most impressive were those 3 giant basins of dragon meat that were each 30 meters long. The dragon meat was tinged with a dark red color and emanated an aura of absolute fragrance. Even Ning couldn't help but drool once he caught a whiff of it. The soldiers all stretched out their hands to grab at the pieces of dragon meat, pulling them out from the basins and chewing on them. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The elder gods chomped through meat and bone alike, enjoying the food and the wine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 6, Elder God Blackpeak. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 6, Elder God Blackpeak. Is it really that good? Ning picked up a large chunk of meat that was as thick as his arms, then gave it a bite. A blissful feeling filled his entire body as a surge of pleasure went through him. Dragon meat is one of the top 10 delicacies of the entire Badlands territory. There's no way for dragons to be raised in captivity, they can only survive and thrive in certain special areas, and capturing them isn't easy. The gold-scale soldier Skyleaf laughed. I usually end up spending more than half of my chaos nectar on food. For elder gods and ancestral immortals, other types of entertainment might be quite cheap, but top-quality food was very hard to find. The elder gods and ancestral immortals chatted, drank, and laughed amongst themselves. Ning began to learn more and more about them. Roughly 2 hours into their feast. Skyleaf! Skyleaf! An enormous roar blasted out like thunder, echoing throughout the surrounding area. Eh? The elder gods had been eating and drinking happily, but they now all came to a halt. He's here. The gold-scale soldier rose to his feet. The other dishes don't matter, but make sure you take away the dragon meat. We'll eat it later. The soldiers all quickly packed up the dragon meat. They had been eating quite slowly, enjoying every mouthful of it. Clearly, they didn't want to waste it by gulping it all down too quickly. Captain, you don't even need to bother with Blackpeak. Right. That idiot caused the deaths of more than 20 of our fellow soldiers. So what if you lectured him a bit? Idiot. The other soldiers were all cursing the man. I said what I said. If he wants to fight, we'll fight. Does he think I'm afraid of him? Skyleaf laughed coldly. Let's go. Let's go. The soldiers all hurriedly followed behind Skyleaf. What's going on? Who is this Blackpeak you guys are talking about? Ning followed behind as well while chatting with elder god Baiwu. Baiwu pursed his lips. Blackpeak was once a captain as well, but he was too arrogant and proud. Not too long ago, we had a clash with the Black Lotus Empire. Because of his arrogance, 23 of his soldiers paid the ultimate price. 23 elder gods and ancestral immortals. Even the Star Lord of Fogstone was notified of this. He was punished by being demoted to be an ordinary silver-scale soldier. However, quite a few of the dead elder gods and ancestral immortals had friends in the other squads, all of whom were quite angry with Blackpeak. Our captain once cursed him out, causing a bit of friction between the two. They decided to have a duel with each other today. Oh. Nin nodded. Blackpeak is arrogant and prideful, but he is also quite strong. Baiwu said in a low voice, the number of captains stronger than him in the Fogstone army can be counted on one hand. As they chatted, their group arrived at the drill area once more. Quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals had arrived here, all for the sake of watching this battle. The tallest one over there? That's Blackpeak, Baiwu said. Ning glanced over. The man was dressed in silver-scale armor, but his body was incredibly slender. He had a total of 4 arms and the parts of his skin that were exposed were all completely pitch black. He had a pair of cold and narrow golden eyes, and a mocking look could be seen within them. He spoke out and said with a cold smile, Skyleaf. How is it that an imbecile like you would consider yourself qualified to lecture me? Today, I'll let you know exactly how great the difference in power between us is. Cut the crap. Skyleaf's face was cold. According to the rules of our Fogstone army, Blackpeak strode forward, a cold smile on his face. Duels have to be fought for stakes. How many treasures can you bring out? I'll match any stakes you issue. 100 bottles of chaos nectar, Skyleaf said coldly. Oh ho! You are actually willing to risk that much? It must have been hard for you to store up that much chaos nectar. If you insist on giving it all to me, how could I possibly refuse? I accept. Blackpeak licked his lips. Some of the elder gods and ancestral immortals were here in support of Skyleaf. The rest were just here to watch. Blackpeak had come all by himself. Clearly, he didn't have many friends. Soon, the battle began between these two elder gods. Ahahaha, you really think you are a match for me? Blackpeak held 4 great warhammers in his forearms, and they all glittered with earth and yellow light as they smashed downwards like mountains in an utterly dominating fashion. Although there were many who disliked Blackpeak, all had to admit that he was incredibly powerful, even amongst his fellow captains. Skyleaf held a pair of shuttles in his hands as he moved around like a blur. He let out a furious growl, then his body suddenly manifested 4 more arms, giving him 6 arms and 6 shuttles. Useless. I won't even have to use any divine abilities against you, Blackpeak bragged loudly. Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. Blackheaven fought in a crazed fashion as he furiously smashed down with his warhammer, each blow containing utterly shocking amounts of power. Fortunately, this arena was protected by formation spells which ensured that elder gods and ancestral immortals could fight at full power without any qualms. The Star Lord of Fogstone was happy to have his subordinate elder gods and ancestral immortals compete against each other, so long as none of them ended up dying. Skyleaf endured 6 heavy hammer blows in a row. Finally, upon receiving the 7th hammer, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Boom, dot. Blackpeak instantly chased after him, smashing his warhammer against Skyleaf's chest. Although Skyleaf was protected by his gold-scale armor, the concussive power of the blow was still quite tremendous and enough to instantly and completely shatter his chest. Blackpeak tapped another hammer against Skyleaf's head, then smirked. You lost, you idiot. As he spoke, he stomped down on Skyleaf's face with his foot. Boom! Skyleaf's face was instantly caved in and reduced to mush. Whoosh! A stream of divine power quickly reassembled far off in the distance, reforming Skyleaf's body. Blackpeak! Skyleaf's face was ashen. He had just had his face stomped on so hard that it had been destroyed. How could he not be enraged by this sort of insult? Blackpeak, our captain, had already lost. You went too far. Blackpeak. Skyleaf's soldiers were all furious. In our duels, the only rule is that we are not allowed to kill our opponents. Everything else goes, right? Blackpeak's face was a mask of innocent confusion. All I did was cave his chest in and stomp his face in. He's an elder god. That's not nearly enough to kill him. I didn't break the rules, right? Even if you reported it to Star-Lord Fogbeast, he'd find me innocent. Damn. Damn him. All of the soldiers had ugly looks on their faces. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh in surprise. When these two had fought, they had controlled their power in an extremely meticulous way, with no wasted energy or movements. Both Blackpeak and Skyleaf were more powerful than Lord Demonheart had been. The chubby elder god Baiwu had been standing next to Ning. Now, he stepped forward. Everyone fell silent as they all turned to look at Baiwu. Baiwu said in a cold voice, I'll duel you next. You? Blackpeak said disdainfully, you are a silver-scale soldier. I can't be bothered. Aren't you a silver-scale soldier yourself? Elder God Baiwu said coldly, what, do you still take yourself to be a gold-scale soldier? If you forget, take a look at the armor you are wearing. Blackpeak's face instantly changed. Clearly, Baiwu had just hit him where it hurt. He was an incredibly proud person. Even though he had been demoted, he still felt himself to be a gold-scale soldier, an equal of the other captains. Blackpeak stared at Baiwu coldly. Very well. Since you insist on giving me your treasures, I have no choice but to accept. But if you want to duel me, you need to prepare at least 50 bottles of chaos nectar. Otherwise, don't even bother taking your stakes out. If I lose, I'll give my 9-star skyhooks to you. Elder God Baiwu's body blurred momentarily as he manifested a total of 6 arms, each of which held onto a curved hook. A set of 9-star skyhooks? I'll be generous in value, that is being worth 60 bottles, Blackpeak said. Good. Elder God Baiwu looked at him coldly. Baiwu, don't do this. Blackpeak is incredibly strong. His fellow soldiers quickly began to send mental messages urging him to back down. Quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals were watching this happen from afar. Blackpeak is quite strong. He was one of the strongest goldscale captains we had. Even Skyleaf lost to him. For Baiwu to challenge him is just foolishness. Baiwu is definitely going to lose. Skyleaf, you should talk your soldier out of this. It isn't worth it for him to lose a set of chaos treasures just like this, a spectator purposefully called out in a loud voice. Captain Skyleaf was just doing just that. He sent mentally, Baiwu, I'll eat my loss and swallow my pride for now. When I become more powerful, I'll come back and challenge him again. If you go, all you'll do is lose your treasure. It isn't worth it. But Baiwu completely ignored everyone as he marched straight towards Blackpeak. Blackpeak smirked. Boom! Whoosh! Dot! The two transformed into streaks of light and clashed against each other. This Baiwu fellow is really strong. All of the spectating elder gods and ancestral immortals were rather surprised, because Baiwu had just shown himself to possess the power of a supreme elder god. The two were actually fighting to a standstill. Baiwu, you made a breakthrough? Skyleaf revealed a look of surprise and joy. Brother Baiwu, kick his face in. Teach him a lesson, Brother Baiwu. Skyleaf's soldiers were all hollering excitedly on his behalf. The pudgy elder god Baiwu continuously struck out with his 6 hooks. No matter how hard the warhammers struck at him, he was able to easily deflect every single attack. His pudgy body was like a ball of meat that continuously rolled everywhere, easily absorbing and deflecting the force of the Blackpeak's blows. Ah, so you actually have a bit of power after all. Pity for you that it won't make a difference. The warhammers suddenly vanished from Elder God Blackpeak's hands, only to be replaced by 6 slender swords. Swish! Both his body and his swords were extremely slender. His movements became ghostly and unpredictable as he launched a furious barrage of blows with his slender swords against Baiwu. Previously, his attacks had been dominating and savage. Now, they were strange and unpredictable. These were two diametrically opposed styles of combat, and this sudden change caused all of the watching elder gods and ancestral immortals were quite shocked as Blackpeak quickly seized the upper hand. Boom! Baiwu vomited out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked flying by a hard kick. He lost. The soldiers next to Skyleaf all shook their head. Ugh! The spectators all shook their heads as well. Swish! Suddenly, a black streak of lightning flashed past, covering Baiwu and quickly moving him away. Blackpeak had been about to trample over Baiwu, but he immediately came to a halt. Frowning, he stared off into the distance where a silver-scaled youth was holding Baiwu in his arms. A moment later, the youth released Baiwu. If he lost, he lost. No need to keep hitting him, the silver-scaled youth said. Baiwu, why haven't you given me your 9-star skyhooks yet? Elder God Blackpeak smirked. Baiwu gritted his teeth, then waved his arm and sent his 6 hooks flying over. Elder God Blackpeak accepted them smugly, then began to laugh with delight. He pointed at Skyleaf, Baiwu, and the rest of the elder gods. I've been pretty pissed lately. Thanks for presenting yourselves before me and letting me beat you up. That really felt good. And you gave me quite a few treasures as well. Aha, and just look at the looks in your eyes. Do you want to keep dueling me? I'll take on any of you. If you want to give me your treasures, I'd hardly refuse. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I want to compete against you, Dot. Blackpeak glanced over, puzzled. It was the silver-scaled youth who was standing next to Baiwu. You? Blackpeak laughed. What's going on with the silver scale soldiers? All of them are getting too big for their britches. For yet another one to challenge me. You are a silver scale soldier as well, the youth said. Blackpeak's face instantly turned ugly. If the bet is too small, I can't be bothered, Blackpeak said coldly. If the bet is too big, I'm afraid you won't dare to accept, Ning replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 7, The First Battle. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 7, The First Battle. Won't dare to accept? A bet with you? Elder God Blackpeak's face turned even uglier as rage began to burn within his heart. Ever since he had returned after losing a few elder gods, the soldiers of the Fogstone army had all treated him in a completely different way. In fact, some would actually curse at him to his face or mock him, with elder god Skyleaf being one of them. These insults and this mockery caused him to feel quite unhappy. He had lived for more than a chaos cycle and had no hope of breaking through to become a world god. For people like him, face mattered more than anything else. In recent days, he had been stewing angrily. For Skyleaf to duel him was one thing. For a silver scale soldier like Baiwu to challenge him as well? Bah, forget it. He was still a figure with quite the reputation. But now, a silver scale soldier he had never even met before was also daring to challenge him? Yes. A bet with me. Ning looked at him. What's the bet? Blackpeak smiled coldly. No matter how much you bring out, I'll match it. 300 bottles of chaos nectar, Ning said. 300 bottles? Blackpeak blinked, then let out a cold laugh. Do you even have that much? Take it out. Supreme Elder Gods would generally be able to take out 100 bottles of chaos nectar. If they also added their magic treasures into the mix, they might just barely hit 300 bottles worth, but how many would generally be willing to add their most important treasures to the stakes of a duel? But Ning waved his hand, causing more than 10,000 chaos gems to appear next to him. There are 160 sets of chaos gems here. In the primordial chaos, chaos gems and chaos nectar were the most commonly used currencies. A single drop of chaos nectar was equivalent to a single chaos gem, with a set of chaos gems being equivalent to 99 gems. Ning had pillaged all of the elder gods of the prison world. He had acquired some chaos nectar as well as quite a few chaos gems from them. The total number of chaos gems he had acquired was over 160 sets. These two chaos treasures should be worth at least 140 bottles of chaos nectar. Ning waved his hand again, causing a pair of chaos treasures to appear. One was a pair of flying scissors that was shaped like a flood dragon, while the other was a set of 9 flying needles. These were both quite valuable top-grade chaos treasures which Ning had acquired. So you have some treasures after all. A cautious look appeared in Blackpeak's eyes as he looked at Ning. This unremarkable little silver-scale soldier appeared to be hiding quite a few secrets. Screw him. I've made a few breakthroughs lately, and I dare say none of the supreme elder gods of the Fogstone army are definitively stronger than me now. Only the 5 generals are definitely more powerful than me and can beat me. What, can this silver-scale soldier possibly have the power of a general? The flames of rage within Blackpeak's heart began to burn brighter and brighter, and his aura began to increase in might as well. Fine. 300 bottles of chaos nectar. I'll take that bet. Blackpeak waved his hand, causing 240 black jade bottles to appear alongside the 9-star skyhooks. 100 of the bottles had come from Skyleaf while the hooks had come from Baiwu. Only the 140 of the bottles really belonged to him. He had actually prepared the chaos nectar for the sake of this duel, but he had all but wiped out his savings in doing so. If Ning had chosen to wager 500 bottles, Blackpeak really wouldn't have been able to provide enough chaos nectar. He probably would have been forced to throw his most important treasures into the mix. A bet of 300 bottles of chaos nectar. This was quite the wager. Supreme Elder Gods rarely made wagers of this magnitude. As for ordinary Elder Gods or even elite Elder Gods, most of them wouldn't be able to come up with that much money, even if they pawned everything they had. 300 bottles? I don't think I've met that silver scale soldier before. Any of you know him? No clue. Never met him. I don't know him either. The Fogstone army only has so many Elder Gods and ancestral Immortals. Where did this guy come from? He probably is quite strong. If he dares to make a bet of this size, of course he must be strong enough to back it up, but so what if he's strong? Blackpeak might be an idiot, but he really is powerful. In the past, he's always used warhammers, but just now he switched to using those slender swords. I bet Blackpeak is hiding even more techniques that we don't know about. I'll wager that none of the Supreme Elder Gods of the Fogstone army are definitively stronger than him. Do you really think a silver scale soldier will be able to beat him? Agreed. He's just a silver scale, after all. The spectating Elder Gods and ancestral Immortals all chatted amongst themselves. Clearly, in their eyes there was a limit to how impressive this unremarkable-looking silver-scale soldier could be. They refused to believe that someone with the power of a general would be so bored as to pretend to be a silver-scale soldier. Even if the man wanted to be low-key, there was no way he would be that low-key. Don't do it, Brother Dark North. Brother Dark North, this Blackpeak guy is hiding his true power. I suffered due to it just now. Dark North, the soldiers under Elder God Skyleaf all hurriedly sent mental messages to him, urging him to stop. They had feasted alongside him just now and were rather friendly towards him. In addition, it could be said that Ning had stood up for them just now. They didn't wish for Ning to lose his treasures to Blackpeak. No need to worry, my friends. Ning turned his head and smiled towards them. Skyleaf and the others felt helpless. Cultivators at their level wouldn't be so easily dissuaded. Brother Dark North probably has some certain special techniques that he is confident in, but what he doesn't realize is that the soldiers of the Fogstone army all have access to the various legacies and techniques of Fogstone. They won't have any glaring weaknesses in any areas. It'll be hard for him to achieve victory using whatever special skills he has. Ugh, he's too new. There's too much that he doesn't know. Skyleaf and the others all shook their heads in worry. The more powerful a legacy was, the fewer flaws it would have. Ning, for example. He was skilled in soul defense, heart force scouting, resistance to illusions, and had powerful protective divine abilities. He was quite formidable in every single aspect, all because of the many techniques included in World God Northrest's legacy. Dealing with someone like him, who had no glaring weaknesses, would be an incredibly difficult task. Blackpeak was a supreme elder god of the Fogstone army. He naturally had learned quite a few formidable techniques of his own as well. The chances of successfully using a special technique to defeat him would be very, very low. The drill area. Blackpeak and Ning stared at each other from afar. For you to gift me with so much chaos nectar, ahahaha. Blackpeak held 4 heavy warhammers in his hands as he boomed out with laughter, his powerful aura rolling out in waves around him. As for Ning, he just stood there in a very placid manner, his aura the same as it normally was. He had been planning to familiarize himself with this army camp first, which was why he had kept his aura in check this entire time. His aura was merely that of an ordinary elder god's. If he was to allow his true aura of a half-step world god leak out, he probably would have immediately become the focal point of the entire planet. Ning wasn't the flashy, ostentatious type. He preferred to keep a low profile whenever possible, and now an unexpected benefit of that was that he was going to earn some chaos nectar. He was going to teach Blackpeak a lesson at the same time as he earned some money. Wasn't this just perfect? Be careful now. I kicked your captain's face in just a few moments ago, Blackpeak said. As he spoke, he also attacked with his full power, not daring to be negligent. Just show me what you have. Ning stood there without moving. The silver-scale soldier isn't even taking out his weapons? Is he actually planning to use his hands? Blackpeak mused to himself. It was quite common for experts to use their hands to fight. His hands were even more dexterous and nimble than most weapons. One could strike with a palm, a fist, a finger, or a claw. There were also some special body-enhancing techniques that could refine one's hands to make them as powerful as magic treasures. Humpha! Blackpeak instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Ning. As he flew over, he lashed out with his giant warhammers, causing the air to shudder as though the heavens themselves had come crashing down to earth. Fall! Blackpeak roared loudly. Star-seizing hand! Ning immediately struck out with his right hand. His palm was filled with tremendous power, as though it was the gigantic axe which Pangu had used to cleave heaven from earth. It became 300 meters large as it smashed towards Blackpeak like a gigantic black storm cloud. Ning's hands were comparable to chaos treasures and were completely capable of withstanding the tremendous amount of divine power which was instantly unleashed by his star-seizing hand. He had the body of a half-step world god. When he allowed his star-seizing hand to burst forth with power, he was overwhelmingly stronger than almost any supreme elder god. Fall! Blackpeak's words continued to echo in the air, and his eyes were filled with madness as he sent his great warhammer in a vicious blow towards the giant palm. So what if he makes his palm huge? Even if he makes it 10,000 kilometers long, I'll still smash it into meat paste. Boom! The warhammer smashed against the giant palm. Rumble! It was like swatting a mosquito. When the giant palm came crashing down, it smashed Blackpeak down to the point of imprinting him into the ground. Ning withdrew his palm. Everyone present was silent. All of the elder gods and ancestral immortals turned to look at Ning. Blackpeak crawled out of the Blackpeak-shaped impression in the ground, an ugly look on his face. He growled out, "I haven't lost yet." As soon as they had exchanged blows, he had instantly realized how terrifyingly strong this silver-scale soldier was. In a head-on collision, there were very few supreme elder gods who would be a match for him, but in a real battle, raw strength alone wasn't worth that much. Whoosh! The warhammers disappeared from Blackpeak's hands, replaced by those thin swords. Swish! He transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Ning once more. Shameless! You got the crap smashed out of you just now. If he had pressed the attack, you would have been finished. The spectators all shook their heads, but they didn't say anything. This was because in a normal duel, the duel would proceed until one side was completely unable to fight back, had his body completely smashed apart, or perhaps had his protective magic treasures knocked far away. Only then would the duel be considered lost. Simply being knocked down didn't really matter that much. Blackpeak's body was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. It wouldn't be so easily damaged. If he didn't want to admit defeat, there was nothing that could be said or done about it. Generally speaking, he would have voluntarily admitted defeat for the sake of saving face, but the thing was, Blackpeak still thought he could win. He's just physically strong. I won't compete against him in strength. Blackpeak's four slender swords struck out towards Ning in a ghostly, unpredictable fashion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 8, Chaos Immortal Abysses. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 8, Chaos Immortal Abysses. Go! Ning once more struck out with his palms. If Supreme Elder God wanted to avoid competing on raw strength, he would have to use some of his true abilities if he still wished to win. As far as raw strength went, even Old Man Yuan's Black Lotus Guard had been beaten by Ning to the point of collapse. This was a testament to Ning's raw strength. As for technique, Ning hadn't even used any of his sword arts yet. Ning's palms once more transformed into a pair of giant black storm clouds that covered the skies, but this time the storm clouds moved even faster than before. They moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos, and they carried a strange aura of destruction about them. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Heavenbreaker Stance. Ning had reached such a high level in sword arts that his Heavenbreaker stance possessed truly shocking amounts of power. It had become even faster than before, and it also carried a terrifying aura of utterly crushing annihilation that made it difficult for an enemy to dodge. How can he be this fast? Elder God Blackpeak couldn't even dodge in time. All he could do was stare wide-eyed as the giant black storm clouds came smashing down towards him once more. Damn! He hurriedly used the 4 slender swords in his hands to block. Boom! Blackpeak staggered backwards but was still able to block the attack in a stable manner. He was skilled in every aspect: furious attacks, strange sword arts, and defense. The reason why he had been knocked down the first time was because he had overestimated himself and competed against Ning in raw strength. Despite that, he had been able to endure the full brunt of Ning's attack. Now that he was using 4 swords to ablate the force of Ning's strikes, he was able to hold his own. This Blackpeak's defensive powers are actually a bit inferior to Old Man Yuan's. After this second clash, Ning became certain of his victory. Old Man Yuan was able to use palm strikes to set up a completely airtight defense. Ning had to use the Heartsword stance in order to achieve victory. Blackpeak was more skilled in offensive attacks. Although he did understand certain defensive arts and mysteries, he was still a bit inferior compared to Old Man Yuan. Blackpeak is actually losing? Blackpeak is completely focusing on defense. He isn't able to launch any attacks at all. The difference in power between the two is quite obvious. This silver-scale soldier's palms are able to strike faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. How impressive! He's also incredibly powerful as well. Blackpeak focuses on physical strength, but even he isn't able to withstand the silver scale's blows. All the watching elder gods and ancient gods sighed in amazement. This was too incredible. Fall down. Ning suddenly let out a roar as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. All 6 of his arms suddenly stretched out, transforming into 6 enormous black storm clouds that all moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. He once more used the Heavenbreaker stance of the Bright Moon, Sword Art, striking out with incomparable ferocity as his palms smashed down towards Blackpeak. The 6 massive palms struck out in a furious, consecutive series of blows that seemed to have no end. He's terrifying. Who could possibly withstand such a furious barrage of palms? Fast and furious. All of the elder gods and ancestral immortals, including the ones under Captain Skyleaf who had chatted and feasted with Ning, felt a cold chill. They could tell that almost no supreme elder god could compete against Ning's palms in raw power. For it to also surpass the limits of the heavenly Daos in speed. The 6 palms continued to furiously rain down upon Blackpeak with tremendous power and great speed. Ning's technique seemed simple, but all of the elder gods and ancestral immortals present felt as though they couldn't even breathe. There was no way to defeat this at all. Sometimes, the simpler something was, the more it could drive someone to despair. No. Impossible. Blackpeak was drowning in palm shadows. He was only able to withstand the attack for a brief moment before finally falling down. In the end, his defenses simply weren't good enough. Whoosh! As soon as he fell down, Ning struck him with a giant palm. His body went completely limp, then Ning seized him and lifted him up. Ning dispelled the 3 heads, 6 arms, divine ability, hoisting Blackpeak up with one hand. Blackpeak struggled forcefully with his 4 arms, but Ning was simply too strong. He was completely unable to break free. Give up? Ning looked at the captured Blackpeak. Blackpeak gritted his teeth. 300 bottles of chaos nectar. Ning shook his head. It seems as though you are going to force me to seal you away and then slowly refine you. Blackpeak's body was comparable to a top-grade protocosmic treasure. If Ning wanted to actually break his body apart, he would either have to use Violet Jewel or seal the man away and slowly refine him to death. I admit defeat. Blackpeak lowered his head and spoke these words with extreme reluctance. What do you think? Two figures were standing at the very edges of the area. One was the grey-robed elder Fuchsia, the master of the mustering grounds. The other was a handsome, white-haired, white-robed man. The handsome man was carrying a box on his back as he quietly watched the battle proceed between Ning and Blackpeak. He's quite ferocious. The white-robed, white-haired man sighed softly. He must have trained in an extremely formidable divine ability. How else could he be this dominating in raw strength? His palm arts are quite formidable as well. Every palm strike surpasses the limits of the heavenly Daos, Fuchsia said. The white-robed man nodded slowly. Still, if this is all he has, there's no need for us to have my master get involved. This might be just part of his true power, Fuchsia said. I have the feeling that he wasn't lying to me. The white-robed man nodded as he continued to watch. Ning withdrew his palms, allowing Blackpeak to fall to the ground. Blackpeak rubbed his throat, then gave Ning a hard look. I'll remember you. The stakes? Ning said calmly. The stakes, ... Elder God Blackpeak, hand over the stakes. Captain Skyleaf and the other elder gods and ancestral immortals all grew excited and ran over to stand next to Ning. Elder God Baiwu excitedly slapped Ning on the shoulders and sighed in amazement, impressive. Given how strong you are, why the hell are you wearing silver scale? You should at least have a set of gold scale armor. Blackpeak, don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and hand over the stakes. Blackpeak let out a snort, then waved his hand, causing the 240 bottles of chaos nectar and the 9-star skyhooks flew over to Ning. He then turned his head and left, his body blurring as he disappeared into the army camp. Ning waved his hand, collecting the items. Brother Baiwu, here's your treasure. Ning handed the 9-star skyhooks over to Elder God Baiwu. I see can't, Baiwu hurriedly waved in refusal. I lost it to Blackpeak, while you won it from him. This is something you actually use in battle. You've used it for many years. I imagine you must be quite used to it by now, Ning said. Baiwu hesitated a moment. This set of treasures had indeed accompanied him for a long period of time, and he was emotionally attached to them. He gritted his teeth, then nodded. All right, I'll accept them back. Brother Dark North, I owe you one. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just let me know. Elder gods and ancestral immortals generally weren't willing to be in the debt of another. The only reason why Baiwu had accepted the treasures was because he truly had used them for a very long period of time. Captain Skyleaf. Ning waved his hand, causing 100 bottles of chaos nectar to float over towards him. No need. Skyleaf laughed and shook his head. If I lost some chaos nectar, so be it. I won't go so far as to take it back. No need to even discuss this. Accepting the chaos nectar meant accepting a favor from Ning. Baiwu might have accepted his treasures back, but he was planning to repay Ning as well. Come. Dark North won so much that we really need to feast in celebration. We stopped halfway through the last one. We didn't even get to finish. Right. Let's go. The elder gods and ancestral immortals were all quite happy. To make Blackpeak suffer a loss like this was a happy thing. Don't be in such a rush, everyone. Two figures walked towards them from afar. It is Imperious. The white-robed, white-haired man and Fuchsia walked over towards the group. Brother Fuchsia. Ning smiled. This is Imperious. Fuchsia made the introductions. He is the senior disciple of Immortal Abyssus. The handsome man known as Imperious was dressed in long robes and carried a box on his back. He smiled and said, on my master's orders, I've come to invite you to the Abyssus Palace. The elder gods and ancestral immortals nearby were all shocked. Hurry up and go. Dark North, hurry up and go. A Chaos Immortal has summoned you. They all secretly sent mental messages over to Ning. Ning felt his heart clench in nervousness as well. One of the 9 world-level experts resident on Fogstone was known as Immortal Abyssus. He was a Chaos Immortal who had joined from outside the region. He had been a wanderer of the primordial chaos, but he had decided to take up residence on Fogstone, possibly because he was tired of wandering or for some other reason. Almost all of Immortal Abyssus' disciples had originally been his followers who had decided to join him on Fogstone. All of them were outsiders. After taking up residence on Fogstone, he had only accepted a grand total of 2 disciples over the course of countless years. It seems as though Immortal Abyssus will be the one responsible for verifying my strength, Ning mused. I've heard about the power of world-level cultivators for so long, but I've never actually met one. Immortal Abyssus would be the first world god or Chaos Immortal Ning would meet. Everyone, I'll head to the Abyssus Palace first. Ning turned to nod towards Skyleaf and the others. Let's go, Ning said. Escorted by Island Master Fuchsia and ancestral Immortal Imperius, Ning departed from the army camp. The citadel was quite large, and the 9 world-level cultivators all resided in their own palaces. That's Abyssus Palace over there. Imperius pointed towards a distant, towering palace that was almost completely black in color. The palace emanated golden ripples of power in every direction, with the ripples being so strong as to cause even Ning to feel secretly shocked. Abyssus Palace is a Dao treasure. Imperius laughed. When we followed Master in adventuring through the primordial chaos, we went to countless dangerous areas. In many cases, we had to rely on the Abyssus Palace to survive. Ning nodded. There was a guard at the entrance of Abyssus Palace. Upon seeing Imperius, Fuchsia, and Ning fly towards him, he stepped aside and didn't try to stop them. The insides of the palace were quite spacious. Beautiful women belonging to many different races could be seen everywhere, as well as valuable beasts and birds. There were also springs of water that emanated auras of intoxicating spirituality. Clearly, these were extraordinary holy springs. Master is in the main hall. Imperius pointed towards the front, then smiled. After he learned of your presence, he was quite curious about you. Eldest apprentice brother, eldest apprentice brother. A lively young maiden dressed in gauze came running out. When Ning saw her, he was secretly puzzled. She was merely a true immortal. For a true immortal to become apprentice to Immortal Abyssus was no easy feat. What is it, junior apprentice sister? Imperius asked. World god Blackmist has arrived. The maiden hurriedly lowered her voice and whispered, he's right there inside the hall. Master is accompanying him. Ning's heart thumped. World god Blackmist? Of the 9 world-level experts on Fogstone, 3 were world gods. World god Blackmist was one of them. Oh? A thoughtful look seemed to flash past Imperius' eyes as he grinned at Ning. It seems you've attracted quite a bit of attention, brother Dark North. Come, let us have you pay your respects to Master and world god Blackmist. Right. Ning, Elder God Imperius, and Island Master Fuchsia walked towards the gates of the hall together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 9, Sword Arts. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 9, Sword Arts. After entering the main hall, Ning felt as though he had entered a completely different world. He had heard nothing when he was outside the hall, but upon entering it he could clearly hear the sound of music reverberating throughout it. Ning swept the hall with his gaze. There were female immortals dancing within the hall, as well as musicians who were playing all sorts of various instruments. There were 9 separate musical groups spread throughout the hall, each separated by curtains of brocade cloth. There had to be several hundred musicians present as well as several hundred dancing female immortals. All of them merely fluttered about at the margins, providing just a bit of extra festivity. Greetings to you, Senior Black Mist, Ancestral Immortal Imperious said respectfully.
Master, I've brought Elder God Dark North.
Ning glanced upwards. There were 2 tables placed at the front of the great hall. On the left sat a white-haired elder dressed in loose white robes, while on the right sat a black-haired man who looked rather sloppy and poorly dressed. Both of them emanated ripples of power that were so great, they felt as though they were the ripples that would emanate from entire chaos worlds. World God. Chaos Immortal. Ning could sense that these 2 posed a deadly threat to him. Although he had just barely reached the World God threshold when using Violet Jewel, the difference in power between him and these 2 figures who had long ago crossed the threshold was still quite apparent. Respectful greetings to you, seniors. Ning and Fuchsia both spoke out with respect. As elder gods, they had enough status to speak while remaining on their feet, as opposed to true gods and true immortals who had to kneel. So you are Dark North? The old man dressed in loose white robes spoke out slowly. He was Chaos Immortal Abyssus. I am, Ning said respectfully. You seem quite confident in your skills. You asked for a world-level expert to attest to your strength as soon as you joined the Fogstone army. Chaos Immortal Abyssus smiled gently.
You've made an impression on all 9 of the world-level experts of Fogstone.
Island Master Fuchsia had made the report to all 9 of the world-level experts, including the Starlord of Fogstone. Immortal Abyssus was the first to respond, but all 9 of them knew about this matter. The World God Blackmist glanced downwards as well while sipping from his wine cup.
Master.
A red-lipped, red-robed standing off to one side suddenly spoke out loudly. We don't even know where this Elder God Dark North came from.
Are we supposed to trouble you with every random elder god or ancestral immortal, Master?
Your disciple is willing to test him out first and see how much power he actually has. If he can't even beat me, there's no need whatsoever for you to intervene. Immortal Abyssus chuckled. World God Blackmist played with his wind-up, a drunken look in his eyes. Brother Abyssus, this disciple of yours is pretty strong. You can let him have the first go with this Dark North fellow.
Might as well.
Immortal Abyssus nodded, then instructed, Disciple, have a little contest with Dark North.
Neither of you are to kill the other.
Understood, the red-robed youth said respectfully.
Understood, Ning said as well. 2 world-level experts had made their wishes known. How could he possibly disagree?
Both Immortal Abyssus and World God Blackmist were watching the proceedings from their tables.
What's your impression of Dark North?
Immortal Abyssus asked with a smile. He seems quite calm and confident, World God Blackmist said. He should have a bit of strength. Immortal Abyssus nodded in agreement.
Then who do you think will win, Abyssus? Let's watch and see.
World God Abyssus had a look of curiosity on his face. Restrictive spells automatically sprang into place within the hall, completely covering both Ning and the red-robed youth.
Ning and the red-robed youth stared at each other from within. Listen up. My name is Shadesore.
The red-robed youth produced a pair of swords within his 2 hands.
My area of expertise is sword arts. My area of expertise is also sword arts.
Ning also produced a pair of Dark North swords. Previously, he had merely used his palms and the star-seizing hand to crush Elder God Blackpeak. Now that he was performing in front of a pair of world-level experts, Ning felt it was best to be cautious. He was still able to perform sword arts better with his swords, after all. The sword was both sharper and faster. His area of expertise is sword arts? Ancestral Immortal Imperious and Island Master Fuchsia were both surprised. Ning had fought in a tyrannical, dominating fashion earlier.
He was actually a sword user as well?
He also uses the sword? World God Blackmist let out a laugh. There were 2 world-level experts on Fogstone who were extremely skilled in using the sword. One was the Star Lord of Fogstone, who had devised and was willing to sell his Skystar sword manual to those who were willing to pay the right price.
The second was World God Blackmist.
World God Blackmist was very good friends with the Starlord of Fogstone. It could be said that he had watched as the Starlord of Fogstone slowly grew up and rose to power. World God Blackmist had actually taught the Starlord of Fogstone his sword arts.
But of course, Fogstone was now far more powerful than Blackmist by now. A competition between two swordsmen. This will be interesting.
Immortal Abyssus smiled.
Blackmist, if Dark North is skilled, you can choose him as your disciple.
I told you, I'll never accept a disciple, World God Blackmist said.
Immortal Abyssus secretly shook his head.
Long ago, World God Blackmist had a disciple.
After that disciple died, Blackmist refused to accept any more disciples.
Suddenly, both Ning and the red-robed youth made their moves as they charged towards each other. Both had reached extremely high levels of expertise in sword arts and were able to control their divine power freely, letting none of it leak out or go to waste.
5th stage sword force?
His sword arts are quite impressive as well. Ning immediately felt a hint of pressure as he started to fight against the red-robed youth. The youth's sword arts were nimbler and more agile than his, like an antelope galloping through the woods or a Pegasus flying the skies. Every single strike of the sword moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. Clearly, he had also learned and mastered a technique similar to the 5 treasures. None of this surprised Ning. This was a disciple of a Chaos Immortal. After all, it made sense for him to possess this type of technique.
Whoosh! 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 Dot.
By comparison, Ning's sword arts were more unpredictable and formless. Ning was using the shadowless stance of the Bright Moon sword art. The red-robed youth found that this stance was extremely difficult to block. Your sword arts aren't bad, but if this is all you have, you aren't qualified to exchange blows with my master, the red-robed youth barked out while fighting.
Then you had best be careful. Ning let out a loud roar. Boom!
Ning's 2 fluttering swords suddenly exploded with might. His swords had previously moved in strange, unpredictable ways.
All of a sudden, they grew dramatically more powerful than before.
Prior to this, Ning hadn't been using the star-seizing hand, while the red-robed youth had actually already used his own divine abilities. Only by doing so was he able to match Ning, a half-step world god, in might. Now that Ning was using the star-seizing hand, the power of his blows increased dramatically.
Fast, strong, bizarre.
Ning's swordlight brought such tremendous pressure upon the youth that his face changed. His body blurred as he manifested a total of 6 arms, but Ning immediately manifested 6 arms of his own as he continued to press the assault.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Ning's swordlight struck with incredible weight and savagery, causing the nimble sword arts of the red-robed youth to be completely disrupted.
Boom!
A streak of swordlight slammed against the red-robed youth's body. The youth was knocked flying backwards and fell to the ground, causing even the palace hall itself trembled slightly.
The red-robed youth couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood. He's just a bit stronger than me, that's all.
The red-robed youth didn't want to accept the loss and wished to charge towards Ning once more.
Enough!
A voice rang out from on high.
If you lost, you lost.
Yes, master.
Rather embarrassed,
the red-robed youth assented in a respectful voice. He had wanted to defeat this unknown elder god, but instead he himself had been defeated. In terms of sword arts, he was actually one of the top 3 Fogstone soldiers, and yet, he had been defeated by this Dark North.
What do you think? Immortal Abyssus looked towards World God Blackmist. You are more qualified to judge him than I am.
World God Blackmist looked downwards at Ning, a hint of praise in his eyes. This Dark North has reached a very high level of skill in sword arts. It seemed as though the two were on par with each other, with Shadesword only losing because he was a bit weaker, but, in this fight, Dark North's techniques came out in a steady, unbroken stream. His techniques were very well-rounded and perfected, allowing him to battle in a very natural, unrestrained manner.
If my guess is correct, Dark North has revealed just a hint of his true prowess with the sword. He hasn't shown his most formidable techniques yet.
Oh? Immortal Abyssus was rather surprised. World God Blackmist had long ago reached the sword world level in the sword. He was better equipped to evaluate sword arts than almost anyone else. Although he hasn't revealed his most formidable techniques yet, he isn't able to hide the slick perfection of the techniques he has revealed. World God Blackmist smiled. It is very hard for a weakling to pretend to be an expert of the sword, but it is also very hard for an expert of the sword to pretend to be a weakling. Every single stance he uses is extraordinary, as is his sword intent. Abyssus, I have a rather unreasonable request to make. Oh? What is it? Immortal Abyssus asked.
Let me be the one to compete with him instead.
World God Blackmist put down his cup of wine. Only when I personally test him out will I be sure as to exactly how strong he is. Ha, my attainments in the Tao of the sword are quite average.
You are actually the best choice possible.
Immortal Abyssus nodded in agreement. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 24, Chapter 10, World God Blackmist.
Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 10, World God Blackmist. Chaos. Immortal Abyssus and World God Blackmist both suddenly turned to look towards the outside of the hall.
Whoosh! Another figure suddenly walked into the hall.
Ning, the red-robed youth, ancestral immortal Imperius, and island master Fuchsia all turned their heads to look. The new arrival was a man who was dressed in a robe of stars. He had long black hair, with every single strand of hair glimmering with the light of the stars. His gaze caused Ning and the others to feel an uncontrollable desire to drop their eyes.
This aura, Ning's heart trembled.
Upon seeing this man who had just arrived, he felt as though he was seeing the planet of Fogstone itself glittering within the skies. Star-Lord. Immortal Abyssus had already risen to his feet. He immediately waved his hand, causing a third table to appear in the center of the hall. He and World God Blackmist quickly seated themselves to either side of the table.
Child Star.
World God Blackmist rose to his feet as well. Whoosh! The starry-robed man moved to the front of the hall, then sat down in the lotus position as well.
He smiled. Second Uncle, Abyssus, please take a seat. Don't stand on such ceremony.
I just heard a short while ago that an elder god named Dark North wishes to join our Fogstone army. I just so happened to leave my meditations and had nothing to do, so I came over to take a look. Ha, Blackmist was just about to personally test this Dark North's power. Immortal Abyssus smiled.
He was very respectful towards the Star-Lord of Fogstone because the Star-Lord was an incredibly powerful figure.
Compared to him, even the other two nearby hegemons such as God Emperor Black Lotus and Sovereign East Victor were a bit lacking. Immortal Abyssus truly admired him, which was why he was willing to take up residence here.
Second Uncle, you plan to personally test him out? Ha, it seems like my decision to come here was the right one.
The Star-Lord laughed. Dark North seems to be quite talented in the Tao of the sword. World God Blackmist nodded his head and smiled. The little kid really had grown up and become powerful. The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Immortal Abyssus, and World God Blackmist chatted amongst themselves.
None of the others could hear a thing.
Is that the Star-Lord of Fogstone? Ning and the others, including the disciples of Immortal Abyssus, all felt breathless. The Star-Lord of Fogstone was a legend. Strictly speaking, every single Star-Lord of Fogstone had been a figure of incredible power. Fogstone had a long, ancient history that stretched even further back than the lineage of the Badlands Court itself. Whenever a successor became powerful, the previous Star-Lord of Fogstone would depart and go out to adventure through the primordial chaos. They would search for their own paths, and as a result many of them would die on other worlds during their adventures.
After adventuring for many years, some would come back and visit their old home.
Thus, although every so often the Fogstone lineage would be wiped out, in every case it had been quickly restored to power once more. In addition, whenever any of the successors formally assumed the mantle of Star Lord of Fogstone, they would suddenly become dramatically more powerful. One of the reasons why Ning had decided to join Fogstone was precisely because the Star Lords of Fogstone had very deep roots. They could rely on the power of Fogstone itself to quickly improve themselves.
Dark North. Immortal Abysses spoke out. Present.
Ning replied with respect. It shall be World God Blackmist who tests you out, Immortal Abysses said. World God Blackmist has long ago reached the sword world level in the Tao of the Sword.
Don't waste this opportunity. Understood. Ning grew excited. Sword world? The 6th stage of sword force? The stage which allowed one to become a world god through the Tao of the Sword? My second uncle rarely shows his power. You need to treasure this, the Star Lord of Fogstone said with a laugh. I won't take advantage of you, kid. World God Blackmist waved his finger, causing a drop of blood to fly towards Ning and manifest into an identical clone of Blackmist. However, this clone's aura was noticeably weaker. This blood incarnation is a bit weaker than an ordinary elder god.
Use your most powerful attacks against me.
All right. Ning's eyes lit up. Ning and Blackmist's incarnation stared at each other from afar.
Blackmist's incarnation was rather weak in both speed and strength for an elder god, while Ning was a half-step world god. This gave Ning a huge advantage, but Ning knew that his opponent was at a much higher level of skill and enlightenment than himself. Senior Blackmist, this is the most powerful sword art I have developed to date. Please provide me with some advice, Ning said solemnly, holding a single sword with a two-handed grip. The entire hall suddenly seemed to echo with his sword intent as Ning took complete control over the entire area. Nameless, sword art, heartsword stance. Ning had gone into seclusion for 300 years after the End War, which translated into 6,000 years in the Heavengazer Tower of Radiance. Although he had spent much of the 6,000 years restoring his bodies, most of his attention had been spent on meditating on the Tao and on the sword. His sword arts were even more formidable and perfected than they had been when he had slain Old Man Yuan. Swish! Ning flew forward, his entire being seeming to have transformed into a sword.
This sword intent. He really is a true expert in the Tao of the Sword.
Blackmist's incarnation let out a laugh as he produced a sword and began to fight against Ning.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared as the two furiously battled against each other. Ning possessed tremendous power, formidable divine abilities, and shocking sword arts. World God Blackmist's sword, however, was even more unpredictable and ephemeral, causing each of Ning's strikes to fall empty and miss their mark. Second uncle, you probably won't be able to do anything to Dark North with just an incarnation.
He has gained certain insights into the true essence of the sword.
Although he's lacking in other respects, his control and mastery over the sword has reached a level of perfection. The Star Lord of Fogstone was even more skilled in the Tao of the Sword than World God Blackmist. Upon seeing this battle, he immediately laughed and gave his input.
He shows no openings or weaknesses at all.
With every step he takes, he crushes down upon me, taking advantage of the fact that I don't have enough divine power.
The incarnation of Blackmist simply didn't have enough divine power to fight.
I need to take part with my true body. Swoosh! World God Blackmist suddenly flew away from his seat, dispelling his clone and instead charging forward to battle against Ning personally.
What?
World God Blackmist has engaged with his own body.
The incarnation of World God Blackmist wasn't enough to deal with Dark North?
All the spectators, including Island Master Fuchsia and the disciples of Immortal Abysses, were stunned. Immortal Abysses himself was also puzzled.
Brother Blackmist is tremendously skilled with the sword. Although his incarnation is a bit lacking in physical strength, Brother Blackmist should be talented enough in sword arts to defeat Dark North despite being physically weaker. That's where you are wrong, the Star-Lord of Fogstone said. The Tao of the sword is a Tao meant for battle and slaughter. Thus, when most swordsmen reach a sufficiently high level of insight into the Tao of the sword, they will first gain insight over the sword intent of slaughter. This Dark North, however, didn't gain insight into the sword intent of slaughter. Instead, he gained insight into something else, a sort of absolute control over the sword. He's able to unleash the maximum power of every single stance he uses while showing almost no weaknesses or flaws, making it extremely difficult for anyone on the same level of power as him to actually defeat him. Absolute control? Immortal Abyssus didn't really understand. The Star-Lord of Fogstone chuckled calmly. The true essence of the sword is a vast, endless sea. Different experts in the Tao of the sword will gain different insights when they study the essence of the sword. The insights Dark North gained pertain to control over the sword. His sword isn't the fastest, nor is it the sharpest, but he has the most perfect control over his sword. Indeed. The deceased world god Northrest had left behind 98 stone steels for his successor, so as to help his successor master the concept of the hidden edge. This was a concept that centered around control, not an all-out attack. Later on, Ning had finally mastered the heartsword stance during the End War. The nameless sword art required its practitioners to have absolute control over their immortal swords. If one couldn't fully control the sword as one wished, then one would never be able to become truly powerful, no matter how strong one's blows became. This is a level which many experts of the Tao of the sword dream of reaching. If you are completely flawless, then when you encounter an enemy of the same level of power, it will be very difficult for that person to defeat you. The Star-Lord laughed. I only reached this level after I became a world god. My second uncle still has yet to reach this level of mastery. He's embarked on a different path in the Tao of the sword. World god Blackmist suppressed his own power as he fought, strictly competing against Ning in sword arts. Rumble. Swordlight flashed throughout the hall. Ning felt as though he had been trapped in a web of countless sword shadows, all of which were crushing down upon him. He couldn't even see any of the other people in the hall. All he could see were those attacking streaks of swordlight, each of which seemed to emerge from a black mist of sword shadows. Every single blow was ghostly yet brutal and overbearing. Kid, this here is my sword world. Take a good look. World god Blackmist's voice echoed in the hall. Ning was using every inch of power he had to defend. Supported by the Heartsword realm, his Bright Moon sword art was executed in a perfect, intricate manner, and yet, he still was at the verge of being defeated. All he could do was fight with full power, infusing all of the insights he had gained into his sword arts. In recent years, Ning hadn't been able to meet a truly skilled opponent in the Tao of the sword. He had been painstakingly training on his own this entire time. Now, however, a world god who had mastered his own sword world was sparring against him in person, giving him a chance to see a completely new world and gain an even deeper glimpse into the true, vast essence of the sword. In fact, Ning was actually beginning to gain more and more insights into the second stance of the nameless sword art. 6,000 years of training wasn't as useful as this single battle. A berserk look appeared in Ning's eyes as he did everything he could to continue fighting against world god Blackmist. He tested out many of the insights he had gained into the Tao of the sword, hoping that this battle against world god Blackmist would persist for a bit longer. In fact, his sword arts were improving at a rate which was visible to all the spectators. He's growing more powerful? The Star-Lord of Fogstone continued to watch from his position, and his eyes lit up when he saw this. It seems that this Dark North has never encountered true experts in the Tao of the sword in the past. Second uncle, spend some extra time sparring with him. It's quite rare for us to acquire such an expert in the Tao of the sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 11, The Sixth General. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 11, The Sixth General. Only when competing against a Grandmaster of the Sword would one truly be able to see one's own weaknesses. Although Ning's sword realm was very formidable, allowing him to perfectly control every single sword strike he used, its weakness was that it was too balanced. His sword wasn't fast enough, unpredictable enough, savage enough, it was lacking in many respects. When World God Blackmist used his sword arts against Ning was completely suppressed in every respect. Blackmist's sword arts were truly terrifying and contained an entire system within it. The sword world level represented a systemized understanding of the true essence of the sword, allowing one to form an entire world with it. World God Blackmist clearly had already reached that level. Slash. Swish. That's how it should be. The second stance of the nameless sword art, no wonder I always felt something was off, but. Right. During this battle, many of the questions and mysteries that had puzzled Ning were dispelled one after the other, causing Ning to feel quite excited. In his homeland of Earth, there was a saying, listening to a word of wisdom from a master is more effective than 10 years of reading. When competing against such a formidable master of the sword such as World God Blackmist, Ning found that he was improving at a shocking rate. He had trained for many years but had never encountered someone as terrifyingly formidable in the Tao of the sword before. World God Blackmist had clearly suppressed his own level of power, allowing just a little bit of it to be put on display. If he was to allow the power of his sword world to fully explode, it would be effortless for him to destroy an entire chaos world. Although Ning continued to make improvements, he was still very puny compared to the true might of this sword world. A killing stance. Right. This stance doesn't focus on stability, it focuses on attacking and killing. Ning slowly began to understand. Nameless sword art, first stance, heart sword stance. Nameless sword art, second stance, kills word stance. He truly is talented in the Tao of the sword. Immortal Abyssus watched from on high as World God Blacklist dueled against Ning. Every single streak of swordlight from Ning was more powerful and fiercer than the last as his Tao of the sword noticeably grew sharper and deadlier. He is improving quite quickly. My guess is that Dark North hasn't been training for that long, the Star-Lord of Fogstone said with a smile. Agreed. Immortal Abyssus nodded. If one didn't reach the world level in a single chaos cycle, it was almost guaranteed that one would never reach that level. For Ning to improve so quickly when dueling with a master of the Tao of the sword meant that he was clearly still in his early growth period. And in truth, the reason why his rate of improvement was this fast was primarily because he had never before had the chance to duel such an expert of the sword. But, as the red-robed disciple of Immortal Abyssus watched this fight, he felt more embarrassed than anyone else. Now do you understand the difference between the two of you? Ancestral Immortal Imperius laughed. Please don't make fun of me, eldest apprentice brother. The red-robed youth said hurriedly, only now do I realize that Elder God Darknorth was taking it easy on me. If he had revealed such terrifying sword arts from the very start, I probably would have been instantly defeated. His sword arts have completely eclipsed the sword arts of so-called supreme elder gods. He should be comparable to our 5 generals. Most likely you, eldest apprentice brother, are the only one who is definitely capable of defeating him. If eldest apprentice brother fights, of course he'll win. No question. All of the fellow disciples agreed on this. Chaos Immortal Abyssus had only joined this place after adventuring for many years in the outside world, and as he did so he was accompanied by his eldest disciple, Ancestral Immortal Imperius. Imperius was unfathomably strong, but he had never joined the Fogstone army. He was a very low-key figure, but the disciples of Chaos Immortal Abyssus and the high-level members of Fogstone all knew that the most powerful figure below the world level on this planet was actually Imperius. In fact, the 5 generals had once joined together to challenge him in secret, but all 5 of them had been defeated. Imperius was simply a low-key man who didn't like to fight. Because he had been training for far more than a chaos cycle,
his master and the Star-Lord didn't force him to go out and adventure, allowing him to live his low-key life on Fogstone.
Beating him wouldn't be easy.
Imperius watched as Ning continued to battle against World God Blackmist.
All of you are underestimating him.
When World God Blackmist first used an incarnation to fight, his sword arts were actually incredibly powerful. Despite that, he still wasn't able to do anything to Dark North. World God Blackmist has now used his sword world, but Dark North is still able to keep fighting. Although World God Blackmist is taking it easy on him, Dark North's defensive sword arts truly have reached a terrifying level.
He's too stable. His defense is airtight and completely flawless.
The other 5 generals each have their own special techniques, but when faced with Dark North's airtight defense, eventually, all of them will be defeated. Even I am not confident in being able to defeat him, Ancestral Immortal Imperius said.
Completely flawless?
The other disciples, all of whom worshipped their eldest apprentice brother, were all shocked. Given how terrifying his sword arts are, if he was to acquire a Dao sword, Ancestral Immortal Imperius shook his head. That would make him truly dangerous.
Agreed.
All of the other disciples nodded. Dark North was already incredibly powerful and an expert of the Dao of the sword. If he had a Dao sword as well, how deadly would he become? Ning's Heartsword Realm was a technique allowing him absolute control over himself and his sword. Even those more powerful than him would find it difficult to break his sword stances, unless the difference in power was truly enormous. The nameless sword art was simply too formidable. Even someone like World God Northrest, who had access to the resources of the mighty vast Heaven Palace, had been smitten by this sword art. And even to the very day of his death, he had still been far from completely mastering the entire, nameless, sword art.
Whoosh! World God Blackmist ceased his attacks.
Ning stood there, his face covered with sweat. His eyes, however, were blazing with excitement. He had been mentally exhausted just now, but he didn't care at all. This was his first time fighting against such a formidable master of the Tao of the sword. Ning naturally valued and cherished this opportunity.
Thank you, Senior, Ning said gratefully. Ning truly was extremely grateful. It had been a long battle.
At first, his sword arts had continuously improved, but towards the end he was unable to improve any further. He had already made full use of all the insights and experiences he had gained during 6,000 years of meditation in the 3 realms.
No rate of explosive could be maintained forever.
Clearly, the insights Ning had gained in recent years weren't enough to allow him to truly master the Killsword stance just yet. However, he now comprehended the majority of the Killsword stance. The parts he had yet to comprehend were the hardest parts, but of course, the power of Ning's sword arts had increased significantly as well. It's rare to encounter someone on Fogstone who understands the Tao of the sword. You can come seek me out whenever you wish, World God Blackmist said with a smile.
Understood. Ning was overjoyed. Although Blackmist had said whenever you wish, Ning wouldn't be so foolish as to actually seek him out all the time.
When training in the sword, one had to have both insights and actual combat experience. Only when he had enough insights would he seek Blackmist out for another duel.
Based on how quickly I'm improving, I should be able to master the second stance in about 10,000 years.
Ning mused to himself, if I used the Heavengazer Tower, it should only take me a few centuries. If it wasn't for World God Blackmist, Ning would probably need 100 times as much time in order to succeed. In fact, it was entirely possible that Ning would encounter a bottleneck that would stymie him, no matter how hard he tried to breach it. With a capable teacher providing guidance, he would be able to easily make his way past those bottlenecks.
A good teacher could make a tremendous difference. Dark North.
The Star-Lord of Fogstone spoke out as Immortal Abyssus and World God Blackmist both looked towards Ning.
Star-Lord.
Ning looked at him respectfully.
You are quite strong indeed.
Fogstone has a total of 5 generals.
As of today, you are now the 6th.
The Star-Lord smiled. Ning was slightly startled. General was an important rank. Not only did one have to be powerful, one generally also needed to have rendered accomplishments for the organization. Understood, Ning hurriedly said. Since you are a general, we won't place too many restrictions on you, the Star-Lord said with a smile. If my guess is correct, you probably haven't been training for too long. Right, Ning said. Since you've only trained for a short period of time, I imagine you are definitely working hard to try and break through to the world level. The Star-Lord continued, that means in the future, you'll go out adventuring. This is the lifeblood oath I need you to make in order to join the Fogstone army. It is a fairly loose one. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a scroll to fly down towards Ning. Ning accepted the scroll. Anyone who wished to join an organization would have to swear a lifeblood oath. However, if one merely joined as a guest retainer, the terms of the lifeblood oath would generally be much looser. Ning glanced through the scroll. Indeed, this lifeblood oath was a fairly relaxed one. It placed almost negligible constraints on Ning, only requiring him to be loyal to Fogstone. Star-Lord, Ning said respectfully. Can we make a slight alteration to this oath? Alteration? The Star-Lord frowned. This oath was already an extremely loose one. What part needs altering? In the future, my journeys will most likely take me beyond the Badlands territory, Ning said respectfully. Leave the Badlands? The 3 world-level experts were all puzzled. The Badlands territory was a vast place with many world-level experts. A territory of this size was more than large enough for an elder god or ancestral immortal to adventure through. I don't have a choice. I'm bound by another lifeblood oath. In the future, I'll definitely have to leave the Badlands territory and seek out a place known as Vast Heaven Palace. Ning immediately asked, might I ask the 3 of you, seniors, if you know where Vast Heaven Palace is? There was no need for him to hide the fact that he had to seek out Vast Heaven Palace. These 3 world-level figures were all much more experienced than him. Perhaps they might know where Vast Heaven Palace lay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 12, Sentinel. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 12, Sentinel. World God Black Mist, Chaos Immortal Abyssus, and the Star-Lord of Fogstone were all slightly startled. Vast Heaven Palace? The Star-Lord glanced towards the other 2, puzzled. I haven't gone to many places, just the Badlands territory, the Cicada territory, and 3 other territories. You 2 have been to many more places. I've never heard of it either. World God Blackmist shook his head. Abyssus, you've journeyed through the primordial chaos for quite some time. Have you heard of Vast Heaven Palace? Chaos Immortal Abyssus glanced downwards dubiously. Elder God Dark North, what is this Vast Heaven Palace? Is it a region, the name of a palace, or an organization? An organization. It should be quite a powerful one, Ning said. Haven't heard of it. Abyssus was rather puzzled. I've spent countless years traveling in the territories surrounding the Badlands as well as quite a few distant territories. I've been to many places and collected many star maps, but I've never heard of an organization known as Vast Heaven Palace. The other world-level members of Fogstone have been to far fewer places than Abyssus has. If not even Abyssus has heard of this place, it must be located extremely far away or in a very remote area. In fact, it could have been wiped out many chaos cycles ago, the Star-Lord said. A chill entered Ning's heart. World God Northrest, what did you do? You ran around in such a crazy manner that even a sword like Violet Jewel was nearly destroyed, ending up in a place you didn't recognize. This was going to be even harder than he thought. World God Northrest had never heard of the Badlands territory, while the Star-Lord of Fogstone, World God Blackmist, and Immortal Abyssus had never heard of Vast Heaven Palace. It must be understood that Vast Heaven Palace controlled the entire Vast Heaven territory, which meant that it should be a fairly famous organization. And yet, even someone like Immortal Abyssus, who had journeyed through many territories, had never heard of the place. From this, one could imagine just how far the Badlands territory was from the vast Heaven territory. Will I be able to find it within a single chaos cycle? Ning began to worry. I'll help you ask the other world-level experts about Vast Heaven Palace. I'll also ask my friends if any of them have heard of it, the Star-Lord said. Thank you, Star-Lord. Ning nodded. The Star-Lord gazed downwards at Ning, then shook his head and laughed. That's all I can really do. However, if not even Immortal Abyssus has heard of the place, it's unlikely that any of my friends would have heard of it. Right. Yes, we can make a slight alteration to the lifeblood oath you need to swear in order to join the Fogstone army. As he spoke, he pointed at the scroll. A twinkling little sparkle of starlight instantly descended, covering the scroll in Ning's hands and changing its contents. What do you think? The Star-Lord asked. Ning lowered his head to look at it. There were now even fewer restrictions than before, and once he became a world god there would be virtually no restrictions on him whatsoever. If you are willing to accept this, you can swear the lifeblood oath now, the Star-Lord said. Yes, Ning said respectfully, scroll in hand. This scroll effectively acted as an oathstone on its own. I swear on my very life itself. From this day forth, Ning was now a formal member of Fogstone. Even if trillions of years passed and he became far more powerful than he was now, he would still be a member of Fogstone. Within the hall. After Ning swore the lifeblood oath, the gazes of the Star-Lord, World God Blackmist, and Immortal Abyssus all turned warmer as they looked at him. They were now on the same boat, after all. Per our usual rules, you should be bestowed with some treasures and techniques now that you have joined the Fogstone army, the Star-Lord said. In a short while, I'll arrange for Fuchsia lead you to the treasury and get your things. All right, Ning said. However, be aware that Fogstone has many cultivators. We can't just give you all of our treasures, the Star-Lord said. Thus, if you wish to acquire more than just the base package, you'll have to render merits to the organization. Would you prefer to remain here on Fogstone, or would you prefer to venture outside and do battle on our behalf? I'm willing to go out and do battle, Ning said respectfully. The Star-Lord smiled and nodded. Star-Lord, Ning immediately said, I'd like to ask you a question. How many people in the Badlands territory know the Black Lotus Guard technique, are Heart Force cultivators, and are at least at the Supreme Elder God level of power? The Black Lotus Guard is one of the consummate techniques of God Emperor Black Lotus. He will never teach it to an outsider, much like how we won't teach outsiders our truly supreme skills either. Only the less important techniques will be transmitted to others. The Star-Lord of Fogstone chuckled. A Heart Force cultivator who knows the Black Lotus Guard and is at least a Supreme Elder God, the only one who fulfills all of these requirements is one of his 9 divine generals, the Mind Lord. Does the Mind Lord have a primal twin? Ning asked. He did. The Star-Lord nodded. Based on what I know, the Mind Lord's primal twin headed off to the Earthbreak area, roughly a chaos cycle, and ended up dying there. Ning was startled. The Earthbreak area? Wasn't that the area he was from? Died a chaos cycle ago? Wasn't Old Man Yuan possessed during the primordial era? There couldn't be that many coincidences. So it really is the Mind Lord. A flicker of a killing intent appeared in Ning's eyes. It made sense. He had the feeling that Godfiend Witherspike was telling the truth. As an extremely powerful cultivator who was skilled in Heart Force, he was generally able to tell when others were lying to him or not. Perhaps true Heart Force cultivators like Old Man Yuan would be able to deceive him, but people like Witherspike didn't have skills in this area. You have a feud with the Mind Lord? The Star-Lord of Fogstone asked. I do, Ning said respectfully. Oh, the Star-Lord pondered a moment, then said, how about this? Of the Chaos worlds under my command, The Windsource Chaos World lies closest to God Emperor Black Lotus domain. Combat occurs quite often there, which is why we have more than 300 elder gods and ancestral immortals stationed there permanently. You can go to the Windsource Chaos World. We already have a leader for our forces there, World God Blackmist said. The Star-Lord waved his hand, manifesting an insignia that glimmered with starlight. He tossed the insignia to Ning, who hurriedly reached out to catch it. The insignia had the word Sentinel on it. "This is the Sentinel insignia," the Star-Lord said. "From this day forth, you are my designated Sentinel. When you reach the Windsource Chaos World, you will be my representative. All the cultivators of the Windsource Chaos World will obey your commands." "Yes," Ning said respectfully. "Also, I'll send the word and make sure that the news of your arrival is kept quiet," the Star-Lord said. "You've just joined us a short while ago, very few people know of your presence. I imagine that God Emperor Black Lotus and his forces don't even know about you yet. Their ignorance of your allegiance to us will make it easier for you to strike out against them and take revenge. The 9 divine generals of God Emperor Black Lotus often travel to the Windsource Chaos World. You'll definitely find a chance to fight the Mind Lord." "Thank you, Star-Lord." Ning was overjoyed. This was a perfect arrangement. To be the Star-Lord's Sentinel was quite a lofty position. "Be careful," World God Blackmist instructed. "The armies of God Emperor Black Lotus aren't so easily dealt with." "Yes." Ning was still filled with eagerness. Sword arts were meant for battle. Only in battle would his sword arts be tempered and improved. Ning's nameless sword art in particular needed both time and actual combat experience. "Fuchsia, go ahead and lead Dark North to the treasury. After he has his items, he can immediately head off towards the Windsource Chaos World," the Star-Lord instructed. "Yes," Island Master Fuchsia said respectfully. Ning and Fuchsia then departed the hall together. "What do you think?" The Star-Lord looked towards the other two. "An excellent choice." Immortal Abyssus chuckled. "We're lucky to have such a formidable expert in the Tao of the Sword join us. My guess is that this Dark North holds an enormous grudge against the Mind Lord, which is the reason why he decided to join Fogstone to begin with. Otherwise, given his sword arts, he could have easily joined any organization aside from the Badlands Court. That's why I arranged for him to be in the Windsource Chaos World," the Star-Lord said. The border regions between two major organizations served as a meat grinder. Elder gods and ancestral immortals often died there. As far as both sides were concerned, the border regions were a good place for the cultivators of both sides to gain experience through life and death battles. Only then would they be able to grow more quickly. "Congratulations, Brother Dark North. You are now our 6th general." Island Master Fuchsia flew alongside Ning as they left the Abyssus Palace. "When you go to the Windsource Chaos World as the Star-Lord Sentinel, you'll be the undisputed leader of our forces there. Being the leader of a Chaos World is quite an excellent position. All of the cultivators in the Windsource Chaos World will try to curry favor with you." "Curry favor with me?" Ning was puzzled. "Of course. You will be guarding the place as the Star-Lord's representative. You can easily cause problems for any of them. They wouldn't dare to not curry favor with you." Fuchsia laughed. "Look, the Star-Lord's estate is over there." Ning turned to look, only to see an enormous, city-sized estate appear in the distance. The estate was surrounded by countless sparks of starlight, as though it was the very center of the entire planet of Fogstone. Ordinary Elder God soldiers might exhaust themselves for an entire chaos cycle without being able to acquire the treasures and techniques you are about to get. Fuchsia had a look of envy on his face as he led Ning into the Star-Lord's estate. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 24, Chapter 13, Statues. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 13, Statues.
The Star-Lord's estate was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. It was filled with countless edifices and emanated an aura of supreme power. What are? Upon entering the estate, Ning immediately stared off into the distance in amazement. As soon as he had entered, the first things he saw were those grayish-white statues, all shaped like humanoids. There was a statue of a dominating man whose hair was flying about, a statue of an icy, beautiful woman, a statue of a crazy old man who was roaring with laughter, a statue of a youth who was filled with a murderous aura. Every single statue seemed to be almost alive. However, they were clearly just lifeless stone sculptures. What are those? Ning was puzzled. Those are all world-level experts. Upon seeing those distant statues, a complicated look entered Fuchsia's eyes. He said softly, "Deceased world-level experts." Deceased? Ning instantly understood. So when world-level experts of Fogstone die, they are memorialized here in the form of stone sculptures. Island Master Fuchsia slowly shook his head. These are their corpses. Corpses? Ning was stunned. He turned his head to stare at the statues once more. There were dozens of them, and all of them were completely lifeless. They had no aura of life, divine power, or immortal energy. It must be understood that even the corpse of an ordinary fiend god would radiate an aura of divine power. If a chaos immortal was to die, his corpse would continue to emanate an aura of extraordinary power. But these stone statues, Ning couldn't see anything special about them at all. These are all the world gods of Fogstone who have died since time immemorial, Fuchsia said softly. They all used the Fogstone apocalypse, divine ability to fight against their foes, then perished in battle. Fogstone apocalypse? Ning was puzzled. Fogstone's lineage is an ancient one, even more ancient than the lineage of the Badlands Court, the most powerful organization in the Badlands territory. Although the Badlands Court is more powerful, Fogstone actually ranks as one of the 3 oldest lineages of the Badlands territory and is far older than the Badlands Court. Actually, there are many organizations in the Badlands territory which are older than the Badlands Court, but quite a few of them were wiped out. In the end, power is what matters. The Badlands Court was established by Lord Badlands. It naturally is the ruler of the entire Badlands territory. Island Master Fuchsia continued, the most powerful divine ability the Fogstone lineage possesses is the Fogstone Apocalypse technique. Only fiend god body refiners can train in it, and only world gods can fully master it. This divine ability is never taught to outsiders. Although Ning had purchased a star map and learned a bit of information about the region, the star map had included very little information about the truly peerless techniques which existed here. When you use this divine ability, your body will slowly transform into Fogstone. If you completely master it and use it, your entire body will become transformed into Fogstone. Fuchsia shook his head. During the petrification process, you will become terrifyingly powerful, but there's always a catch. If you run out of divine power after you complete the transformation process, you will transform into a Fogstone statue and perish. What? Ning was stunned. This will only happen to the world gods of Fogstone in the most dire of situations. Generally speaking, if you halt the divine ability once your divine power begins to run low, you'll be able to stay alive. These world gods all died in battle, Fuchsia said softly. Ning stared at the stone statues. These were all world gods who had died countless years ago. They had been forced into dire situations where they had no choice but to go all out. Some of the world gods died laughing, some died while furious, and some died calmly. This truly stunned Ning. It reminded him that the path of cultivation was one which was filled with countless dangers which could fell even a world god. World God Northrest was another classic example. Let's go, Fuchsia said. Right. Ning bowed respectfully towards the statues, then followed behind Fuchsia. The first thing Ning acquired was a suit of armor. As the 6th general of the Fogstone army, Ning was given a suit of top-grade chaos armor. These are the abridged jade slips which hold information about the many techniques Fogstone has to offer. A series of jade slips floated out from the deep recesses of a dark hall. There were thousands of them, and all of them glowed with light. The dimmer ones are the more ordinary techniques, while the brighter ones hold the elite techniques. As for the brightest slips, they hold the consummate techniques that cannot be taught to outsiders. Ning stood there within the dark room, staring at the levitating jade slips. There were only 12 of the brightest jade slips. The consummate techniques that cannot be taught to outsiders can only be learned by the generals of the Fogstone army, as well as the personal disciples of our world gods, Fuxia said. Oh? Ning immediately sent his core sense forward, scanning those 12 jade slips with it. Ning was immediately shocked by what he found. Fogstone truly had a deep foundation. Of the 12 jade slips, 3 were sword arts, and all 3 were extraordinary. The most powerful was the illusory starsword technique. It had a total of 9 stances, and by training to the 5th stance one would reach the sword world stage. Although it is quite formidable, it's still a bit lacking compared to my nameless sword art. The nameless sword art is even more profound and exquisite. Ning was an expert of the Tao of the sword. Naturally, he was able to tell which was better and which was worse. The nameless sword art's creator had to be at an incredibly high level of mastery. This was why even his first stance, the heartsword stance, was so profound as to allow cultivators to completely and fully control each stroke of the sword. The further one delved into the nameless sword art, the more profound it became. As for other sword arts, they might be quite powerful as well, but their visions and their intents were more limited in scope, making them inferior. I'll continue to focus on the nameless sword art. Ning actually ignored all 3 of these sword arts. World of Dust, Eternal Demon Heart, Violet Smoke Diagram, Fogstone Apocalypse. These divine abilities and secret arts all made Ning sigh in amazement. Incredible. Simply incredible. World God Northrest was a member of Vast Heaven Palace, but he was unable to transfer its most consummate skills to Ning. All the skills he had given Ning were the ones which he himself had acquired through his dangerous adventures. The nameless sword art and the golden statue, divine ability, were 2 extremely formidable techniques, but the rest of the techniques he had handed over were somewhat weaker. As for the consummate arts of Fogstone, they were superior to all but the nameless sword art. The partial scroll of the World of Dust was a good example. This was a technique for devising seals and tags of tremendous power. Although the scroll was incomplete, Ning could sense from the abridged version of Jade Slip that this technique should be on the same level as the nameless sword art. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. According to the records, no one was even able to gain a basic level of expertise in it. It was nothing more than an incomplete, fragmentary record of a seal devising technique. Although Ning's nameless sword art was also incomplete, at least the first stance through 7th stance were included in their entirety. Even World God Northrest had been able to train to the 5th stance, which proved that the nameless sword art was something which Ning could train in for a long period of time. The Fogstone Apocalypse, what a powerful divine ability! Ning sighed in amazement. The Fogstone Apocalypse technique was divided into 3 stages. The first stage allowed minor parts of the body to transform into fogstone, such as the hair. The transformation was a fairly minute one, but it still allowed one's divine power to increase dramatically in power. The second stage allowed for large-scale transformation of the body, allowing even the bones to transform into fogstone. As for the third stage, it completely transformed the entire body into fogstone, giving one a perfect fogstone body. When a world god's body was completely transformed into fogstone, his body would become as tough and as resilient as a Tao weapon. A body like this was capable of withstanding tremendously powerful explosions of divine power. The star-seizing hand only allowed the hands to withstand such tremendous power. The Fogstone Apocalypse allowed every single part of the body to burst with absolutely inconceivable might. The first stage alone was already comparable to the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Choose wisely, Island Master Fuchsia said. You are a general.
You may choose either 10 of the more ordinary techniques, one of the elite techniques, or part of the consummate techniques.
The consummate techniques would not be taught in their entirety at once.
Ning carefully went through the jade slips. A long while later, he made his decision. I choose this, the Fogstone Apocalypse, Ning said.
Ah?
Fuchsia was rather surprised. He had actually told Ning about the Fogstone statues earlier, after all.
He couldn't help but ask, are you sure?
Yes.
Ning nodded.
This divine ability was extremely powerful. The second stage of it was comparable to a theoretical seventh cycle of the star-seizing hand, which Ning hadn't even been able to develop yet. Ning had chosen this divine ability for 2 reasons. He wanted to train in it, but he also wanted to analyze it and use its mysteries to help him in his quest to develop the seventh cycle of the star-seizing hand. After that, Ning would want to develop an 8th cycle and perhaps even a 9th cycle. A short while later, Ning received the full jade slip. Within this jade slip was recorded the first part of the Fogstone Apocalypse technique. The first part included just the first stage and the second stage, which could both be used by elder gods. Only world gods could train in the third stage.
Brother Fuchsia, I've been given orders by the Star Lord.
I'll head out towards the Windsource Chaos World right away. Outside the Star Lord's estate, Ning was bidding Fuchsia farewell. The Windsource Chaos World is a place where we often clash with God Emperor Black Lotus troops. Be careful, Brother Dark North, Fuchsia said. Ning nodded, then soared into the skies and headed towards the direction of the Windsource Chaos World. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 14, Windsource Chaos World. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 14, Windsource Chaos World.
The Windsource Chaos World was an enormous, ellipsoid sphere.
Swoosh!
A boat flew into the Windsource Chaos World, carrying 3 cultivators within it. These 3 cultivators didn't disguise their auras in the slightest.
Why have the 3 of you come to Windsource? The air shimmered momentarily before a black-robed ancestral immortal appeared. This ancestral immortal had a pair of wings on his back and a white horn growing out of his forehead. The 3 of us have come here to scavenge for ancient relics. All 3 of the cultivators rose to their feet. They had powerful auras and were either elder gods or first-tier ancestral immortals.
Here are 3 bottles of chaos nectar.
One of the 3, a silver-haired cultivator, waved his hand and sent 3 bottles of chaos nectar over. The black-robed ancestral immortal accepted the bottles, then said calmly, "Very well. I trust the 3 of you understand that this is a border world which lies between Fogstone and the Black Lotus Empire.
Don't get caught up in our problems."
"We understand," the 3 cultivators responded, then quickly departed on their boat. Whoosh! An old man whose body was surrounded by waves of blood suddenly appeared next to the black-robed ancestral immortal.
The old man said with a smile, "Whitehorn, was that another group of treasure hunters?"
"Yes."
The black-robed ancestral immortal waved his hand, revealing the 3 bottles of chaos nectar. "Those ancient relic sites have attracted quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals over the years.
We've collected so much chaos nectar that my hands are starting to go limp." The old man shook his head. "A pity that we have to offer all of it up to our superiors. It'd be wonderful if we could keep it for ourselves."
Do you think all of those elder gods and ancestral immortals would obediently hand over those bottles if they were meant for you?
The black-robed ancestral immortal smirked. The Windsource Chaos World. It wasn't a chaos world that had been created through completely natural means. The Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World had started out as world hearts which gave birth to fiend gods. The strongest of the fiend gods had established the Chaos World, then perished. The Windsource Chaos World, however, had been artificially created by an ancient and enormously powerful figure. That ancient figure had taken over nearly half of the Chaos world for his own use, transforming it into his own immortal estate. After he had died, his immortal estate had become a relic site. The home of a powerful cultivator, even a deceased one, was an extremely dangerous place. The cultivator would have set down many layers of traps in order to ensure that it would be difficult for anyone to invade. Thus, even though this ancient figure had died, his estate remained filled with layers of dangers. However, the techniques and treasures which the deceased figure had left behind were also powerful enough to drive countless cultivators wild. The Windsource Ruins was an incredibly famous place. Even world gods and chaos immortals had lost their lives there. To this very day, the Windsource Ruins was still filled with mysteries. However, the cultivators that managed to survive it and come back with treasures ensured that there would forever be a steady stream of fortune seekers. Want to try your luck? No problem. Just pay the entrance fee. When using a spacetime transfer array, you had to pay a bottle of chaos nectar. This relic site belonged to Fogstone, and so if one wished to visit it, one would have to pay the fee. World gods and chaos immortals naturally didn't have to pay anything, but elder gods and ancestral immortals did. Otherwise, they would be surrounded and attacked by the Fogstone army, which would be a rather miserable ending. The most profitable enterprise in the Badlands territory lay in operating spacetime transfer arrays, but all 21 of them had been taken over by the Badlands court. The other powers could do nothing besides envy them. Has the Sentinel arrived yet? A muscular gold-scale fiend god suddenly appeared next to them. Not yet. The black-robed ancestral immortal shook his head. We've been watching for him this entire time. The old man, surrounded by bloody waves, was a bit worried. I wonder what sort of a personality the Sentinel has. Whitehorn and I have been managing the Windsource Chaos world for several chaos cycles. I hope this new Sentinel won't rip us off too badly. The Windsource Chaos world was a world which had been established by an ancient power. Naturally occurring chaos worlds were only able to survive for a single chaos cycle before they would decay and then be reborn. The Windsource Chaos world was protected by the Windsource Ruins within it and thus had been able to exist for an extremely long period of time. I heard that this Sentinel is a new general. The Goldscale Fiend God lowered his voice. Our Fogstone army only had a total of 5 generals, with him becoming the 6th. I've never met this guy either. I have no idea what he is like. Keep praying, you too. Right. The other two both felt rather nervous. Sentinels were responsible for overseeing certain region. They were given tremendous amounts of power. Just as the three of them were discussing this new Sentinel. Swish! A tear suddenly appeared in the skies on the opposite end of the Windsource Chaos world. A streak of light flew out from the tear, then came to a halt. It was Ning. Something just happened. The black-robed ancestral immortal, the old man, and the goldscale fiend god all hurried over. As they teleported over, they saw a white-robed youth appear in midair, staring downwards towards this vast chaos world. He looks identical to the painting we were given. The three of them didn't hesitate at all, immediately flying over towards Ning. The black-robed ancestral immortal immediately asked, "Are you the new Sentinel?" Ning waved his hand, producing an insignia. Rumble. The insignia emitted a wave of overwhelming power that had an aura identical to that of the Starlords. "We bow in greetings to you, Sentinel." The three of them hurriedly called out respectfully to Ning. There was no way the Sentinel insignia could be counterfeited, and once the Starlord gave it to Ning, he would become the only person capable of using it. No other elder gods or ancestral immortals would be able to use it. Ning nodded. The three of you are. I'm Whitehorn. He's Bloodsea. The two of us are responsible for managing all affairs of the Windsource Chaos world, great or small. The black-robed ancestral immortal hurriedly answered the question. I am Elder God Mountain Eater. The
The gold-scale soldier was incredibly muscular, but he had a simple, honest look in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "The 321 elder gods and ancestral immortals stationed in the Windsource Chaos World all obey my commands. Per the Star-Lord, from this day forth I shall obey the Sentinel's commands." Ning smiled and nodded. Given how many Chaos Worlds the Star-Lord commanded, it only made sense that he had designated certain individuals to manage them. Generally speaking, he would arrange for 2 elder gods or ancestral immortals to watch over each Chaos World as well as each other. In addition, the Star-Lord would also occasionally send out a sentinel to oversee certain areas and ensure that the local managers weren't plundering the worlds they were supposed to oversee. The Windsource Chaos World was under the management of ancestral immortal Whitehorn and elder god Bloodsea. "The 3 of you can simply refer to me as Sword Immortal Sunrise," Ning said. Since the Star-Lord was helping him to disguise his identity, Ning naturally was going to use a false name as well. "Sword Immortal Sunrise," the 3 called out respectfully. "Where is the Fogstone army stationed?" "Take me there," Ning instructed. "Right over there." Elder God Mountain Eater pointed at a distant chain of mountains. "We all live there in the Eastcom Mountains." The mountain range stretched out for thousands of kilometers. The elder gods and ancestral immortals had all chosen mountain peaks that they liked, then settled down on their respective peaks. The distance between the mountain peaks was negligible to them. Once battle began, they would be able to almost instantly gather together. "Oh?" Nin nodded and smiled. "Then I will live there as well. Brother Mountain Eater, overseeing the Windsource Chaos World is just a minor part of my duties. The real reason I've come here is to battle against the Black Lotus Empire by your side. With you by our side, General, our victory is assured." Elder God Mountain Eater chortled. "I heard that the Windsource ruins here are quite famous." Ning turned his head to glance at the Bloodsea and Whitehorn. "Do you have any reports on the Windsource ruins which you can share with me? If you do, give me a copy." "We do." The black-robed ancestral immortal immediately waved his hand, producing a jade slip which he respectfully offered to Ning. Very well then, that's all I need from you. Go do whatever you need to do," Ning instructed. "Just keep cooperating with the Fogstone army. If there's nothing urgent, no need to come speak to me." "Understood." "Understood." Both Whitehorn and Bloodsea assented respectfully. "You may leave," Ning said. Only then did the 2 depart. "He let us leave, just like that?" Elder God Bloodsea murmured in a soft voice, "Whitehorn, I thought we'd have to offer him some of our treasures. I even prepared mine already." "I know, right? This sentinel is a general, he definitely has very high standards. I was really worried about this. I never would have thought he'd let us leave, just like that." The black-robed ancestral immortal let out a sigh of relief as well. "It sounds like he doesn't really want us to bother him unless there's something urgent. It seems as though this one really isn't planning on extorting treasures out of us." "Right." Bloodsea felt jubilant as well. "General, all you had to do was say the word and they would have offered up their treasures like good little boys." Elder God Mountain Eater grinned at Ning. "Managing a place like the Windsource Chaos World is a wonderful assignment. Not just any elder god will be assigned here." Ning shook his head. Given how powerful he now was, why would he need to extort his subordinates? Ning turned his head to stare at the distant Eastcom Mountains. For a long period of time, perhaps 10,000 years or even longer, he would be living in this place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 15, Adventurers. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 15, Adventurers. The day after Ning arrived at the Windsource Chaos World. Ning alighted upon an ordinary-looking planet in the midst of the primordial chaos. This planet is perfectly ordinary. There are trillions of planets like this one in the primordial chaos. Ning nodded slowly. Ordinary is perfect.
I'll put the prison world right here. Ning waved his hand, causing a stone steel to sink down into an unfathomably deep crevice.
It fell tens of thousands of kilometers, then sank deep within a dark underground river that carried it deeper into the earth. He was going to adventure through the Badlands territory and perhaps even leave it one day.
Something dangerous might happen. He had to have a backup plan that would ensure that he would have the chance to recover. The backup clone for his true bod would remain here. Even if he lost his true body, his clone would be able to eventually recover and rebuild. However, according to the legends, there are some terrifyingly powerful secret arts that can simultaneously slay all of a person's clones at once.
Ning was still quite wary.
The Lifeblood Oath was one example. If one violated a Lifeblood Oath, one's true body, primal twin, and clones would all be devoured and killed by it. This was because the true body and the primal twin were linked together in a very special manner that the Lifeblood Oath could access. In the endless primordial chaos, there were supposedly certain terrifying figures who could use special secret arts to achieve the exact same effect, killing all the clones belonging to one's true body or primal twin. It didn't matter how many clones you had, you would still die. This, too, was part of the information which world god Northrest had left behind for Ning. However, these powerful secret arts were extremely difficult to train in and also incredibly rare. Less than 1 in 10,000 world-level experts was capable of such a technique. As for elder gods and ancestral immortals, the vast majority weren't even aware that such techniques existed. Even though I'll have a clone here, I still need to be careful, Ning reminded himself.
Swoosh! Ning flew away from this planet.
This planet was quite far away from the Windsource Chaos World, and Ning had to spend more than half a day before he could finish teleporting back. The Windsource Chaos World. The East Calm Mountains. The Sunrise Courtyard. This was a quiet, peaceful, ordinary-looking little courtyard. This was the place where Ning would live. Whoosh! A streak of light flew in from afar, alighting within the courtyard. It was Ning, who had just returned from that distant, desolate planet.
General!
A voice rang out from outside the courtyard gates. Ning glanced towards the gates, then smiled.
Come in.
The gates were pushed open and 3 gold-scale soldiers walked in from outside.
These 3 were all gold-scale captains of the Fogstone Army.
The leader of the 3 was Elder God Mountain Eater, who Ning had met the previous day. Next to him was an alluringly beautiful woman who had a bushy, snowy white tail, and a jade-haired man who emanated a freezing aura.
General, you headed out early in the morning.
These 2 didn't have a chance to come pay their respects to you, Elder God Mountain Eater said with a smile.
So these are the other 2 captains? Ning looked at the other 2. Mountain Eater quickly made the introductions. This one here is Immortal Soulflight. Greetings, General.
The alluring female gold-scale captain who had a bushy white tail spoke out, her voice tinged with mesmerizing charm.
And this is Elder God Tyrwell.
Mountain Eater then introduced the icy-looking jade-haired man next to him.
Greetings, General. Elder God Tyrwell was quite respectful as well.
The 300-plus elder gods and ancestral immortals stationed here at the Windsource Chaos World are usually divided up into 3 squads. The 3 of us are the captains of the squads, with the Star-Lord having originally assigned me to be the leader. Mountain Eater continued, now that you are here, General, we will of course obey your commands.
Ning nodded and smiled.
Soulflight, Tyrwell, this is our first time meeting each other. In the future, we'll often be fighting by each other's sides.
Please sit. Let's chat while sitting down.
The 4 seated themselves around a wooden table within the courtyard. Ning waved his hand, causing some fine wine to appear. I'm new here and don't have a good understanding of the situation between our forces and the forces of the Black Lotus Empire.
Tell me a bit about the situation, Ning said.
General.
Immortal Soulflight's voice was very pleasing to the ear. This is a border world. The closest Black Lotus Empire border world would be the Songbug Chaos world. Sometimes, they'll ambush us, sometimes, we'll ambush them. Generally speaking, the battles are kept fairly small-scale. Large-scale battles which involve hundreds of elder gods and ancestral immortals are very rare. Oh? Nin nodded slowly. Still, they usually ambush us more than we ambush them. Soulflight shook her head. We control the Windsource Chaos world and its Windsource ruins. Every single unaffiliated elder god or ancestral immortal has to pay us a bottle of chaos nectar if they wish to test their luck. Over the course of a chaos cycle, we will usually collect a cube of chaos nectar. A cube of chaos nectar represented 1,000 bottles. This was a sum that would make any world-level expert turn green with envy. That's why the Black Lotus Empire deeply desires to take over our Windsource Chaos world and why they launch repeated ambushes against us. However, we've long ago set up many layers of formations around the Eastcom Mountains. This Chaos world is our territory. When they try to ambush us, they usually end up suffering more losses than we do. Soulflight continued, when all of our elder gods and ancestral immortals join forces, we can hold off even an enemy world god. Thus, the Black Lotus Empire has never been able to do anything to us. Ning understood. The Black Lotus Empire lusted after the Windsource Chaos world, but they would most likely need to mobilize their world gods if they wanted to actually take it over. But once their world-level experts made a move, the war would instantly escalate to a dramatically different level. Fogstone had a long history, deep roots, and more world-level experts. The Black Lotus Empire didn't dare to launch a large-scale war against such a powerful organization without a very good reason. That's why the conflicts between the two were usually contained to the Elder God and Ancestral Immortal level. In truth, these conflicts were primarily meant to help train and temper their subordinates, as only through engaging in life and death battles would they be able to grow and improve. Almost none of the Elder Gods and Ancestral Immortals stationed here had been alive for more than a chaos cycle. But of course, the Black Lotus Empire probably also hoped that they might eventually get lucky and successfully take over the Windsource Chaos world. Ning chatted with 3 captains for a long period of time, gaining a general understanding of the disposition of the 3. Elder God Mountain Eater looked like a violent hulking brute, but he was actually a very steady figure. This was probably the reason why the Star-Lord of Fogstone had ordered the others to follow his lead. Ancestral Immortal Soulflight was a very excitable individual. Each time the conversation turned to warfare and combat, her eyes would gleam with excitement. She was most likely the type that loved to fight. As for Elder God Tyrwell, he was a taciturn man. Time continued to flow on. More than 100 years had passed since Ning had arrived at the Windsource Chaos world. Why have you come to the Windsource Chaos world? The black-robed ancestral immortal appeared within the skies, staring towards a golden-robed man that was sitting within a giant warship. Cut the crap. I'm here for the ruins. The golden-robed man said lazily, take your bottle of chaos nectar, but... He tossed out a bottle of chaos nectar. The black-robed ancestral immortal caught the bottle and frowned, but remained silent. These cultivators were willing to pay the fee of a bottle of chaos nectar in order to avoid offending Fogstone, but they wouldn't necessarily be polite about it. Whoosh! Space rippled like a curtain. Moments later, Ning appeared. Eh? Ning glanced at the golden-robed man within the large warship. Greetings, Sentinel. He's an adventurer, the black-robed ancestral immortal said. Oh. Ning nodded. This was his first time encountering an outsider during the century he had spent here. The golden-robed man on the warship glanced sideways at Ning, then muttered softly to himself, Sentinel? Poof. He waved his hand, causing an entire host of immortals and fiend gods to appear next to him, all of whom had the auras of either elder gods or ancestral immortals. There had to be over 100 of them,
and all of them were extremely respectful, addressing the golden-robed man as master.
"Let's go." The golden-robed man seemed quite relaxed.
The great warship flew off into the distance, disappearing in the horizons as it flew towards the ruins.
"He actually has that many retainers?" Ning was surprised.
He's a rather famous figure amongst the elder gods and ancestral immortals who go out adventuring.
His name is Elder God Skysouth.
He's a supreme elder god, but during one of his adventures he lucked into a large trove of treasures. He used those treasures to purchase over 100 elder god and ancestral immortal slaves. The black-robed ancestral immortal explained, after buying all those slaves, he then purchased an elder god formation. With that formation and with those elder gods, he's able to use his slaves to defend against even a world-level expert for a brief period of time.
That's why he is so arrogant and brash. Ning nodded. Elder gods and ancestral immortals enjoyed very long lives.
They knew that if they didn't reach the world level during their first chaos cycle, they essentially would have no hope of ever reaching that level. Upon realizing that they wouldn't be able to make any more breakthroughs, many of them would decide to go out adventuring and exploring the ruins left behind by ancient powers. They loved to court death, loved the feeling of adventure.
A single successful expedition could result in enormous rewards.
Elder God Skysouth was a classic example. Because of one enormously successful trip, he had ended up being able to purchase over 100 elder gods as well as an elder god formation, becoming an often discussed figure amongst the adventuring cultivators.
"It's time I pay a visit to the Windsource ruins myself," Ning mused to himself.
On the first day he had arrived, Ning had acquired a detailed report regarding the Windsource ruins from the black-robed ancestral immortal. The Three Realms was a place that was somewhat lacking in opportunities, but the Badlands territory was a place with many legacies left behind by ancient powers. It had been countless years, but the Windsource ruins still had yet to be fully investigated.
Even world-level experts had died within it.
Clearly, the ancient power who had left behind the Windsource ruins was someone who surpassed world gods in power. Given that Ning had a clone located in the prison world, Ning definitely had to give this place a good look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 24, Chapter 16, Entering the Ruins. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 16, Entering the Ruins.
3 days later.
So this is the Windsource ruins?
Ning stood atop a cloud, staring downwards at the vast world before him.
He saw an unfathomably large area that was completely covered by clouds.
It must be understood that the Windsource ruins was the immortal estate of that ancient power, and as such it took over nearly half of the space of the entire chaos world.
One could imagine how enormous it was. Time go to in.
Ning flew deep into the cloud-shrouded world.
Whoosh! He could sense space twisting around him. Suddenly, Ning's legs went soft.
Ning's face changed and he hurriedly tried to fly back up.
Whoosh!
An enormous bloody maw suddenly appeared below him, delivering a fierce chomp towards him. Fortunately, Ning was able to fly quite quickly and thus was able to dodge the bite. I was actually teleported straight towards the swamp.
Ning glanced downwards as he continued to fly high up in the air.
The region below him was an incredibly vast swamp, and there was a mud-covered beast below him that was staring straight at him. The creature had a savage look in its eyes as it slowly crawled out from the muck, revealing a lizard-like body. According my records on the Windsource ruins, as soon as you enter you'll be teleported to the swamp. It doesn't matter where you enter from, you'll still be sent straight here. The swamp is filled with countless bugs and beasts, some powerful and some weak. The weak ones might be merely as powerful as a true god, while the most monstrously powerful ones might be as powerful as a world god. Ning glanced downwards once more at the beast who was now tracking him. It was normal for powerful cultivators to rear bug beasts within their estates. The ancient power who had built this estate had intentionally created an enormous swamp within it for the sake of rearing certain bug beasts. In fact, he had established a breeding loop that would ensure that the bug beasts would continue to kill and eat each other, becoming stronger and stronger without him even needing to worry about them. Thus, even though the estate's owner had died countless years ago, there were still a shocking number of bug beasts in the swamp. These bug beasts were reared for the purpose of becoming the guardians and protectors of the estate. Thus, all outside invaders would suffer attacks from these bug beasts. Growl. The lizard-shaped creature opened its mouth even wider as it suddenly soared into the skies, its body coiling upwards for many hundreds of meters as it crawled upwards through the air. Die. A dazzling streak of swordlight slashed through the bugbeast's army. Snick. The bugbeast's body was chopped into two halves. Blood sprayed everywhere as it died, and as the blood came crashing back down to the swamp, it kicked up a few small muddy waves. Bright moon, sword art, shadowless stance. Ning held a dark north in his hand, shrinking it from being 3,000 meters in length to merely 3 meters. There are way too many bug beasts in the swamp. I need to get out of here. Ning immediately transformed into a black lightning serpent and began to fly away. The Wind Source Ruins' outermost region was the swamp region. Everyone had to start from the swamp and work their way in if they wished to reach the other regions of the ruins. Even Ning found it difficult to tell north from south after he had entered the ruins. All he could do was just choose a random direction and begin flying at maximum speed. Ning could sense some ripples of power from afar. He immediately began to stealthily fly in that direction. A short while later, Ning was able to see what was happening in the distance. There was a desolate hill off in the distance, and atop the hill coiled a two-headed serpent whose body was more than 10 kilometers long. Its head was raised as it stared upwards at an enormous winged scaly monster that was right above it. Both creatures had auras of tremendous power. I have the feeling that in raw strength alone, both have reached the world level of power. Still, they are fairly weak in terms of technique. It'd take me a bit of effort to kill them, but it wouldn't be too hard. Ning mused to himself, I'll wager these two are two of the bosses of the swamp. Groar. The two-headed serpent let out a thunderous roar as it suddenly charged upwards. As for the scaled monster, it plunged downwards as it attacked as well. The entire swamp seemed to shake. Thankfully, space-time in the ruins was incredibly stable. Even if world-level experts fought here, they wouldn't be able to shatter it. If these two creatures were battling in the outside world, they would probably cause entire chaos worlds to shatter in their wake. Is that? Ning suddenly saw a filthy-looking boat appear in the distance. The boat was filled with sabers, swords, suits of armor, pearls, banners, and all sorts of other magic treasures that emanated powerful auras. So many treasures? And almost all of them are chaos treasures. Ning was delighted. Over the course of countless years, an equally countless number of elder gods and ancestral immortals had died in the swamps. The bug beasts weren't capable of using the treasures the slain cultivators had left behind, and so the more powerful ones simply piled them together as spoils of war. Ning suppressed his aura and bent light around him, making it so that the bug beasts couldn't see him. In order to completely repair Violet Jewel, I'll need to acquire an enormous amount of 5 elements essence. I have to get these treasures. Ning immediately came to this decision. Ideally, these two creatures will kill or maim each other. Slash. One of the heads of the two-headed serpent was seized by the sharp claws of the scaly creature, but the other head had managed to latch its maw around the scaly creature's own head. The scaly creature struggled furiously, beating its massive wings and causing waves of mud to kick up around it. Boom! The scaly creature's head suddenly exploded. Its aura began to grow weak and its struggling wings slowly began to sink downwards. One of the two-headed serpent's heads had been completely crushed, but its remaining head let out an excited roar. Groar! Its roars echoed in the skies. It then lowered its head, beginning to dine on the flesh of the scaly creature. This was how these bug beasts lived. They would fight each other and consume each other, constantly growing and transforming. As the serpent continued to feed, its destroyed head began to slowly grow out anew. Swish! A figure suddenly drew close to it. The two-headed serpent was enraged, and its undamaged head immediately turned to stare angrily at the white-robed figure. Whoosh! Its tail suddenly moved, lashing out lightning fast towards the offender. Heartsword Realm. Boom! Sword light flashed. The enormous tail was deflected towards one side, with the sword light itself stabbing straight towards the one remaining head of the two-headed serpent. The enraged two-headed serpent opened its giant maw, revealing a pair of crystalline fangs that glistened with translucent venom. Swish! The venom shot out from its fangs as fast as lightning. Slash! The sword light blurred, easily deflecting the stream of venom. Stab! The sword light pierced straight through the two-headed serpent's head. The serpent's body trembled, then slowly began to turn limp. As it fell down into the swamp, it caused the surrounding mud to tremble violently. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Blood Drop Stance. Thankfully, this bug beast had already been heavily injured and had less than a third of its maximum power. Otherwise, killing it wouldn't have been so easy. A look of delight was on Ning's face. The most dangerous aspect to killing a bug beast was the possibility of the bug beast summoning its kin. Once a bug beast encountered a powerful invader that it couldn't defeat, it would often let out a loud cry to summon more of its ilk. Thankfully, the two-headed serpent had been heavily injured and Ning had been very fast. Ning hadn't brought Violet Jewel with him on this excursion to the Windsource ruins, as that was his most important treasure. If he died within the ruins, losing the other treasures didn't matter, but losing Violet Jewel would be a tremendous blow. It simply wasn't worth the risk. Violet Jewel was a sword which even world gods and chaos immortals would go crazy over. So long as Ning had enough 5 elements essence, he would be able to reforge Violet Jewel and allow it to reveal its true power. The treasures. Ning immediately shot towards the distant hill. Next to that hill was the large, muddy boat that was filled with treasures. Those were the many treasures which the two-headed serpent had acquired over the years. Some had come from slain cultivators while some had come from slain bug beasts. 21 Chaos Treasures. Perhaps the storage treasures will also have fine items within them. Ning swept through the treasures with his heart force, then waved his hand and collected the entire boat. Swish! Suddenly, a streak of light flew towards Ning from afar. Ning turned his head to look. Well, well. Isn't this our sentinel? Ah ha ha. Hand over those treasures and I'll spare your life. A golden-robed man was standing atop the warship, and an entire host of elder gods and ancestral immortals stood behind him. Elder God Skysouth? Ning frowned. Elder God Skysouth had over 100 elder god and ancestral immortal slaves, while Ning had left Violet Jewel behind. Dealing with him would be a bit tricky. In the ruins, only part of the dangers came from the traps and defenses left behind by that ancient power. The other part came from the cultivators who might strike out at you out of greed. Hand over the treasures. Elder God Skysouth's face turned cold as he stood there at the front of his boat. Otherwise, die. Elder God Skysouth. I don't wish to become enemies with you. The Windsource ruins is a large place. There's no need for us to fight to the death over these treasures, Ning said. Fight to the death with you? You? Elder God Skysouth finally ran out of patience. He barked coldly, kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 17, Danger Zone. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 17, Danger Zone. As Elder God Skysouth issued the order, all of the elder gods and ancestral immortals under his command immediately began to attack. Whoosh! 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 6 streaks of light that moved faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos charged straight for Ning.
Flee.
Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately using the 9-horn lightning serpent to evade.
Chase.
All of the elder gods charged straight after Ning. Ning was powerful, but when 100 elder gods joined together into an elder god formation, they would be able to hold off even a real-world god for a period of time. If Ning was surrounded by them, he would be unable to escape. They would slowly grind him down, exhausting his reserve of divine power and immortal energy. Ning absolutely would not permit himself to be surrounded.
You won't be able to escape.
Elder God Skysouth laughed coldly. He had spent quite a lot of money to purchase those 2 ancestral immortals who were capable of controlling magic treasures faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. They were generally responsible for briefly tying down opponents, giving the rest of the elder gods enough time to charge forward and trap them. These slaves made it so that Elder God Skysouth was virtually invincible to anyone below the world level of power. The 6 streaks of light chasing after Ning were 6 long shuttles. They clearly moved even more quickly than Ning, and they soon intercepted him and moved to block him.
F***CK off.
Ning unleashed his full power, using 3 heads, 6 arms, and wielding 6 swords simultaneously.
Heart Sword Realm.
The 6 swords struck out simultaneously. The star-seizing hand was unleashed as well. After spending 100 years training while living in the Windsource Chaos world, Ning had improved his sword arts even more, resulting in his strikes containing even greater power.
Boom. 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 Boom.
The 6 long shuttles were all smashed away.
Although Ning slightly slowed down for a brief instant, in the next instant he immediately regained his normal speed and continued to flee. What?
Elder God Skysouth had been watching lazily from atop his warship, but in this instant his face completely changed. Those 2 ancestral immortals are able to attack faster than the speed of light using their treasures.
He was able to instantly defeat them?
The clash was simply too brief. It was as though those 6 shuttles had instantly been knocked away as soon as Ning had struck them, and thanks to his half-step world god body and the star-seizing hand, Ning was able to send them flying a very long distance.
Whoosh!
The 100+ elder gods were much slower by comparison. They were only able to watch helplessly as the white-robed youth continued to pull further and further away from them before finally disappearing into the horizons.
Oof!
Elder God Skysouth frowned, then let out a cold snort.
Fine. You run fast.
For your sake, you'd best hope you can keep running that fast the next time I see you.
Let's go, he ordered Kami.
Yes. The elder gods and ancestral immortals all returned to the warship, which then quickly departed the scene as well.
Ning glanced backwards, then let out a sigh of relief.
In the future, I'll need to get a few elder god and ancestral immortal servants of my own, Ning muttered to himself. There was a great difference in power between elder gods and world gods, but sometimes quantity could make up for quality. When 100 elder gods joined together into an elder god formation, they would be able to withstand even a true world god for an extended period of time. If 1,000 of them joined together into an elder god formation, they might very well be capable of killing some of the weaker world gods. However, it wouldn't be so easy for someone to acquire 1,000 elder gods. The entire Fogstone army only held a few thousand elder gods and first-tier ancestral immortals. In addition, the cost of 1,000-man elder god formation would be even higher than the cost of 1,000 elder gods. Without the formation, the elder gods would be nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Only through usage of an elder god formation would they be able to join together into a perfect whole.
Time to go.
Ning continued to fly forwards at high speed. Given how strong Ning was, the swamp region of the ruins didn't pose much of a threat. So long as he was careful and stayed far away from any powerful auras he sensed, he would be fairly safe.
Ah, there it is.
Ning saw a chain of mountains appear off in the distance.
I've reached another part of the ruins. The intelligence report I received regarding the Windsource ruins is now essentially useless.
Ning was slightly worried. The swamp was the outermost layer and also the safest region. The other regions were controlled by the restrictive formation spells of the ruins and would often change and transform. A place might be perfectly safe one day but transform into a death trap the next day. That was why his intelligence report was now of no use. Whoosh! Ning landed atop a mountain peak. Even he no longer dared to rashly fly about any longer, for fear of accidentally flying into a death trap. As Ning jogged forward, he suddenly turned his head to look off into the distance. A red-robed woman was seated in the lotus position at the top of a mountain peak. The woman's face was delicate and beautiful, with eyes as gentle as the waters of autumn. She was surrounded by hundreds of crescent blades that were wreathed by fire, causing flames to billow out all around her. What a beautiful woman! Ning had very high standards, but even he couldn't help but let out a sigh of praise. Beauty like this could cause the collapse of an empire. After glancing at her, Ning continued to jog forwards, instantly traversing 10,000 kilometers with each movement. The red-robed woman had noticed Ning as well. She couldn't help but murmur softly to herself, "How odd. The libertine dream technique I devised carries an aura of natural charm which is far superior to those more blatant, forceful charm spells. And yet, he didn't even pause to say a word to me? Hasn't he heard of me, the Flame Fairy?" 1. Su Yuji, the Flame Fairy, was quite a famous figure amongst the elder gods and ancestral immortals of the Badlands territory. And why is he running so quickly in a place as dangerous as this? The fiery-robed woman mumbled to herself, "I've always felt that I'm pretty crazy, but he's even crazier than me. If he keeps running around that fast, he'll probably explore more of this place in 1 year than I would in 10,000. Still, he'll die faster than me as well. I hope you are lucky enough to survive. It's rare for me to take a liking to someone." The swamp was the outermost region. After exiting the swamps, one would enter the truly dangerous regions. Generally speaking, most people would advance very carefully through these regions and move at a glacially slow pace. However, given that the Windsource ruins took up fully half of the Windsource Chaos world, it truly was incredibly vast. If you moved through it slowly, you could spend 1,000,000 years and still just explore a tiny part of it. Still, since elder gods and ancestral immortals generally had very long lifespans, they wouldn't be in a rush. Safety first. Ning, however, was different. Not only did he have a clone in the outside world, he also had mastered the Heartsword Realm technique and had tremendous control over his surroundings. His skill empowered his boldness. In addition, he only trained for a relatively brief period of time. How could he possibly be willing to spend a few 100,000 years here? He was planning to adventure through this place for a few years at most, then leave. Of course he had to move quickly. Ning's eyes lit up as he saw a corpse off in the distance. "Get in here." He flung out a protocosmic spirit rope, looping it over that corpse and pulling it into his estate treasure. The corpse would have to be destroyed, but the treasures Ning would keep. Keep going. Ning was in an excellent mood. One would often encounter the corpses and skeletons of fallen cultivators in this place, but of course, if one wasn't careful, one might easily end up joining. The place was simply too large. Ning spent more than a year traveling through the ruins. Thanks to the keen senses provided by the Heartsword Realm, the protection provided by the Goldstar Beads of the Heavens, and the investigative power of his heart force, he was able to avoid all of the most dangerous areas. Aside from Elder God Skysouth and the Flame Fairy, he encountered 6 more cultivators. However, only one of the 6 tried to assault Ning, the rest steered clear of him. As for the one who tried to attack Ning killed him, of course. Whoosh! Ning was jogging through a mountain forest, sometimes moving fast and sometimes moving slow. He moved at quite a unique rhythm. Clearly, Ning had gotten used to this place. Boom! 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 Waves of power were rippling out from afar. Ning's eyes lit up. Those waves are pretty powerful, and it seems there are quite a few of them. Let's go take a look. Generally speaking, when multiple people fought against each other in a dangerous region like the one he was located in right now, it was over an extremely important treasure. Swoosh! Ning quickly and silently moved closer to the source of the ripples, soon arriving at a mountain peak. Ning hid within the grass, peering off into the distance. Within the distant mountain gorge, he saw 5 elder gods and ancestral immortals engaged in a battle. The 5 were divided into 2 sides, with 4 cultivators on one side and 1 cultivator on the other. Hellsword, there are 2 of these Dao weapons. Why can't we split them? 1 for you, 1 for us. Isn't that ideal? A Dao weapon for you 4 fools? Die, die, die. The lone cultivator was dressed in black robes, and his 6 arms were striking with 6 blurry streaks of swordlight. As for the other 4 cultivators, they were able to just barely hold him off as they supported each other. Upon hearing these words, Ning's eyes lit up. Dao weapons? 2 of them? Elder God Hellsword, so that's the legendary Hellsword. He truly is an expert of the Dao of the sword. He should be on the same level of power as me. 1. Su Yuji is an interesting name. All 3 characters, Su, Yu, and Ji are actually surnames in Chinese as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 18, Battling Within the Ruins. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 18, Battling Within the Ruins. All of you, die. Hellsword exploded with power as he wildly assaulted the other 4. He knew that if this battle went on for too long, other elder gods and ancestral immortals in the Windsource ruins might be drawn to this place. I can't hold any longer. A muscular elder god who wielded 6 black staffs let out a low growl. Hellsword's swordlight landed against his body, but only created a few sparks. Be careful. Retreat. A blood-robed elder god who had been fighting Hellsword in close combat suddenly blanched, then hurriedly split his body into 2 and sent his 2 clones fleeing in 2 separate directions. Slash. A streak of swordlight fell down upon one of the clones, slaying it. My divine body's been weakened. I won't be able to hold on for any longer. The blood-robed elder god continued to flee at high speed. The other 3 elder gods and ancestral immortals cursed, but had no choice but to begin fleeing in other directions as well. They weren't actually members of a team, they had simply joined together on an ad hoc basis simply because Hellsword was far too powerful. Oof. Those fools. Hellsword came to a halt, grinning as he looked at the 4 fleeing figures. Hellsword's face suddenly changed dramatically as he immediately turned his head. An icy ray of swordlight had suddenly appeared and was stabbing straight towards him. So there was one more hiding in the weeds. Hellsword let out a savage grin, striking out mercilessly with his 6 swords. He wasn't worried about the enemy attack at all, although it was quite fast. It was too simple and straightforward a strike. Boom! The opposing streaks of swordlight collided. Hellsword was sent flying backwards, his face a mask of astonishment. As for the white-robed Ji Ning, he chased right after Hellsword. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Blood Drop Stance. What tremendous strength! Hellsword was completely stunned. His opponent wasn't just stronger, he was overwhelmingly stronger. But raw strength is useless against me. He suddenly came to a halt, spun around, then charged straight towards Ning. Slash! 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 Streaks of swordlight filled the air between the 2, then both fell back. Hellsword stared at Ning, then said in a low voice, "Who are you?" Someone with such powerful sword arts can't possibly be an unknown figure. Sunrise, Ning said calmly. You must be a new expert in the Tao of the sword, Hellsword said coldly.
You are pretty strong. However, the ruins aren't a suitable place for sparring. Let's compete after we leave this place.
After speaking, Hellsword transformed into a streak of black light, moving at light speed as he fled. When the two had clashed, he had the feeling that Ning's sword arts were simply perfect. He couldn't find any flaws at all, and so he decided to avoid wasting more time with such a troublesome opponent.
Leaving? Ning willed his swords to fly out.
Swish! 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 9 streaks of swordlight shot out through the skies. These 9 swords were all chaos treasures that Ning had acquired in the Windsource ruins. Although they weren't part of a set, Ning's ancestral immortal power filled them, ensuring that each of them possessed shocking levels of power. They spread out like a layered net, completely surrounding and blocking Hellsword's path. All 9 swords moved faster than the speed of light and were thus able to quickly catch up to Hellsword.
Damn!
Hellsword blanched as he stared at the 9 swords surrounding him. Where the hell did such a powerful expert of the sword come from? His sword arts are completely flawless.
Damn it all.
He would rather fight against an enemy with ferocious offensive stances than someone like Ning, whose sword arts could be described as truly flawless. One could easily succumb to a sense of despair when faced with such impeccable sword arts. The 9 streaks of swordlight swirled around him, preventing him from fleeing any further.
You won't be able to escape.
Ning had already manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded 6 of his Dark North swords as he charged straight towards Hellsword.
Then let's fight.
Hellsword went berserk as well, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he once more threw himself against Ning.
Neither would be willing to retreat. 2 Dao weapons were at stake. Dao weapons were incredibly rare, even amongst the other experts on their level.
Every single Dao weapon was worth at least a cube of chaos nectar, with the best Dao weapons being worth more than 10.
This was a sum of money that even world gods would lust after.
It was only natural that both Ning and Hellsword went berserk over the 2 Dao weapons. If I get those 2 Dao weapons, I might be able to extract enough 5 elements essence to completely repair Violet Jewel.
Ning's killing intent began to soar. What's going on?
The 4 fleeing elder gods and ancestral immortals could sense powerful ripples emanating from behind them.
Who is Hellsword fighting against now?
The 4 of them carefully began to creep backwards. The allure of a pair of Dao weapons was simply too great.
Who is that?
After sneaking back, they saw a white-robed figure battling furious against a black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was the famous, highly regarded Hellsword. The white-robed figure was an unknown youth.
What?
Hellsword is actually at a disadvantage?
The 4 were all shocked.
Where did such an expert of the sword suddenly come from?
He's so strong.
Brother Shui, what should we do?
What can we do?
Stay far away from them and watch. If both are heavily injured, we can try to seize the opportunity to attack them. If no chance presents itself, then we'll immediately run away after their battle concludes. Brother Shui's words are reasonable. This white-robed elder god is even more terrifying than Hellsword. Ning and Hellsword both suspected that those 4 had returned to watch them, but neither really cared about the 4.
4 supreme elder gods?
Put. It might take them a bit of effort to kill the 4, but it wouldn't be too hard. Ning's heartsword stance in particular ensured that he didn't have to worry about group attacks at all. The 2 continued to focus on battling each other. Ning's sword attacks seemed to be more casual and carefree, but they came in consecutive linked waves that made Hellsword feel as though he had no chance to even breathe. Hellsword's attacks were more frenzied and they were filled with a thick intent of darkness.
Clang!
Swordlight flashed. Finally, a blow landed upon Hellsword's body. Ning felt as though he had just stabbed an extremely tough magic treasure. The power of the blow caused Hellsword to be knocked flying backwards, and he slammed into a distant boulder, causing it to break apart into tiny pieces that shot out in every direction.
A protective divine ability? Ning frowned slightly. It seems as though I'll have to suppress and seal him. What?
Upon Ning landed a blow against him, Hellsword's face changed yet again. Clearly, his sword arts were somewhat inferior.
If I can't overcome you in sword arts.
Hellsword gritted his teeth, then manifested an enormous violet hammer that emanated mighty ripples of power.
A Dao weapon? Ning immediately understood.
So one of the two weapons which Hellsword had acquired was a warhammer.
No wonder he hadn't used it during this battle. Using sword arts with a warhammer wasn't really effective. However, the difference in power between the two was obvious.
Hellsword had no choice but to change the way he fought.
Die! Hellsword brandished the violet warhammer, then struck out with it. Rumble! As the warhammer struck out, streaks of lightning could be seen crackling around it.
It compressed space in front of it as it smashed straight towards Ning.
What tremendous might!
Ning could instantly sense how much power this strike held. He hurriedly willed his Dark North swords to transform into black holes that he then used to defend.
Whoosh!
The warhammer was deflected off to one side, while Ning was knocked a few steps back.
I knew it. Hellsword had an ugly look on his face. This white-robed youth was ridiculously strong. Even though Hellsword had an advantage in weaponry, the white-robed youth was still able to defend against it with his techniques. A big warhammer like this must have lots of 5 elements essence inside of it. Ning now wanted the weapon even more.
There's a total of 2 warhammers.
You can have one, I'll keep the other. Deal?
As Hellsword continued to battle, he began to send Ning a mental message. He was willing to compromise. There was nothing he could use against Ning's terrifying sword arts, and he knew that he would definitely be defeated if this battle was to continue for much longer. This white-robed youth was also skilled in long-range attacks. There was no way he would be able to escape.
Give me both and I'll let you off the hook, Ning sent back. Don't even think about it. Hellsword was beginning to go crazy. Then let's keep fighting.
Ning charged forward even more furiously than before, sending swordlight flashing everywhere. He even manifested a rope next to him, filling it with some of his will. If Ning was able to break through Hellsword's defenses and catch him off guard, he would use this rope to bind and capture him.
Boom! 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 Dot!
Hellsword battled on the run, and while doing so he sent furiously to Ning, "This place is the Windsource ruins. You never know when danger is going to appear here. If you keep chasing after me like this, you'll end up in a death trap as well."
Ning just continued with his furious attacks.
The 4 elder gods and ancestral immortals watching from afar felt breathless. Both of them are crazy. Hopefully, both of them will be killed by traps or protective formations, letting us pick up their treasures. The 4 watched, prayed, and chased after the Hellsword and the white-robed cultivator as those two continued their wild fight.
Boom!
Just as Ning clashed once more against Hellsword in midair. Suddenly, a grey gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, spinning into a tornado and instantly whirling around both Ning and Hellsword. A few moments later, the tornado vanished, but with it vanished by Ning and Hellsword as well. When the 4 saw this from afar, their faces all changed. Everyone knows that the Windsource ruins are too dangerous to fly through.
You might end up being trapped inside some formation. Those 2 must have been teleported straight into a death trap. Damn!
Those 2 Dao weapons were swept away as well. Unwilling to just give up, the 4 of them continued to wait there for 3 full days, but they saw neither hide nor hair of Ning and Hellsword, to say nothing of the Dao weapons. In the end, they had no choice but to leave unhappily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 24, Chapter 19, A Grey Wind. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 19, A Grey Wind. Not good.
Ning's face immediately changed as that grey wind appeared, bringing with it an aura of death and stillness. Hellsword had been driven by Ning to the brink of madness, which was why he had started to fly around in a crazed manner. The difference in power between the two wasn't that great, which was why Ning needed time to subdue and capture him. Ning had thought that he wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into a protective spell during such a short battle, but alas, he really was. Boom, dot. The grey wind swept both Ning and Hellsword into its grasp, and its utterly indomitable power threw the two of them flying downwards. What incredible power! Ning did his best to halt his fall, but his divine power and immortal energy were far too weak to do so. Whoosh! There was an utterly enormous black pit beneath them. Ning and Hellsword were both spun around like tops by the tornado and sent flying straight into the pit. Stop! Stop! Ning instantly activated his 3 heads, 6 arms ability. All 6 of his arms dramatically increased in size as he clawed towards the edges of the pit. In midair, Ning had nothing to hold on to. Now, however, he was able to see the stone cliffs lining the edges of the pit. Ning had the feeling that if he was drawn deep into this pit by the tornado, he would probably end up dead. He had to come to a halt. But the wind was simply too powerful. Ning's 6 arms simultaneously activated the star-seizing hand. In the end, one of his hands managed to just barely clench around a pillar of rock. Bang! Ning had been dragged down at an incredible pace. When his hand clenched around the stone pillar, his entire body came to a sudden halt. A terrifying ripping power was applied throughout his entire body, causing it to twitch. As for his hands that were using the star-seizing hand, they instantly went numb and slack, resulting in Ning continuing to be dragged downwards by that furious grey tornado. But crack! 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 The grey stone pillar that Ning had managed to grab onto earlier began to crack apart as well. Moments later, it completely shattered and was also dragged downwards by the furious tornado. Gotta stop. 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 Ning's 6 arms wildly clutched at the surrounding walls, seeking to grasp anything that jutted out. Rumble. Ning finally came to a halt when 3 of his hands managed to simultaneously snake their way into an enormous crevice in the pit walls. Thanks to these 3 hands holding onto that crevice desperately, he was finally able to resist the power of the tornado. Phew! I stopped. Ning let out a sigh of relief. The enormous stone crevice was thousands of meters long, and as Ning latched onto the crevice he had changed his arms to make them hundreds of meters long as well. He had dug his hands deep into the crevice, ensuring that he would be able to hang off the walls. No! Hellsword had also been dragged into the pit, and he was also clawing at the walls in an attempt to find something to hold on to. However, he was far weaker than Ning in raw strength. He managed to grab onto a jutting piece of rock, but the tearing force instantly rendered his hands completely numb and slack. He wasn't able to slow himself down. The power of the tornado was simply too great, giving him no chance to grab onto anything. Ning's hands were akin to chaos treasures, after all. He also had the power of a half-step world god body, as well as the enhancement of the star-seizing hand. That was the only reason why Ning was more successful than him in coming to a halt. Bang! As Hellsword continued to be dragged downwards, his body would occasionally smash into some jutting pieces of rock, resulting in him bouncing around the walls. Bang! Hellsword vomited out a mouthful of blood. These collisions were even more deadly than Ning's sword strikes, and he continued to smash into one jutting rock after another. Given how keen Ning's eyesight was, he was able to clearly see Hellsword continuing to fall several hundred kilometers, smashing into the walls at least a few dozen times. It seemed as though the deeper Hellsword fell, the more powerful the tornado became. Hellsword's body was beginning to twist and contort from the collisions. Boom! After smashing into a particularly sharp spear-shaped rock, Hellsword's body actually completely blasted apart. The powerful tornado quickly ground the pieces of his body apart, completely wiping him out in body and soul.
The tornado was far stronger than Ning, after all. A pity. Still hanging off the stone walls, Ning could do nothing but watch as Hellsword died. The Dao weapons were sucked down as well. But, what should I do? All 6 of Ning's arms were clinging onto the stone crevice. He was wearing a top-grade suit of chaos armor, and he had a powerful divine body that had trained the golden statue. He was more than capable of withstanding the power of this tornado. Am I supposed to just keep hanging here? Ning spread out his heart force, but alas, it was instantly destroyed by that grey wind of destruction. This grey wind is capable of destroying even heart force. How terrifying was this ancient power that erected the wind source ruins? Ning muttered softly to himself. Ning had no idea. The strongest figure of the Badlands territory, Dao King Badlands, had once paid a visit to the former master of this estate, and he had been thoroughly convinced of his inferiority. In fact, the reason why this place was named Windsource was because that ancient power had reached an utterly unfathomable level of mastery over the wind. Neither heart force nor core sense could penetrate the grey wind. All Ning could do was use his own eyes. I have to get out of here. Ning raised his head to look upwards. The grey wind howled furiously above him, blocking his vision. Ning used his top-grade chaos armor to form a semi-translucent barrier over his head, only then was he able to see just a little bit of the area above him. I have to get out of this pit. The wind is too powerful, I won't be able to maintain a grip on any jutting pieces of rock. My only choice is to drive my entire arm deep into some of those crevices and cracks. Ning scanned the area above him for more crevices. The grey wind had caused quite a bit of erosion to this pit, resulting in quite a few crevices appearing. There's one. 300s above Ning was a slightly smaller crevice. Let's go. Ning immediately stretched one of his hands upwards. Push. The furious power of the wind blasted down against Ning's hand with the weight of 1,000 stars, completely preventing him from reaching upwards. Ning did his best to fight back against it, and he found that he was able to stretch his arms out in various other directions, but to go completely against the wind and reach upwards? Completely impossible. Won't work. Wind's too strong. Ning quickly gave up the attempt. If I can't go up. Ning lowered his head to stare at the seemingly bottomless black pit beneath him. Then my only choice is to go down. Ning looked downwards carefully. Roughly 600 meters below him, he saw another large crevice. He immediately stretched out with a hand to grab a hold of it. Going up meant going against the wind. Going down meant going with the wind. When he increased his arm to make it many hundreds of meters long, it was easy for him to snake his hand deep into the crevice. Ning sent one hand after another into the second crevice before finally letting go of the first one. Whoosh! Ning quickly fell downwards, then came to a halt. Let's continue. Ning glanced at his surroundings, then began to climb downwards again. And so, Ning began to slowly make his way down through this bottomless pit of darkness. A while later, Ning saw a sword that was jutting out from a stone pillar. This sword wasn't one of Hellsword's. Some other poor bastard must have been dragged in here and lost control of his weapon, resulting in it being stuck here. Ning immediately, laboriously reached out to grab that sword, then took it into his estate. Ning then continued his slow downwards climb. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. 30 kilometers. By now, Ning had picked up a total of 3 weapons. Alas, all 3 were merely chaos treasures, none of them were Dao weapons. Still, it made sense. If a world-level expert was grabbed by the grey wind, he wouldn't have been manhandled as badly as Ning and Hellsword had been. There were very few elder gods and ancestral immortals who held Dao weapons. The chances of one of them just happening to fall down into this pit were even lower. Ning slowly clambered down over another 100 kilometers, then took a rest and glanced at his surroundings in the hopes of finding a way out of here. What's that? Ning looked downwards, surprised.
A cave had actually appeared on the walls of the pit. This was clearly a cave that had been artificially dug out, and it was many hundreds of meters wide. Although the gray wind howled past it, it didn't go into the cave itself, making the cave a rare and welcome oasis of peace. Because it sloped downwards and inwards, Ning wasn't able to see it earlier. Only now, when he drew closer, did it appear before him. Who dug out this cave? Doesn't matter, I suppose. I've used up quite a bit of my divine power after climbing so long and keeping 3 heads, 6 arms, active for so long. I need to get in there right away. Ning hurriedly began to climb in its direction, then sent his arms deep into the cave entrance. There were a few jutting pieces of rock inside the cave, allowing Ning to easily gain a handhold. Ning quickly shrank his arms, resulting in the rest of his body being pulled into the cave like a rubber band. I'm in. It was strange. There was no wind in this cave at all. Ning had gotten so used to the raging gray winds that he felt rather unaccustomed to the calm. Phew. I can finally take a break. Ning deactivated 3 heads, 6 arms, then glanced at the gray wind which continued to rage outside of the cave. He then turned his head to carefully inspect the cave itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 20, The 9 Seals. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 20, The 9 Seals. It was extremely obvious that this cave had been dug out artificially. It had been dug out in an extremely methodical manner, and various markings that looked like fish scales could be seen on the walls. There were also some diagrams and some writing that had been left behind on the cave walls, and the cave itself emanated a strange intent that felt like flowing water. Ning couldn't help but be affected by the cave's aura, and his heart became quite calm as well. Ning was in no rush to read the words or look at the pictures. Instead, he first carefully inspected the scale-like patterns and marks on the walls. Very neat. If someone slowly dug the cave out, there's no way it could all be so neat and tiny. Ning stared at the tiny markings. I feel as though someone must have used a divine ability to instantly scoop out the rock and make the cave. Ning couldn't help but feel shocked by this possibility. When he had grabbed onto that stone pillar a short while ago, the powerful tearing force from the tornado had only been able to cause a few cracks to it. He had tested out using his hands to dig a handhold into the walls, but had been completely unable to succeed whatsoever. This was why Ning had chosen to find pre-existing crevices instead. The stone here has been nourished by the local formations and baptized by the gray wind, giving it extraordinary properties. Most likely, not even world-level experts would be able to so easily dig out a cave of such size, Ning mused to himself. He reached out with his hand, gently stroking it against the fish scale patterns. As he did, he suddenly could sense a strange, unique intent pouring towards him from the patterns. As calm as water. Ning carefully inspected the cave in detail for a while longer, then turned his attention towards the writing and the diagrams on the cave walls. As Ning viewed it, those diagrams wouldn't exactly be running away. If he wasn't careful and missed something or activated a trap by accident, that would be truly disastrous. The 100 streams of the wind source in these ruins are quite marvelous indeed. A pity, I would have loved to have had the chance to sit down and discuss the Tao with the fellow Taoist who created this estate. That fellow Taoist died countless years ago. In the future, when I reach the end of my own life, I shall also leave behind my Tao and allow the cultivators who come after me to get a good look at it. I have spent more than 100,000 years here and have gained certain insights. Although I've only inspected a few of the streams, I can tell that there is a great difference between them and the path which I have chosen, and so it doesn't matter if I look at the rest of the 100 streams or not. Here are the insights I have gained from 100,000 years of viewing these streams. I've recorded all of them down here. If a cultivator has the chance to come here in the future and see them, consider this a bit of karma between us. These are the words of Waterwind. Every single character emanated a relaxed, carefree aura. When Ning looked at these words, he felt as though he could see that ancient power writing them down all those years ago.
Water wind?
Ning murmured softly to himself, who is that? Judging from what he wrote, he should be someone who was on the same level of power as the creator of the Windsource ruins.
The Badlands territory, as far as Ning knew, it didn't hold anyone by the name of Waterwind.
Ning had long ago acquired intelligence reports regarding the many world-level experts.
The most powerful figure in the entire Badlands was the creator of the Badlands Court, Lord Badlands. Lord Badlands was still alive and was unfathomably powerful. He wasn't a person who someone of Ning's level could hope to approach. Lord Badlands had established the Badlands Court.
World-level experts were like toddlers before him. The Badlands Court holds a number of very famous figures, but none of them go by the moniker of Waterwind, Ning mused to himself.
No, I've never heard this name before. Could it be someone from another territory? Still, in the end it didn't really matter. Waterwind talked a big game.
If he was telling the truth, then he was most likely someone above the world level of power. Even if he was merely a world level expert, he most assuredly stood at the very peak of power amongst them. Waterwind, Ning quietly memorized this name, then turned his attention to the insights which Waterwind had left behind on the cave walls. The cave walls were covered with both writing and diagrams. The writing consisted of the words Ning had read just now. As for the diagrams, they contained the insights which Waterwind had gained.
The diagram was of fishes swimming in the sea.
Ning saw more than 10 fishes, each of which was in a different pose. Around them could be seen several ordinary-looking lines which seemed to represent the ripples of the water. There were a total of 16 fish and 97 water ripples.
These diagrams.
Ning felt that these diagrams were rather odd. He gave them a closer look, carefully inspecting the water ripples and the fish for any peculiarities.
Push.
Slowly, without Ning even enticing it, a surge of will and intent began to slowly seep outwards from the diagrams and towards Ning.
Rumble.
A vast river that was 3,000 meters wide was flowing past Ning, and in the river was a fish of gigantic proportions. The river was merely 3,000 meters wide, but this fish was over 300 meters long. The fish swam with the waves, continuing to advance forward with an indomitable, unstoppable attitude.
What the hell? Ning stared blankly at his surroundings.
Directly him was a river that was 3,000 meters wide. There were several other rivers next to it, each of which was 3,000 meters wide and which flowed with tremendous speed. Off in the distance, Ning could see even more rivers, but he wasn't able to get a clear glimpse of them. Although Ning wasn't able to see those rivers clearly, he could vaguely sense that there was a total of 100 river streams.
100 rivers. 100 fish. The rivers flowed in one direction.
The fish swam in the same direction. At the very end of the rivers, there was a place where all of them came together, a place of unstoppable power which saw the 100 streams become one. Every single river gave Ning a different feeling, as did the fish within it. Some of the rivers felt like the pretty girls next door. Some of the rivers felt like scorchingly attractive vixens. Some of the rivers felt like icy cold fairy maidens. They all had completely different auras and intents, but they were able to perfectly join together off in the distance. The 100 streams merged together to form the Tao, but alas, if you are unable to do so, you shall die. A pity, a sigh suddenly echoed forth from this world, and then, everything vanished. Ning was once more within the cave, staring at the ordinary-looking pictures of fish and water ripples.
What just happened?
Ning was puzzled.
Was that an illusion I saw just now? No, I should have been able to tell if that was all an illusion. It was no illusion. It was something else.
After Waterwind looked at the 100 streams of the wind source, he left behind these diagrams containing his insights. Ning raised his head to give the diagrams another look, but then he suddenly froze. This was because when he did so, the scene he had just seen instantly began to replay in his mind.
The 100 surging rivasor, the 100 swimming fish, even that final sigh, all of it appeared once more within his memories. It has an inexplicable feeling to it. Almost like sadness. Ning silently pondered on this. The reason why Ning felt that sense of sorrow was due to that final sigh. But this so-called 100 streams merging together to form the Tao, Ning had the feeling that those words contained an incredibly profound meaning to it. The more he tried to understand it, the more confused he became. However, Ning was in no rush. He sat down in the lotus position and began to slowly meditate on what he had just seen. He was so absorbed by this that he actually forgot to enter the Heaven Gazer Tower, as he was completely focused on the scene of the 100 streams that he had just seen. One day after another went past. Ning continued to sit there, as unmoving as a statue. Dust began to collect and accumulate on his body, and soon Ning looked like an actual statue. 6 years later. Ning had been completely covered with dust, but finally, on this day, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise and delight in his gleaming, crystalline gaze. The 100 streams merged together to form the Tao, the 9 seals joined together to become one, so this is how the 9 chaos seals actually work, Ning murmured softly to himself. The meaning of the phrase, the 100 streams merged together to form the Tao, was simply too profound. He was able to just barely glean a few insights from it. However, while doing so he was able to see many similarities between it and his 9 chaos seals, resulting in him gaining many more insights into the 9th seal. Before leaving the 3 realms, Ning had already mastered the 8th chaos seal. Only one was left. A series of complicated divine runes began to appear within Ning's eyes. All 9 of the 9 chaos seals began to manifest within his eyes, changing and transforming in an endless pattern. In the past, it seemed as though there would never be an end to the changing runes of the 9 chaos seals, but once Ning mastered them, the transformations came to an end. Finally, they came together to form the image of what looked like a flower. This image appeared on Ning's soul itself, as well as his very true soul. It was an azure flower. It was sacred, holy, natural. The seal imprint of an azure flower began to naturally manifest itself on Ning's forehead as well. After appearing briefly, it then quickly faded away and hid itself. When the 9 chaos seals join together to become one, they become absolutely marvelous. Mother Nuwa must have reached this level as well. Ning could sense the seal imprint of an azure flower that had appeared on his forehead, an azure flower that was gently swaying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 21, Azure Flower Space. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 21, Azure Flower Space. The Sea of Consciousness was located very close to the forehead, and within Ning's Sea of Consciousness, there was an absolutely beautiful azure flower that was swaying in the wind. I never would have thought that after mastering the 9 chaos seals, an azure flower seal would appear, with an azure flower appearing in my consciousness as well. Ning could sense himself transforming. In the past, after mastering each chaos seal he would be able to more closely attune with the essence of certain concepts such as destiny, slaughter, darkness, the sword, etc. Now that the 9 had come together, Ning felt an even greater attunement towards the essence of the sword. It made sense, he had the most insights in this regard, after all. He also felt much closer attunement towards rainwater, lightning, space, and other Daos. What is this azure flower meant for? Is it meant to help me be more closely attuned to the various essences when I meditate? Ning was puzzled. He carefully inspected that swaying azure flower. Whoosh! When Ning's heart force brushed against that azure flower, it suddenly began to transform. Crackle! Heart force was supposed to be formless and untouchable, but as soon as it touched the azure flower it was immediately devoured by it. Inside the azure flower was a region of its own. This space was a blurry, empty region. However, a mist was slowly beginning to materialize inside of it. My heart force was transformed by the azure flower space into mist? Ning was so surprised and shocked,
he immediately came to a halt. Almost 10% of his heart force had been used up in an instant.
Heart force is ephemeral and formless.
Only certain special techniques, such as Hoei's archery techniques, are able to make use of heart force. But this azure flower space was actually able to convert and transform heart force. Ning could sense that the mist within the azure flower space was filled with a strange, marvelous type of power.
It can convert heart force. Is it also capable of converting divine power and immortal energy? Ning wondered to himself. Ning willed a tiny thread of divine power to seep into his sea of consciousness as well.
As soon as it brushed against the azure flower, it was immediately devoured by the flower, resulting in a bit more mist to appear inside of it.
But Ning was dazed. It's actually the same?
When heart force is devoured, it transforms into mist. When divine power is devoured, it also transforms into mist.
And the mist is the same?
Ning could hardly believe it. Heart force and divine power were two completely different types of power. The differences between the two were enormous.
And yet, both were somehow converted into a different type of energy, one which Ning was capable of controlling?
Ning could sense how terrifyingly powerful the energy contained within the mist was.
Or perhaps, it isn't a conversion.
Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the azure flower was able to eat my divine power and heart force, then give birth to this new type of energy?
Ning mused to himself. So it can eat both divine power and heart force. What of immortal energy?
Ning willed it, and his immortal energy flew into his sea of consciousness as well. As soon as it touched the azure flower, it was also devoured right away, resulting in even more mist appearing within the azure flower space. Ning remained seated in the lotus position inside the cave, a very complicated series of looks flashing over his face. There was surprise on his face as well as puzzlement and excitement. The azure flower that appeared after the 9 chaos seals merged together was simply too marvelous. Divine power, immortal energy, heart force, these were three completely different types of energy, but the azure flower was capable of eating them all and then giving birth to more of the mist.
How is this azure flower so powerful?
It's actually capable of eating and transforming three completely different types of energy.
Ning murmured silently to himself, I wonder, was it true that the 9 chaos seals were formed naturally by the primordial chaos? Or were they created by some ancient power?
They are simply too marvelous.
Doesn't matter, I suppose. Ning pushed that aside for now.
Many of the abilities these ancient powers were capable of were beyond Ning's imagination. For example, the supreme figure of the Badlands Everworld was Lord Badlands, someone who also stood on a level of power that surpassed that of the world level. Let's see just how powerful that mist is. Ning willed a hint of the mist to emerge from the azure flower space. Instantly, his entire body began to be filled by the mist, absorbing it like a dry sponge absorbing water. As it did so, Ning began to transform.
There's no way to make the power of the mist leave the body? Ning was shocked. Divine power, immortal energy, and heart force could all be made to leave the body.
This mist energy, however, could not. Ning spent some time testing it out. Indeed, the mysterious mist was only able to reside within his body, unable to leave it.
What on earth is this mist good for?
Ning knelt down on one knee, stretching out his right hand and suddenly slapping it against the stone ground. As he did so, a surge of power suddenly burst forth.
Boom! The entire cave trembled and a few cracks actually appeared.
A shocked look was on Ning's face. He hurriedly waved his hand, causing an estate world to appear within the cave.
Ning quickly entered the estate world.
This was a chaos-level estate treasure which Ning had acquired after entering the ruins. Ning had quite a few estate worlds now. The reason he had chosen this one was because it was extremely large. The insides of the estate world was nearly 10 million meters in size. It contained a vast mountain range, a wide sea, a series of giant continents, and many alien outsiders that lived here.
Whoosh!
Ning suddenly appeared within the skies of this world.
Let's give it a try. Ning's eyes lit up and he began to fly through the air. Boom!
He didn't use the 9-horn lightning serpent, instead, he just relied on the power of his divine body as he flew. He instantly transformed into a streak of rainbow light, and as he flew, he actually broke past the speed of light. If in the past he was able to travel 300,000 kilometers in an instant, now he was able to travel nearly 400,000 kilometers in an instant. It looked like a simple increase of just a third, but in reality breaking past the speed limits of the heavenly Daos was incredibly difficult. And more importantly, in the past Ning had to rely on the 9-horn lightning serpent in order to reach the speed of light. Now, he wasn't using the lightning serpent at all, merely relying on the power of his divine body, and yet, he was able to breach the speed of light. Ning hadn't gained any new insights with regards to space or speed, but his flying speed had just dramatically increased. It was almost like becoming a world god. World gods were dramatically strengthened in every single way, resulting in them completely eclipsing the various limits of the heavenly Daos. The limits of the heavenly Daos were now completely unable to restrict them any further, allowing them to brute force past the speed of light.
I was actually able to brute force past the limits? Ning came to a halt.
He stood there in the air, completely astonished.
I originally just had the body of a half-step world god, but with the mist supporting me, I'm actually able to effortless brute force the limits of the heavenly Daos? Ning truly couldn't believe it.
In truth, when he had struck the ground of the cave with a palm just now, he had already begun to sense it.
The power of his palms definitely equaled the power of a Dao weapon. It was absolutely at the level of a world-level expert.
Now, he had apparently also reached the world level in terms of speed as well.
And the reason for these miraculous results was the power of the mist that formed within the azure flower region.
Although the energy was unable to leave his body, it supported and reinforced it, upgrading Ning in every single area to an entirely different level. He was now stronger and faster, and Ning had the feeling that he was now as fast as a world god. Even if he wasn't, he had to be extremely close to that level. He was able to fly faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos while relying solely on his body. He was able to strike as hard as a world god while solely striking out with his palms. This, too, represented a breaching of the limits of the heavenly Daos. The limits of the heavenly Daos, they were like paper, easily pierced through by Ning. There was no need for him to rely on his insights from the 5 treasures. There was need for any other forms of support. Just by allowing the mist to reinforce his body, he was able to completely breach the limits of the heavenly Daos in every single way. Even if he wasn't a world god, he wasn't far off from that level. How could it be this powerful? Only now did Ning truly understand how marvelous the azure flower space was. Who on earth came up with this technique? The primordial chaos did have quite a few monstrously powerful techniques. For example, Ning's combined usage of the second stage of the Tao-18 Fiend Gods and the One True Body technique to give himself the power of a half-step world god. The primordial chaos also contains stories of some even more powerful techniques that had been devised by truly ancient powers, and in some of those stories these techniques allowed extremely powerful elder gods and ancestral immortals to slay world-level experts. What did one need in order to kill someone on a higher level? Ridiculously powerful techniques, terrifying treasures, shockingly high levels of insight into the Tao, and more. Only when one had reached the utmost peak of power in every single aspect could one produce such extraordinary results. Ning had the feeling that the technique which produced his azure flower space was one such technique. The stronger one became, the harder it would be to grow even more powerful. There were actually quite a few strength-enhancing techniques akin to the Tao-18 Fiend Gods, or the One True Body, such as the Thousand Bodies Sutra, a technique which was even more monstrous. However, after all those clones were joined together into one, it would become thousands of times more difficult to improve the body any further. Or, to put it another way, the azure flower space technique was a technique that was thousands of times more valuable than the combination of the Tao-18 Fiend Gods and the One True Body techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 22, Continuing Downwards. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 22, Continuing Downwards. Ning began to feel excited. He had just undergone a transformation on a qualitative level. He had long ago mastered the heartsword stance, ensuring that he would be able to withstand a blow or two from even a true world-level expert. If he was able to completely repair Violet Jewel, then he might actually be able to give those world-level experts an actual fight. Am I going to be one of those legendary monsters who are able to slay world-level experts despite merely being an elder god? Ning mumbled to himself, then grinned. It was too difficult to break through to the world level. Every single person who was capable of succeeding in doing so was an absolute genius who had many fortuitous encounters. Thus, an elder god who could slay a world god had to be an even more brilliant genius who had even better luck and even deeper insights. The Tao of the sword is a Tao meant for combat. I need to do my best to master the second stance of the nameless sword art. I might not be capable of becoming one of those monsters, but I still need to work as hard as I can to advance through my chosen path. Ning had a look of desire in his eyes. A man had to aim for the stars and set high goals for himself on his path to cultivation. That way, even if he didn't succeed in his goals, he would still be able to travel farther than most cultivators. Ning once more appeared within the cave inside the pit. With a wave of his hand, he put away his estate world treasure. This mist energy is truly marvelous. Still, I imagine it'll be used up quite quickly in battle. I need to store up more of it. Ning waved his hand, causing the Heavengazer Tower of Radiance to appear next to him, then entered it. Within the Heavengazer Tower, Ning began to fill the Azure Flower with his heart force, divine power, and immortal energy. The Azure Flower accepted it all, ravenously devouring the energy and converting it into mist, resulting in the mist grower denser and denser. After most of his energy was used up, Ning took a break to recover. He could withdraw energy from the primordial chaos to replenish his divine power, but his heart force could only be recovered through rest. After recovering, he continued to pour all his energy into the Azure Flower. Whoosh! Finally, once the mist in the region reached a certain level of density, a vortex suddenly formed which drew in all the mist energy, converting it into a single crystalline drop of water. A drop of water? Ning attuned to it briefly, then immediately understood. This drop of water was the form the mist took when it reached an extremely high level of density. When battle began, he would be able to draw the mist energy out from the drop of water. I have to use up almost all of my divine power, heart force, and immortal energy in order to condense a single water drop. Ning couldn't help but feel shocked. Well, time to continue. The primordial chaos was truly vast and infinite. There was a limit to how much of its energy a cultivator could draw upon, with the hard limit being how much the cultivator's body could withstand. Thanks to the Heavengazer Tower, Ning was able to withdraw chaos energy at a rate that was 10 times faster than someone in the outside world. He repeatedly went through a cycle of exhausting all his heart force, divine power, and immortal energy, then replenishing it through resting. More and more water drops began to appear in the Azure Flower space. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. Every single drop was formed through Ning completely exhausting and converting all his energy. Finally, after a long period of time, a total of 36 drops of water were circling within the Azure Flower space. A strange equilibrium had been reached, and a sense of pressure radiated outwards from the Azure Flower space, letting Ning know that it had reached its limit for now. Ning spent a few more days in the cave after this. He needed to get a full picture of what the Azure Flower could do. As for the other clone of his true body which was within the prison world, it had also mastered the 9 Chaos Seals and had gained an Azure Flower seal of its own, one which was also capable of manifesting those drops of water. However, for the clone, 3 drops was the absolute limit.
It seems as though my true body's azure flower space is able to hold more power than my backup clones? Ning murmured to himself. Is it due to it having a stronger divine body? A stronger gene Dan? Or is it due to the soul? Ning was filled with many questions.
His true body was formed through merging 17 clones. It had a more powerful divine body, a stronger soul, and a gene Dan that was comparable to first-tier Jindan's.
Its azure flower was more powerful as well.
No need to dwell on it. For now at least, it seems as though the azure flower energy can only be applied to the divine body, Ning mused to himself. He had a feeling that the azure flower energy wasn't that simple, but despite spending quite a bit of time analyzing it, he was still unable to discover any other methods of applying it. Given Mother Nuwa's abilities, I'm sure she must have been able to merge the 9 chaos seals together as well. She also must have an azure flower space of her own, and I'll wager her insights into it are much greater than mine. She might have discovered some of its secrets, Ning mused. But I still have no idea where she's gone off to.
There's actually no record of her in the Badlands territory. Mother Nuwa had left the Three Realms roughly half a chaos cycle ago.
If she had arrived in the Badlands territory, given her power, her arrival definitely would have been recorded down.
It must be understood that even the more powerful elder gods and ancestral immortals were known throughout the Badlands territory.
As for the world gods, all of them would definitely be recorded down. And yet, Ning was unable to find any records of Mother Nuwa at all.
Or perhaps she didn't make it to the Badlands territory? Did she get lost in the spatial vortex tunnel?
Given her power, Mother Nuwa should have been able to traverse that tunnel with ease unless her luck was so horrid that she was completely surrounded by spatial rifts, giving her no way out at all. The chances of that happening, however, are quite low.
Or did she hide her true identity here in the Badlands territory?
Well, I'll worry about that later. Given her power, if she's still in the Badlands territory, her reputation will quickly spread throughout the region.
Ning was in quite a good mood right now.
His mastery of the azure flower space had been more beneficial to him than anything he could imagine. Even if his true body ended up dying here, his backup clone would eventually be able to rebuild it.
Thank you, Senior Waterwind.
Ning turned to look at the words left behind on the cave walls. It was thanks to the diagram of the 100 streams merging together to form the Tao that Ning had been able to gain tremendous insights of his own and thus master the 9 chaos seals. This was far more valuable and important to Ning than merely improving his sword arts a bit.
Ning moved to stand at the edge of the cave. He first stared upwards, then downwards towards the bottomless abyss. Should I climb upwards? Or should I go down?
This was what Ning was pondering. With the azure flower energy supporting him, he would be able to easily climb upwards and escape from the pit. But after leaving the pit, would he be able to escape this place safely?
Hard to say. What would happen if he climbed downwards? Still hard to say.
It won't be too hard for me to climb upwards, but, Ning nodded slowly. I don't need to rush out of here.
I'll go down and take a look first. Countless cultivators must have been swallowed by the wind source.
Hellsword himself had a pair of Tao weapons on him.
The depths of the wind source ruins must hold many treasures.
Although the path downwards might be filled with many dangers, it was also a path that led to great treasures. It wasn't impossible that Ning might end up finding 4 or 5 Tao weapons there.
Time to go. Ning no longer hesitated. Cultivators were meant to battle against heaven and earth.
If they wanted to acquire good treasures, they'd have to risk their lives for it.
Ning's arms stretched out many hundreds of meters.
He looked like a giant ape as he swung from crevice to crevice, the azure flower energy filling his body, making the process quite simple.
In fact, Ning was now able to easily grasp onto jutting pieces of rock without needing to focus on cracks.
Previously, Ning wouldn't be able to maintain his grip, but now he was able to do so with ease. Swoosh! 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 He clambered down very agilely with 6 arms, moving so fast that he looked like a blur.
10 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Ning continued his downwards descent.
Every so often, he would encounter a treasure that was caught within a crack or on a ledge.
This is way too deep.
I must have gone down at least 30,000 kilometers by now.
Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh in amazement.
The deeper I go, the more powerful the wind source seems to become as well. Right now, the wind source was at least 5 or 6 times more powerful than it had been when he was next to the cave. However, Ning had become so much more powerful that he was still able to proceed in a very relaxed manner. Ning's eyes lit up as he saw a warblade that glistened with bloody light that had been caught within a crevice. As the grey wind blew past the warblade, it emitted an ear-piercing screech. The warblade was quite dazzling to behold, and its aura caused even Ning's heart to clench.
A Dao weapon.
Ning revealed a look of delight. After climbing down 30,000 kilometers, I picked up more than 100 chaos weapons.
Now, I've finally found a Dao weapon.
Whoosh! Ning reached out with his arms, stretching them out several hundred meters as he stuck his hands deep into the crevice, then pulled the warblade out.
Judging from the ripples emanating from the warblade, it was an ownerless item.
Its former owner had most likely died a long time ago. I feel as though its aura is even stronger than Violet Jewel's aura is, Ning murmured to himself. It must be quite a powerful Dao weapon.
Ning's guess was correct.
This warblade was a weapon which an elder god had acquired from an incredibly deadly place.
It was a top-grade Dao weapon.
However, after acquiring the weapon, the elder god had been unable to escape the danger zone he was in. He continued to flee through the area and in the end had been swept into and perished within the 100 streams of the wind source. For the sake of this warblade alone, I have to make it out of here alive. It'd be a huge waste if I died.
Ning quickly put the warblade away.
One could perish at any moment when trapped within a deadly area such as this, but the rewards one could reap could also be staggering.
I'll keep going downwards.
I still haven't seen those 2 Dao weapons which Hellsword found. Ning reached out with his 6 arms, continuing his quick downwards descent into the depths of this bottomless pit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 24, Chapter 23, Windbeast. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 23, Windbeast. Ning continued to clamber downwards, traversing yet another 10,000 kilometers.
On the way down, he picked up another 20+ chaos treasures. The reason why he picked up no proto-cosmic spirit treasures was because the grey wind here was so strong that even proto-cosmic spirit treasures would be slowly ground to dust by it. Only chaos treasures were able to survive the wind for extended periods of time.
I reached the bottom?
Ning held onto the walls with his 6 long arms as he stared downwards.
Rumble.
The grey wind formed a swirling maelstrom at the bottom, but the pit itself had come to an end.
All Ning could see was the small part of the enormous maelstrom that was visible from his location. This should be the bottom. This is where the wind transforms into a maelstrom, at least.
That means that the treasures left behind by the dead cultivators should all be here. Ning began to grow rather excited. Hellsword had 2 Dao weapons on him, and Ning had already picked up over 100 chaos treasures and a top-grade Dao warblade on the way down. The number of treasures at the bottom had to be immense. Whoosh! Whoosh! The closer he got to the treasures, the more careful he became.
He slowly climbed downwards, carefully inspecting his surroundings as he did so.
The grey wind here was so powerful that if it wasn't for his azure flower energy, there was no way he would be able to climb around here.
The maelstrom is pretty large.
As he continued to climb downwards, the true size of the grey maelstrom of wind began to reveal itself.
What? Ning was stunned.
The enormous maelstrom covered an area of roughly 1,000 kilometers. On one end of the maelstrom was the deep pit which Ning had just emerged from, while on the other end of the maelstrom was another pit that seemed just as deep and dark. Quite a bit of the gray wind would occasionally howl towards and go through the second pit as well. This is... Suddenly, Ning had a thought. The image of the 100 streams once more appeared in his mind, with those rivers all surging forward before coming together as one. Now I understand. This is what Senior Waterwind spoke of when he said he saw the marvelous sight of the 100 streams of the wind source. What I experienced just now should have been just one of those flows. Ning immediately understood. The 100 streams of the wind source represented 100 of these tunnels that coiled deep into the planet before joining together at a common location. Each tunnel had to be more than 1,000,000 kilometers long. The 100 streams contained all of the Daos which had been mastered by the ancient power behind this estate. Waterwind had viewed several of the flows and gained many insights into them. Thus, he had left behind his diagram atop the walls of that cave. The pit I just climbed out of and the pit on the other side should belong to the same flow. Nin nodded slowly to himself. It's much like how the waters of a river will occasionally form small whirlpools when going past certain bends. So I've only been on a single stream this entire time. Still, it makes sense. Even someone as unfathomably powerful as Waterwind was only able to investigate a few of the streams. I'll wager that quite a few of the treasures ended up being piled up here somewhere. Now, Ning finally understood. After he had been drawn in here from the outside world, he had begun his journey through a single stream and had now encountered the first bend in the stream. This meant that he was most likely in the outermost layer of the 100 streams. The farther down I go, the more dangerous it will probably become. Ning mused to himself. Even Lord Badlands and Senior Waterwind were unable to fully conquer this ancient ruin. If I try to go much deeper, I'll probably be throwing my life away, but... Upon realizing that he was still at the outermost layer of the 100 streams of the wind source, Ning immediately came to his senses. I should take away these treasures, then get the hell out of here. Ning immediately came to this decision, then once more began to carefully crawl forwards. Soon, he reached the bottom. The maelstrom itself didn't have too much of a sucking power to it, just some tearing power. The margins of the maelstrom were actually quite peaceful, and many treasures had been swirled about and tossed to the edges of the maelstrom. Ning saw that there had to be hundreds, perhaps over 1,000 treasures with tremendously powerful auras that were scattered around the edges of the maelstrom. 7 Dao weapons? Ning was delighted when he saw this. And that's just what I can see with the naked eye. There are probably several other Dao weapons that are hidden within storage treasures. Ning willed the azure flower mist energy to reinforce his legs, allowing him to easily walk across the bottom of this chamber. The sucking power wasn't that strong here, allowing him walk about quite freely. Ning silently crept forward, soon arriving in a region that was roughly 300 meters long. There was no wind here at all, and quite a few treasures had been piled up here. This is great. Ning waved his hand, collecting the treasures. Whoosh! That small corner contained dozens of chaos treasures as well as a Dao weapon. The Dao weapon was an odd-looking fist-sized slab. Ning used his divine power to bind it, and upon doing so Ning realized that this slab was actually a flexible sword of incredible sharpness that could also be used as a whip. What are these fragments? Ning glanced at the unremarkable fragments nearby. Ning waved his hand, picking up a fragment of a sword handle. What's this? Ning frowned. He could clearly see deep indents on the surface of the handle. Are those Fong marks? This thought suddenly flashed through Ning's mind. Come here. Ning waved his hand, causing the many shards and fragments to all fly into his estate treasure. Within the estate treasure, Ning's core sense wouldn't be disturbed by the gray wind, allowing him to more carefully inspect the fragments. What he found was a very strange object located within the large pile of ordinary fragments. Ning waved his hand, causing the strange object to fly out and come to a rest within Ning's palm. It was a large, palm-sized bluish-white scale. The fragments he had picked up were of all different colors, and so Ning hadn't noticed the scale earlier. A scale? Ning glanced at the patterns on the scale. It looked quite like a scale that would appear on some sort of a beast. And those fang marks, fangs that were able to grind apart a chaos treasure, and a scale? I can't stay here. I need to pick up these treasures, then get out of here. Ning didn't even dare to imagine what creature had caused this. He hurriedly flew towards a different corner of the chamber, but as he did so he saw a streak of light fly against the gray wind, emerging from the depths of the chamber and flying towards him with astonishing speed. Ning blanched when he saw this. Good heavens! Even though he had become dramatically stronger, he still had to use his arms and hands to crawl around this place. However, that streak of light was not only moving against the wind, it was doing so at an utterly inconceivable speed. Flee! Ning no longer dared to tarry. His hands stretched out thousands of meters as he hurriedly began to crawl upwards and flee at high speed. My treasures! Just as Ning had picked up that scale, a creature had stirred from deep within this chamber. Its entire body was bluish-white. It had a crystalline mane, the head of a tiger, a body that was completely covered in scales, an extremely long tail, and 4 mighty limbs. After being born, it had lived its entire life here within this endless tunnel. It would occasionally discover some sabers, knives, staves, hammers, and other weapons that fell into its lair. These weapons were useless to it, but it liked to collect them and hoard them. It even placed a few of the scales it had shed in the corners of the chambers where there was no wind, so as to signify that those treasures belonged to it. You actually dare to rob me of my treasures. Die! Die! It was enraged. It immediately transformed into a streak of light, flying against the wind towards the invader. What sort of a freak is this? How can it possibly fly directly against the wind of the 100 streams? Does this scale belong to it? Although Ning had fled after taking just one glance at the creature, he was still able to tell that it was a strange beast that was completely bluish-white in color, while the scale he had acquired was also bluish-white. And those shards of treasures that had been bitten apart, did those teeth marks come from it? The undamaged chaos treasures were all high-grade or top-grade in quality, while the broken ones were all fairly low-quality chaos treasures. Still, for it to be able to chew chaos treasures apart, Ning immediately understood that this monster was most likely far too powerful for him to handle. Swoosh! 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 Ning's 6 arms moved in a blur as he frantically clambered upwards. He had never crawled as fast as he was crawling right now. Before this, he had been moving very slowly, for fear of something dangerous happening. Now, he was climbing at his absolute maximum speed. In almost the blink of an eye, Ning propelled himself upwards ape-style by more than 10,000 kilometers. Whoosh! But despite how fast Ning was climbing, that bluish-white streak of light flew upwards even faster, even though it was going against the wind. In fact, it had caught up to him. Damn! I found so many treasures. Am I going to die here now? This sucks. Ning turned his head, staring at the ferocious, bluish-white monster that had drawn close to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 24, The Battle in the Abyss. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 24, The Battle in the Abyss. The crystalline mane of the bluish-white beast trembled as it glared at Ning, its dark yellow eyes filled with hatred and murder. Ning clung onto the walls of the pit with one hand, as he turned to stare at the bluish-white scaled monster. Their gazes met. I don't want to be enemies with you, Ning said. Die! The bluish-white monster suddenly let out a furious roar as it struck out with its tail, striking so fast that Ning blanched. Ning hurriedly used his 5 free arms to strike out with his sword arts. It was as though 5 black holes had suddenly appeared in the air and moved to deflect the oncoming attack. Boom! The incredible power of the collision caused even Ning's body to tremble, smashing him against the stone walls behind him. A large crack had appeared on the walls, but thankfully Ning had a tough divine body and a top-grade suit of chaos armor, as well as the support of that azure flower mist energy. All these things ensured that he was able to withstand the blow, but from this very first clash, Ning instantly understood that his foe was even more stronger than he was. Ever since Ning had mastered the 9 chaos seals and acquired the azure flower energy, Ning had felt confident that he was very close to the world god level of power and perhaps had even reached it. But this monstrosity before him, a simple strike from its tail had completely overpowered Ning. Die! 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 The bluish-white monster charged forward furiously, raking out with its claws. I gotta get out of here. Ning quickly clambered up the walls like a spider, sometimes using his left hand to climb, sometimes using his right. He'd occasionally block an attack while occasionally borrow from the force of the collisions to propel himself further upwards. Right-yep! The sharp claws tore a gash through the stone walls. Whap! The powerful tail strikes caused the stone to shudder. Ning was at a complete disadvantage. This beastie doesn't seem to be that tough. After exchanging a few dozen blows with the creature, Ning was slowly beginning to come to this conclusion. It is strong and fast, and its claws are quite sharp, but it doesn't seem to have many insights into the Tao at all. It has an incredibly powerful body, but in battle it is clumsy beyond belief. The azure flower mist energy had strengthened Ning's body, making it so that the difference in power between him and the beast wasn't that great. If Ning hadn't mastered the 9 chaos seals and was only as strong as he was when he had first been drawn into the pit, he would have been flattened by that first swipe of the tail. It wouldn't have mattered how profound his insights into the Tao were. I can't keep wasting time with it. If too much time passes, my azure flower mist energy will be used up and I'll be finished. After battling for just a short period of time, one of the drops of liquid azure flower energy had already been used up. This shocked Ning and brought him back to his senses. You can't kill me! Ning barked. You! Die! The bluish-white scaled creature continued to fight in a berserk manner. Ning took out the warblade. This was the Tao weapon which he had picked up a short while ago, and Ning had already bound it to himself quite some time ago. In terms of raw power, it was even stronger than the still-damaged violet jewel. F***ck off. Ning exploded with power. Swords are double-edged weapons. Sabers have just a single blade. However, the tip of this warblade was incredibly sharp, and thus it could also be used to stab, split, and scrape, just as a sword would. Still, it was still better suited for more explosive and forceful attacks. Heavenbreaker stance. Ning held the warblade in a two-handed grip. He allowed his divine power and the azure flower mist energy to both blast forth at full power as he raised the warblade up high, then furiously chopped down towards the bluish-white scaled monster before him. The Heavenbreaker stance was Ning's most forceful attack. Of Ning's many sword arts, it was the sword art which was best suited for use with a weapon such as this warblade. In fact, after getting some insights into the second stance of the nameless sword art, Ning's Heavenbreaker stance now contained even more of a killing intent than it did before. When Ning unleashed this attack, he was striking downwards, resulting in the attack being sped up by the howling wind. His saber light flashed out far faster than the speed of light, giving the bluish-white scaled monster no time to dodge at all. Grarair! The monster confidently blocked with its claws. The enormous crescent saber light actually blasted the sharp claws aside, landing against the creature's scaly body. Boom! The bluish-white scaled creature was actually knocked backwards, scales shattering at the point of impact and flying out of its body. It slammed into the stone walls of the pit with a bang, causing the stone to tremble and multiple cracks to appear. In raw power alone, with the aid of the warblade, Ning was actually able to overpower even the bluish-white beast. It was the beast's own fault for being too stupid. It had a mighty body that was stronger than even the body of a world god, but the way in which it was able to use that power was quite crude. It simply had far too low a level of insight into the Tao. Or perhaps it might have no insights at all. Perhaps all it knew was just the most basic of attacks. Awah! After smashing into the stone walls, the bluish-white creature suddenly raised its head and let out a furious howl. Its howling voice contained a strange, rippling wind to it. Whoosh! The sound of its voice was carried away by the wind source and instantly transmitted to a different region. Deep within a distant pit, a wind beast that had been slumbering suddenly raised its head. It murmured softly to himself, "An invader? There's an invader? That kidfo hasn't been alive long enough. He's too weak, which is why we had him stand watch over one of the least dangerous regions. And yet he's asking for reinforcements?" The wind beasts all heard this sound. Some of them had powerful auras, some of them had weak auras. Some of them actually shook their heads and sighed. Hoo-hoosh! 9 of the closest wind beasts transformed into streaks of light, flying through the wind like fish swimming through water. When Ning had seen the bluish-white creature fly at high speed against the wind, he had been so terrified that he immediately fled. Only after actually fighting it did he realize that he was actually able to beat it. These wind beasts were born in the wind source, after all. This was why they were able to fly within the wind with such ease. His body is too tough. Even my warblade is only able to chip off a few of its scales. Upon seeing this, Ning instantly lost all desire to fight against the creature any longer. In a place as dangerous as this, he couldn't just waste his azure flower energy willy-nilly. If he ran out, he'd die. Time to leave. Ning quickly clambered upwards, moving more than 1,000 kilometers. Running? The bluish-white scaled monster continued its pursuit. What was that? As Ning climbed upwards while blocking the attacks from the first monster, Ning suddenly saw a second streak of light fly towards him from down below. Another one? Ning was horrified. Move! 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 Ning was truly panicking now. He used 4 of his arms to furiously climb upwards while his other 2 arms used the warblade to furiously strike down upon the chasing wind beast. Each blow consumed quite a bit of his azure flower energy, but each time the wind beast suffered just slight injuries. It refused to give up the chase. Whoosh! Ning continued to climb upwards at high speed. I should be just a few thousand kilometers away from the exit. Once I escape the pit, the gray wind won't be able to cause me any trouble. I'll easily be able to fly faster than the limits of the heavenly das, and it'll be much easier for me to deal with that monster. You can't even deal with a single invader? The second streak of light had arrived as well. Help me kill him, the first wind beast growled. Shit! Ning gritted his teeth as he saw yet another streak of light appear in the depths of the pit. How many of the damned things are there? As Ning continued to climb upwards, he defended himself with 2 hands. He now wielded the warblade with one hand, using it to launch incredibly powerful attacks. With the other hand, he activated the slab that he had picked up, causing a flexible sword to immediately fly out from within it. This was the second Dao weapon which Ning had acquired. The warblade was used to launch ferocious, savage attacks. The flexible sword was used to execute the shadowless stance and other unpredictable sword stances. As for Ning's other 4 hands, he continued to use them to frantically climb upwards. Boom! Boom! Kill! 2 of the wind beasts furiously assaulted Ning, and he defended against them while continuing to climb upwards. Right at this moment, the 3rd wind beast arrived as well. But, not only was Ning facing the attacks of 3 wind beasts, he could see 2 more streaks of light soaring upwards from the dark depths of the pit. One of those streaks of light moved with incredible speed. Clearly, it was the fastest of the 5. If I let them surround me, I'm dead. Ning furiously defended against their attacks, using his Dao weapons to block. He also redirected some of their attacks, making it so that the three wind beasts interfered with each other's attacks. There it is! Ning could see the bright opening above him. Gotta charge out. Ning could already see the fourth wind beast, the incredibly quick one, drawing very close to him. Boom! Ning intentionally let himself be hit by a claw strike. Swoosh! He borrowed the power of the blow, letting it sweep him upwards and shoot him outside of the pit entrance. Gruar! Foe, not only were you unable to kill him, you actually hindered me. You idiot! He was barely able to handle me. You were useless. Both of you, shut up. All three of you idiots, shut up. The fourth wind beast let out a roar, causing the other three to fall silent. The four wind beasts all looked upwards, a look of rage and dread in their dark yellow eyes. They didn't dare fly out of their pit, as the ruins were far too incredibly dangerous. Even they were only able to live peacefully in their local part of the 100 Streams. There were many places which were death traps even for them. After flying out of the pit and away from the grey wind, Ning landed on the ground. He glanced towards the deep, enormous pit in surprise. They didn't come out? Phew! I finally escaped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 25, The House by the Lake. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 25, The House by the Lake. Ning kept a firm hold on the ground. Only when he saw that no wind beasts were emerging did he relax and glance at his surroundings. Ning slowly rose to his feet, looking around himself with surprise. The vast skies were filled with streams of grey energy that crisscrossed in the air. A stream of grey energy was flowing through the endless pit he had just crawled out of as well. Ning immediately understood that the grey energy was actually the grey wind which had enveloped him and Hellsword earlier. When Hellsword and I were fighting, we must have activated some restrictive spell by accident, resulting in us being swept into that tornado. Ning carefully inspected the area. If those wind beasts were too afraid to come out here, it has to mean that this place is dangerous. He was in a vast new realm. Aside from some enormous pits, Ning could also see some enormous continents, mountains, valleys, and lakes. Everything looked so peaceful. However, Ning's heart rate began to speed up. Ever since he had manifested the Azure Flower Seal after merging the 9 Chaos Seals, Ning had become even more keenly attuned to the essence of destiny. He was able to easily see the future destinies of mortals at one glance, and he could now sense that destiny was warning him that this place was incredibly dangerous. It was as though those peaceful-looking continents, mountains, and lakes were all filled with danger. What should I do? Ning raised his head to stare towards the skies, then towards the area around him. I can sense that every single direction is filled with grave danger. If every direction is filled with danger, and if the pits are filled with all those wind beasts, forget it. I'll just randomly choose a direction. It'll be up to luck. After pondering for a moment, Ning had no choice but to harden his heart. Warblade and flexible sword in hands, he began to carefully move forward. If every direction was filled with danger, then picking a particular direction didn't matter. Ning walked out of the barren wastelands and into a grasslands. Although he sensed tremendous danger the entire time, he made his way forward safely. Maybe I'll be able to walk out of this place, Ning consoled himself. The lake is quite pretty. He saw a lake within the grasslands, so beautiful that it looked like the tears of a lovely maiden. I hope nothing dangerous suddenly pops out of the lake. Ning continued to remain vigilant, and he even kept the gold star beads of the heavens around him, so as to help forewarn him of any incoming danger. Of course, if he wasn't strong enough, no amount of vigilance would matter. Whoosh, A ripple suddenly spread out and encompassed Ning, causing his surroundings to change and transform.
This is... Ning stared at his surroundings. He could still see the beautiful lake, but a quiet little residence had appeared by the side of the lake. The house was emanating ripples that were so powerful, they caused Ning to shiver. What's going on? Ning could sense how terrifying and deadly that house was. He wanted to move away from it, but no matter how he walked, he was unable to move farther than 3 kilometers away from the house. It was as though space itself was twisted here. If I can't leave, I suppose I'll have to go over and take a look, Ning mused to himself. The person who built this house has to be far more powerful than me. If he wants me dead, I won't be able to escape. He had no other options. His only choice was to go forward, and he did so, gently pushing open the gates to the courtyard of the house. Inside the courtyard was a garden and a grassy lawn, as well as several seats that were scattered across it. In the center was a graceful, elegant house that emanated ripples of tremendous power. Ning walked over towards the house. 3 of the 4 sides of the house had windows, while one side had a door. The windows were made from wood and could be easily seen through. Ning could vaguely make out a figure seated in the lotus position inside the house. This caused Ning to feel quite shocked. However, Ning still chose to walk forward to the doors of the house. Inside the house, there was an old man dressed in golden Taoist robes who was seated atop a prayer mat. The old man's eyes were closed, and he was holding a horsetail whisk in his hands. Next to him lay a miniature 9-level pagoda. His Taoist robes, his whisk, the prayer mat, the 9-level pagoda, everything emanated ripples of absolutely shocking power. That 9-level pagoda in particular radiates an aura that is 100 times as powerful as the aura of the warblade. This was the aura which Violet Jewel gave me before I bound it. Ning was stunned. Can it be that this 9-level pagoda is also a treasure that is on a higher level than that of Tao weapons? Ning was no longer the same person he was back in the 3 realms. He was now a vastly more experienced figure. Chaos treasures were generally wielded by elder gods and ancestral immortals. Tao weapons were generally employed by world gods and chaos immortals. As for weapons which surpassed Tao weapons like Violet Jewel or this tower, they were items which would drive any world-level expert mad with desire. His robes, the whisk, the prayer mat, those 3 are all Tao weapons, and they each have auras that are as strong as the aura of my warblade. Ning's own eyes were shining with desire as well. The treasures that he could see were already enough to drive any world-level expert mad with lust. But, it seems as though this old man is already dead? Ning sensed no life energy at all from the old man's body, only an aura of ancient might. I'll give it a test. Ning moved many steps backwards, then willed his protocosmic spirit rope to fly out. Ning didn't dare to actually approach the old man and try to take the treasures himself, for fear of activating some sort of dangerous spell or formation. Thus, he instead willed his protocosmic spirit rope to loop around the 9-level pagoda, intending to tug it over. If he could acquire that pagoda, this entire trip would be more than worth it. The pagoda was something which even world-level experts would go crazy for. The only reason why world god Northrest was able to acquire Violet Jewel was due to the assistance of Vast Heaven Palace. For Ning to be able to so easily acquire another such treasure was simply a bit of staggeringly good luck. Rumble. As the protocosmic rope moved within 9 meters of the old man, a wind suddenly arose around him. As the wind blew past the protocosmic spirit rope, half of it was instantly disintegrated into dust. A series of words suddenly appeared in midair, every single character gleaming with golden light. The fellow Taoist who is capable of defeating the wind source formation shall acquire my treasures. Ning was filled with both shock and desire. Wind source formation? What was the connection between it and the 100 streams of the wind source? Could it be that this old man was the creator of these ancient ruins? If he really was, could this house be the house where he lived? Ning couldn't quite believe it. If you die, you die. Why did you have to put up these formations and spells? Ning's head hurt.
He had grown dramatically more powerful, but he was still just barely capable of damaging a protocosmic spirit treasure.
To instantly disintegrate it into dust?
He was far from capable of such a thing.
Let me try it again. Ning willed a large battle axe to appear.
This battle axe was covered with divine runes, and it was a top-grade chaos treasure.
A top-grade chaos treasure, I refuse to believe you can destroy it.
Ning immediately used his immortal energy to send the battle axe to fly towards the seated old man. Once more, when the axe reached 9 meters of the old man, a wind arose.
Hisses.
When the wind blew across the axe, it emitted an ear-piercing hiss. The axe remained undamaged, but it was unable to advance any further.
What's going on?
Ning could sense incredibly powerful energy blocking his battle axe's path.
No matter how hard he pushed, he was unable to make it advance at all.
Swoosh! Suddenly, a stream of energy flew out from the 9-level pagoda next to the seated old man. The stream of energy transformed into the appearance of a black-robed child.
Stop trying. You aren't even a world-level expert. Why are you wasting your time? The black-robed child snapped rather irritably. Ning was startled. I'm a treasure spirit. Haven't you seen one before?
The black-robed child glanced sideways at the old man's corpse, then said, and you can stop lusting after the old man's treasures. Even if you managed to break through the wind source formation, you'd have to swear a lifeblood oath first. Only after accomplishing it would you be allowed to acquire these treasures.
As for breaking through the formation?
Only peak world gods would have a shot at it.
Only peak world gods would have a shot at it?
Ning was puzzled.
What level was this senior at?
He was just a peak world god as well.
The black-robed child smirked.
However, he was one of the servants of Lord Windsource, who gave him a few treasures like the Windsource formation.
Although no one is currently commanding it, it'll still be very hard for anyone to break through it. Nin nodded slowly.
This all made sense. The deceased world god had used the phrase, the fellow Taoist who was capable of defeating the Windsource formation. For him to use the words fellow Taoist meant that the person capable of defeating the formation would probably on the same general level of power as he had been.
Ugh.
When Lord Windsource died, all of his servants accompanied him to the grave. If he died, but why the hell did the old man have to keep me trapped here as well? The black-robed child sighed, then shook his head. I'm a venerable treasure that has a quintessence inside, but I've been trapped here for ages.
What a waste!
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 24, Chapter 26, Escaping Alive. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 26, Escaping Alive. A magic treasure that had a quintessence core within it? Right. Violet Jewel had a quintessence core within it as well.
Its physical body had suffered incredible damage, but the quintessence core inside of it was completely unharmed.
Don't you want to leave? Ning asked.
Of course I do. I'm bored to death here. The black-robed child glanced sideways at Ning.
Aside from breaking the wind force formation and swearing a lifeblood oath, is there truly no other way of taking you away? Ning asked.
If you can tell me a way, I'll definitely do my best to carry it out.
Well, there is. The black-robed child nodded. There is? What? Ning's eyes lit up. Become a Lord first, the black-robed child said. Ning instantly felt speechless. The only Lord in the Badlands territory which Ning was aware of was Lord Badlands.
There might be other Lords who were in seclusion, but regardless of how many were present, their level of power was a level far beyond Ning's. If Ning truly did become a Lord in the future, it wouldn't be hard for him to acquire treasures such as this.
Didn't Lord Windsource himself parcel out such treasures to his world god servants?
One could imagine how fabulously wealthy Dowlords were.
How many servants did Dowlord Windsource have exactly? Ning asked curiously. Kid, you aren't even a world god yet.
The black-robed child shook his head, then said in a smug manner, "Let me broaden your horizons a bit, then."
Right. Ning's eyes lit up. Dowlord Windsource had a rather weird disposition, but he truly was an incredible figure. He roved through the endless primordial chaos and journeyed through many of its territories.
He directly enslaved over 500 world-level experts, with more than 100 others willingly joining him as retainers. The black-robed child let out an amazed sigh.
In fact, he even had a Dowlord as his retainer. What? Ning was shocked. Incredible, right?
The black-robed child said smugly, "When Dowlord Windsource descended upon this territory, the owner of this territory came out and welcomed him with great ceremony and courtesy. But alas, I heard that Dowlord Windsource failed in his attempts to merge his 100 streams together down. Before dying, he exiled his eldest disciple, the one who had become a Dowlord, as well as some other disciples and retainers. He then led all of his slaves and the rest of his world-level retainers to this place. According to what Dowlord Windsource said, this was his ancient homeland. He left this place long ago and voyaged through the outside the world. If he was to die, he wished to die at home. However, his ancestral chaos world had vanished long ago. Thus, Dowlord Windsource established the Windsource Chaos World in the same location where his ancient chaos world had been. He then established the Windsource Ruins. Supposedly, he did all this to show off all the insights into the Tao he had gained during his life. After leaving his Tao behind, he died. The black-robed child pointed towards the seated old man.
Look.
That's one of the poor bastards who served him and was forced to join him in death.
More than 500 world-level experts joined him in death? Ning was speechless. Right. The black-robed child nodded. Dowlords, you know? Dowlord Windsource was actually pretty peaceful. Some of the crazier Dowlords will go completely berserk. When they die, they will make their entire territory die along with them, going so far as to slaughter every living being they can find before dying in a sea of corpses. Ning truly was unable to say anything. Make an entire territory die with them, then continuing to slaughter until they themselves perished? Madman.
The more powerful a person was, the more terrifying they would be when gripped by madness.
It seemed as though Dowlord Windsource really was fairly calm by comparison. So you are saying that more than 500 world-level experts died in these ruins? Ning sighed in amazement.
A Samsara Dowlord, more than 500 world-level experts, and an enormous number of elder gods and ancestral immortals all died here, the black-robed child said. Over the course of countless years, quite a few treasure-seeking cultivators have died here as well, leaving behind many of their own treasures. Thus, this place really is like a giant treasure vault. The only question is, are you strong enough to loot it? You are actually pretty lucky. The black-robed child let out a sigh. You actually were able to find this place. The wind is formless and fickle, and thus the internal structure of Dowlord Windsource's estate is also ever-changing. Since you were able to find this place, you now have a chance of being able to escape. A chance of being able to escape? Ning was surprised and delighted. Right. There's a pavilion over there. Once you go inside of it, it'll teleport you to the outer regions. The outer regions are much safer than this place, the black-robed child said. Alright, that's all. Hurry up and beat it. You were lucky enough to find this estate this time, but you probably won't be so lucky next time, After speaking, the black-robed youth flew back into the 9-level pagoda. Ning once more turned his gaze towards the golden-robed old man who was seated in the lotus position within the house. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This old man was a peak world god. Most likely, he was on par with even the likes of world god Northrest or even stronger. And yet, his destiny had been to accompany his master unto death.
Lord Windsource had only driven away some of his disciples and retainers. The rest of his retainers, along with his slaves, had all died with him here. Apparently, the retainers who had died were the ones he didn't like. The ones he did like, he had exiled along with those disciples, sparing them instead of having them die with him. The treasures are right there in front of me, but I just can't get at them. Forget it. Time to go. Ning knew that luck and fortune couldn't be forced. If he really was lucky, he'd be able to find a world god's corpse that wasn't protected by any formations or spells at all, allowing him to easily take away any treasures. That would really be a hell of a stroke of luck. And yet, he was still fairly lucky. Although he hadn't been able to acquire the treasures, he had learned of a safe route out of here. After leaving the house, he turned to glance one final time at the golden-robed elder's corpse. Only then did Ning begin to make his way through the courtyard. There were a total of 3 pavilions within the courtyard, but Ning was in no rush to leave. Instead, he first inspected the other rooms. There might be some other treasures left here, Ning mused to himself. Ning really did find something inside one of the rooms. This was a room with a study. There was a table here, a quill pen having been tossed atop of it. The table was covered with golden paper, but there was plenty of paper scattered on the ground as well. Damn. 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 Damn me for choosing to serve that old bastard. Damn that old bastard for being unfair and partial. You damn well deserve to lose your Dao and die. The words on the paper were filled with hatred. In truth, the retainers didn't realize what had happened right away. Only after Lord Windsource had sealed their true souls did they understand what was happening. Given that it was guaranteed that their souls would soon be shattered, how could these slaves and retainers possibly feel afraid of him any longer? For them to merely vent their rage on a few pieces of paper was nothing. A pity for them that Lord Windsource had already went into silent seclusion to wait for death to come. How could he possibly care about the ravings and curses of these ant-like beings? In the instant of his death, the seals covering the true souls of his slaves and retainers were all activated, causing all of their true souls to be destroyed as well. This world god must have been fond of calligraphy. This pen is actually a Dao weapon. Ning was amazed. This was the first time he had seen a pen-shaped Dao weapon. He hurriedly picked it up and easily bound it to himself. The quill of this pen could transform into countless strands of white thread that could entangle one's foes, while the tip of the pen could be used as an awl or dagger. It could be used for soft attacks or hard attacks. This truly was a fierce weapon. However, the deceased world god had long ago grown accustomed to using it for calligraphy. If I keep searching, perhaps I'll find more. Ning thoroughly searched the rest of the rooms but found nothing else. Still, Ning was in an excellent mood. A quick search had resulted in him gaining a pen-shaped Dao weapon which other elder gods and ancestral immortals would go mad over. Time to go. Not hesitating at all, Ning immediately began to move towards the pavilions. There were 3 pavilions in total. Ning used his immortal energy to take control of the nearby grass to test the pavilions out. When he sent the grass into the second pavilion, the grass suddenly disappeared as it was teleported away. There it is. It really was teleported away. I wonder if it was teleported to someplace safe or someplace dangerous. Ning could sense the ripples from the teleportation. At least there's a chance of getting out of here. In I go. Ning strode forward, entering the pavilion. As he did so, swoosh. He disappeared into thin air. Ning reappeared somewhere else in the middle of the air. Where am I? Ning glanced downwards, a look of delight instantly appearing on his face. The region I was in previously. He had been journeying through this region for more than a year before encountering and battling Hellsward. Only then had he been swept into the 100 streams of the wind source. Now, he had made it back to this dangerous region. However, Ning now knew that compared to the core regions he had just escaped,
this dangerous region and the swamps were all incredibly safe. Even elder gods and ancestral immortals were able to wander through this region with ease. I managed to come back with quite a haul of treasures. If I died in there, all my treasure scavenging would have been for nothing.
Ning was filled with contentment and happiness.
Ning suddenly stared off into the distance. His vision was incredibly keen, especially after the azure flower energy began reinforcing every part of his body. He was now able to see to great distances with the naked eye, and he immediately saw a warship drifting through the distant skies next to a chain of mountains. This warship had been resized to be merely a few dozen meters long, and it clung tightly to the chain of mountains.
Elder God Sky South?
Ning immediately recognized the warship. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It seems the two of us really are destined to clash." Swoosh! Ning immediately began to fly towards the warship, the gold star beads of the heavens swirling around him.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 27, Ning and the Flame Fairy. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 27, Ning and the Flame Fairy. Karma was truly a wondrous, mysterious thing. As Ning flew towards the warship, he couldn't help but sigh. When he had first entered the ruins, Elder God Sky South had relied on his army of slaves to attack Ning and attempt to seize Ning's treasures. In truth, Ning didn't hold much of a grudge. Anyone who entered the world of cultivation had to abide by its many unspoken rules, and combat was extremely common within the ruins. If Ning truly had been killed, he would have only blamed himself for being too weak. Back then, he had elected to flee. After roaming about the 100 streams of the wind source, he had ended up acquiring multiple Dao weapons and had mastered the 9 chaos seals, materializing the azure flower seal and growing dramatically more powerful. And now, as soon as he exited the 100 streams, he had run into Elder God Sky South once more. If there was no enmity whatsoever between the two, Ning probably would have just left. That was the type of person he was. But now that there was a bit of bad blood, Ning didn't hesitate at all in choosing to chase after him. This, too, was karma. Destiny and karma truly do work in unfathomable ways. Ning could sense the unfathomably distant and vast essence river of destiny ebbing and surging. He was now able to see the fate of mortals with but a single glance, discerning their future joys and sorrows. Truly formidable cultivators, however. Ning found it difficult to see their destinies. Although destiny was often viewed as being abstruse, it actually operated on simple principles. Destiny was formed by the entangling of countless different strings of karma. For example, Ning held a grudge against Old Man Yuan, which was why Ning had ended up joining Fogstone and being stationed here on the Windsource Chaos World. But of course, the secret workings of destiny were trillions of times more complicated than the simple cause and effect of karma. Ning understood another principle as well. The past was difficult to change, but the future was not. For example, Ning might be able to see the destined life path of a mortal, but because the future had yet to actually happen, for that mortal's destiny to be changed wouldn't be too hard. For example, if a powerful cultivator suddenly chose to intervene in that mortal's life, that mortal's destiny would easily be changed. The Book of Life and Death was a good example. It set down the destined fates of mortals, but if that mortal gained great karmic merit, his life could be completely changed. In fact, Ning had the sneaking suspicion that some unfathomably powerful figures might be capable of reversing things that had already occurred in the past. For example, perhaps a cultivator whose true soul was destroyed could be revived. This was Ning's greatest hope and goal as he continued on his path of cultivation. His greatest desire was to see his beloved wife be brought back to life. Ning continued to chase after the warship, moving closer and closer to it, but his mind began to wander as he began to ponder on the workings of karma and destiny. In truth, he didn't view Elder God Skysouth as much of an opponent.
100 elder gods in an elder god formation were very formidable and were capable of holding off even a world god for a period of time, but Ning didn't intend to give elder god Skysouth the chance to act as he pleased. The warship continued to slowly fly through the mountains. Elder god Skysouth was seated at the front of the ship, lazily watching the skies before him. Next to him was a table covered with wine and delicacies, along with 2 female servants who were attending to him. Behind him were 6 elder gods and ancestral immortals who were maintaining a watchful vigilance. In front of the warship, a blazing figure was fleeing at high speed. The area around this fiery-robed woman was filled with countless daggers of flame.
Flame Fairy. Elder god Skysouth chortled. You've been fleeing for quite some time now. I imagine you should understand that you won't be able to escape me. If I wanted to, I could have caught you long ago. However, I chose not to. I can't bear to see such an unmatchably beautiful immortal maiden like yourself die within a place like this. All I want you to do is be one of my retainers. Why must you be so stubborn?
Elder god Skysouth drained all the wine from his wine cup. The female servant next to him smiled flirtatiously and quickly helped him fill it once more.
Just a retainer?
The fleeing Su Yuji laughed coldly. You look ravishing when you are angry, Flame Fairy. Your libertine dream technique truly is alluring.
Elder god Skysouth couldn't help but sigh in praise. I'm not asking that much.
All you need to do is serve me as a retainer while also being my pleasure companion.
What's the point of cultivation?
It is to be able to travel as far as we can on our paths with our hearts filled with pleasure.
But for someone like me, I no longer have any hopes with regards to cultivation. All I can seek is excitement and pleasure, yes.
I train in the libertine dream. I cannot possibly become your pleasure companion, Su Yuji sent mentally. The libertine dream technique did not permit the user to lose her virginity. This was a technique which Su Yuji had devised for herself after she saw fragments of an ancient technique.
Su Yuji had improved with dramatic speed after developing this technique.
She had been cultivating for less than 1,000,000 years but had long ago become comparable to a supreme elder god or ancestral immortal. However, because she was a key refiner, she was a bit weaker than fiend god body refiners in close combat. The forbidden fruits taste the sweetest. Elder god Skysouth let out a soft sigh, his voice echoing by Su Yuji's ears. Someone like me can buy and sell even female ancestral immortals as chattel, but one as mesmerizing as you is almost impossible to find.
I urge you to stop running.
If you keep running around like this, you might wind up activating a dangerous formation of some sort.
Elder god Skysouth was quite relaxed.
As soon as he had seen Flame Fairy Su Yuji, he had immediately desired to possess her and had tried to force her to become his retainer. She knew that she wasn't a match for him and so had been willing to bow her head, but the lifeblood oath which Elder god Skysouth had wanted her to swear had been simply too onerous. Although she was a retainer in name, in reality she would be nothing more than a toy for him to enjoy. The reason why she was known as the Flame Fairy was because she had an explosive, fiery temper. There was no way she would accept such terms. She had trained for less than 1,000,000 years. Even though she was just a key refiner, she was still comparable to supreme elder gods and ancestral immortals. She had an extremely high level of insight into the Tao and could quite possibly reach the world level of power.
How could someone like her possibly be willing to become someone else's plaything?
But Elder god Skysouth was quite patient. He was willing to slowly chase after her. He had once tried to send his servants to chase after her, but she had furiously fled at maximum speed.
Skysouth had immediately recalled his servants.
Such a high-speed chase could easily result in the activation of some hidden formation, and he wasn't willing to see the Flame Fairy die like this. And so, he had slowly chased after her. With the Flame Fairy fleeing at a fairly low speed, he wouldn't be in much danger. In addition, since she was running in front of him while he was slowly chasing from behind, she was essentially serving as a scout for him that was helping him test and see if the area up ahead was safe or not. Where else could he possibly find a free scout like her?
He needed time to tame the flame fairy's unruly spirit anyhow.
To tame such a peerlessly beautiful immortal woman was no easy feat. Time would be needed, but once he succeeded. Just the thought of it made him quiver. Who is there? Elder God Skysouth suddenly put away his worship and turned to look behind himself. The two female servants next to him were badly frightened, but the 6 elder gods and ancestral immortals simply looked backwards with vigilance. Behind them was a white-robed youth who was flying straight towards them, surrounded by countless golden beads that were swirling around him. Careful, master. The 6 were shocked, as they all recognized Ning. The 2 most powerful of them had used treasures to attack Ning faster than the speed of light, but Ning had broken through their attacks with one blow and then easily escaped.
The Sentinel?
Elder God Skysouth smirked.
Oh hush!
A large group of elder gods immediately appeared around him. These were the 100 elder gods which Skysouth carried with him at all times inside an estate treasure. This represented the greatest force he could muster. When traveling through the ruins, he often put on a show of being weak. When he actually got close to other elder gods and ancestral immortals, he would suddenly summon all of his subordinates.
Kill him.
Let's see if he dares to flee through this region at high speed like before. Elder God Skysouth pointed straight towards Ning.
He was no fool.
Last time, when the two had fought each other, Skysouth had quickly realized that this sentinel was a formidable expert who had the power of a truly transcendent elder god in power. Thus, this time he immediately ordered all 100 of his elder gods to attack. Last time, Ning had been able to escape because they were in the swamps. This time, they were in a much more dangerous region. Logically speaking, he wouldn't dare to flee at such high speed through it. Kill! Kill! The 100 elder gods all immediately charged towards Ning.
Him?
The fleeing flame fairy, Su Yuji, was glancing backwards as well. She saw that elder god Skysouth had come to a halt and had instead turned his attention towards a white-robed youth. She recognized that youth. Over a year ago, this youth had flown past her. However, the two had only exchanged glances, not words.
He's in danger.
In her heart, Su Yuji was definitely cheering for Ning. She was filled with anger and hatred towards elder god Skysouth. Faced with 100 attacking elder gods, Ning drew a thin, slender sword. This was the flexible Dao sword he had acquired earlier. It could be used as either a soft weapon or a hard weapon, and its slenderness made it very suitable for intricate, unpredictable sword arts.
Whoosh! Not only did Ning not flee, he instead charged straight towards the 100. He isn't fleeing?
He's courting death. The 100 elder gods were filled with confidence. They didn't fear anyone below the world level of power in a frontal clash. Alright, perhaps they might fear one of those legendary monsters who could defeat world-level experts despite being mere elder gods, but what were the chances of running into such a figure?
Kill! Die!
Saberlight and Axelight flashed through the air, howling towards Ning. Swoosh! Ning suddenly dramatically sped up, instantly surpassing the speed of light as he shot out in a solitary arc, moving past all 100 elder gods. The elder gods wanted to hack at him with their weapons, but none of them were able to attack faster than the speed of light. They couldn't even touch the hem of Ning's clothes, to say nothing of Ning himself.
Ning easily moved past them.
Swoosh! Ning flew straight towards elder god Skysouth.
How? Impossible!
Elder god Skysouth was truly frightened now. There were very few experts capable of moving faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. Generally speaking, only world gods were capable of this. The Lord of all Fiends was one of the very few exceptions. He was so ridiculously fast that even Mother Nuwa, who had just become a world god, was unable to catch up to him. Stop him! Skysouth hurriedly directed his 6 bodyguards to defend him. Quick, all of you come back! He hurriedly ordered the rest of the 100 elder gods to return as well.
Whoosh! Ning had arrived. The 6 bodyguards all readied their various weapons and treasures, using them to attack Ning. Gotta hold. Gotta hold. If I can hold for just a few moments, my Elder God formation will make it back here. Elder God Skysouth hurriedly manifested a 3-headed, 6-armed form as well. Each of his 6 arms wielded a long hook, and he sought to use them to defend and buy himself some time. But alas, the white-robed youth had already arrived. Sword light flashed. The attacks of the 6 bodyguards all missed. They did their best but were unable to even so much as touch Ning. Slash! A sword suddenly stabbed at Elder God Skysouth's throat. Because he wore a protective suit of armor, the sword wasn't able to pierce through his throat, but the powerful force contained within Ning's sword was powerful enough to cause Skysouth's body to be instantly disintegrated. Skysouth stared in disbelief at the white-robed Ning. How could this be? Even during their previous battle, this sentinel had been limited to the speed of light. His sword arts weren't as fast as they were now either. Why was he so terrifyingly strong this time? But of course, he had no idea that the azure flower mist energy in Ning's body had made him both stronger and faster, allowing him to easily overpower the limits of the heavenly Daos with his sword through raw strength. Ning's sword arts were profound to begin with, and this time they were significantly faster than before. Whoosh! Skysouth's body completely disintegrated. How could someone like him possibly endure a head-on sword strike by a world-level expert? His 6 bodyguards, his 2 female servants, his 100 elder god slaves, their eyes instantly turned dim and all signs of life vanished from their bodies. They were slaves. Long ago, their lives had become inextricably linked to the life of their master. This was a way of ensuring that slaves would truly work hard to protect their masters. If their master died, they would not be able to escape death. To tell you the truth, you actually had a chance at staying alive. Ning began glancing through the treasures which Elder God Skysouth had left behind. If you had kept those 100 elder gods around you at all times, I wouldn't have been able to get you. World-level experts were able to move faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. How, then, would 100 elder gods in a formation be able to fight back against such a foe? All other methods were suicidal, the only method was to defeat motion with stillness. If Elder God Skysouth had ordered the 100 elder gods to stay around him and protect him at all times, there was no way Ning would have been able to breach such a turtle shell defense. However, Skysouth had been so confident in his ability to defeat anyone aside from a world-level figure that he had ordered all 100 elder gods to attack instead. This rendered his own defenses vulnerable enough that any world-level expert would be capable of effortlessly dodging past the elder god formation to slay him. Skysouth couldn't really be blamed. How could he have ever imagined that Ning was this strong? But the distant Su Yuji was completely dazed by what she saw. He flies faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos, his sword arts are faster than the speed of light, and his blows are so powerful as to destroy an elder god's armor-protected body. 7 elder gods and ancestral immortals fought against him, but they weren't even able to touch his sword. What the hell level is this guy at? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 28, The First Retainer. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 28, The First Retainer. He can break through the limits of the heavenly Daos as he pleases. Quite a few of Elder God Skysouth's servants were supreme elder gods, but they were still unable to so much as touch him. They were like toddlers facing off against a giant. Su Yuji was truly stunned by what she had just seen. Prior to mastering the 9 Chaos Seals and manifesting the Azure Flower Seal, even if Ning had Violet Jewel on him, he would have still had to use it to block the enemy's weapons. This time, however, he had the Azure Flower energy powering his body, upgrading it considerably and making it much faster in every way. His enhanced body was fast, his sword was fast, and his sword arts were incredibly profound. This was why his enemies hadn't even been able to touch him. Is he a world-level expert? But he clearly is an elder god. His elder god aura is very noticeable. I saw him just a few years ago, he definitely was an elder god back then. There's no mistaking it at all. Su Yuji's heart was shaking. She had suddenly thought of something. It was fairly easy for most elder gods to become ranked as standard elder gods or elite elder gods. Supreme elder gods would be considered experts. As for transcendent elder gods, they were truly formidable figures, and the generals of the Fogstone army were all at that level. When they used certain weapons or certain explosive techniques, they might even be able to temporarily reach the world level of power. When Ning had first gone to Fogstone, he was just barely at the world god level of power when he used Violet Jewel. However, if he had battled against a true world god, he probably would have been defeated in a single blow. But according to the legends, there were some true monsters who could accomplish the impossible. They were truly invincible amongst elder gods and ancestral immortals, and some of them were so terrifyingly strong as to be able to slay even world gods and chaos immortals. However, less than 1 in a million elder gods would ever reach such a level of power. I actually ended up running this one of those legendary monsters. Su Yuji grew excited. Someone like Ning was capable of fighting against world-level experts despite merely being an elder god and ancestral immortal. Once he became a world god, he would instantly become one of the most elite of world gods. If I miss an opportunity like this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Su Yuji quickly came to her decision. All this seemed to happen in slow motion, but in truth it happened in an instant. After slaying Sky South, Ning waved his hand and caused the corpses of 1,000 elder gods and ancestral immortals to be swept into his storage treasure. After putting them away, he said, I'll find a suitable burial ground for some of these corpses in this estate world. The deceased figures had all died on their own paths of immortal cultivation. Ning would rather bury them than allow their corpses to remain there in the air. He wanted to build a special graveyard for immortals and fiend gods here, so as to constantly remind himself that his path was a perilous one that required the utmost of caution. Fellow Taoist! The distant fiery-robed flame fairy immediately flew towards him. Ning turned his head to glance at her, immediately recognizing her. He had encountered her a few years ago when he had first entered this region. He nodded slightly. It seems we truly do have a bit of fate connecting us. Indeed. Su Yuji said curiously, don't you recognize me? You are. Ning looked at her. Ning had only purchased a single star map, one which primarily explained the various major organizations located within the Badlands territory. It focused on the world-level experts as well as a few incredibly powerful elder gods and ancestral immortals. As for the elder gods and ancestral immortals who spent most of their time roaming and adventuring, there was very little information regarding them. This was why Ning wasn't able to immediately recognize figures such as elder god Sky South. Hellsword had belonged to one of the local organization, he was simply out on a brief adventure. This was why Ning recognized him. My name is Su Yuji. Most people refer to me as the Flame Fairy, Su Yuji said. You can simply address me as Sunrise, Ning said. Oh. Su Yuji looked at Ning, her eyes shining. Fellow Taoist Sunrise, would you be willing to accept me as your retainer? Retainer? Ning was startled for a moment before understanding that the Flame Fairy must have seen him slay Elder God Sky South. He had long ago heard that some extremely powerful elder gods and ancestral immortals would have other such figures be willing to serve them as retainers. However, it was incredibly rare for someone to voluntarily offer to join someone in such a fashion. I'm a key refiner, but I incomparable to a supreme elder god, Su Yuji said hurriedly. I've trained for less than 1,000,000 years and stand a chance of becoming a world-level expert. A retainer who had a chance of becoming a world-level expert was completely different from one who did not. Oh? Ning carefully scrutinized Su Yuji. He did indeed wish to acquire some retainers. In fact, if he wasn't able to find enough, he would go and purchase some slaves.
Although he was now very powerful, even world-level experts had need of an army of cultivators, to say nothing of him. An army of 1,000 elder gods in a formation could very well slay even a world-level figure. However, this was mostly dependent on the strength of the combination formation as well as sturdy immortal estates that could resist outside attacks. This allowed them to both attack or retreat in relatively safety. Who wouldn't want such an army? However, a formation that could use 1,000 elder gods or 1,000 ancestral immortals wasn't easily acquired. Even if Ning did manage to acquire one, he would need a number of commanders who had reached very high levels of comprehension in the Tao. A key refiner? Ning looked at Su Yuji. Attack me using your most powerful techniques. If I find you acceptable, you may be my retainer. All right. Su Yuji's eyes lit up. Be careful. Go! Su Yuji raised her milky white hand, pointing towards Ning with a finger as red light flashed in her eyes. Boom! 9 streaks of fiery red light simultaneously shot out around her. If one carefully inspected them, one would see that every single stream of fiery red light was actually formed from an enormous number of fiery blades. These 9 streams of fiery red light joined together into a perfect whole, coming to form a beautiful, 9-tailed bird. The bird's entire body blazed with flames as it charged straight towards Ning. It had an aura of tremendous power and incomparable dominance. She's merely an ancestral immortal, yet she has such tremendous power. And I have the feeling that this technique hasn't revealed its full power yet. Ning instantly understood that the flame fairy had been telling the truth. She did indeed possess a high level of insight. In this regard, she was probably comparable to transcendent elder gods in power. However, because she was a key refiner and didn't have access to any powerful divine abilities, in battle she was merely comparable to a supreme elder god. Ning stretched out with his right hand. It increased dramatically in length, transforming to become dozens of meters in size as his palm became as crystalline as jade. Boom! The 9-tailed firebird slammed directly against Ning's palm. Countless sparks of fiery light appeared on the surface of Ning's palm, but in the end the firebird was completely destroyed while Ning's palm was completely undamaged. I wasn't even able to shake him. Su Yuji was secretly shocked by what she saw. So he's this powerful, even in terms of just raw strength? When Ning had killed Elder God Sky South, he had focused on speed and sword arts. This time, he revealed his terrifying raw strength. Ning looked at Su Yuji and nodded. Very well. I'll accept you as my retainer. Here's an oath stone. Take a look for yourself. There were 2 types of retainer relationships. The first type of relationship was like the one between Saber and Godfiend Witherspike. His status had been nearly identical to that of his masters. In this type of relationship, both the master and the retainer would swear lifeblood oaths, only then would the 2 trust each other. But of course, the master's lifeblood oath would be much looser. The second type of retainer involved a relationship like the one between Downlord Windsource and some of his world gods. Those world gods had chosen to serve him in the hopes that he would provide them with guidance and tutelage. They naturally had a much lower status than him. All of them had to swear lifeblood oaths to Downlord Windsource, but the Downlord naturally would never swear one to them. Whenever he was in the mood, he would occasionally impart them with a bit of guidance. That would be enough to make those world gods delirious with joy. The relationship between Ning and Su Yuji belonged to the first type. Su Yuji feared just one thing, that Ji Ning would force himself upon her. Her libertine dream technique was one which required her to be a virgin until the day she became a world god. Given how strong Ning was, if he wanted to force himself upon her there was no way she'd be able to fight back. When Ning heard Su Yuji's request, he felt absolutely speechless. Still, in the end he just chuckled and swore the oath. Yuji greets you, master. After the 2 swore their lifeblood oaths, the relationship between them had changed permanently. Su Yuji beamed at Ning as she bowed, her smile filled with endless charm. Ning nodded and smiled as well.
You are the very first retainer I've ever accepted. You'll definitely accept more and more in the future, Master. Su Yuji's eyes were shining with light. But I'll always be your first. Let's go. We're going to leave the ruins, Ning said. Oh, right. My true Taoist name is Dark North. Sunrise is just a Taoist name I'm temporarily using. As you wish, Master. Su Yuji followed by Ning's side, but in her heart she was mumbling to herself, Dark North? Dark North? The two traveled more than 10,000 kilometers through the mountain range before finally reaching a region where the skies were filled with mist. Let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two immediately soared into the skies, flying into the mist. They then disappeared into thin air. The wind source ruins were perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist. Whenever you found a place in the dangerous areas or in the swamps where you could see the mist, all you had to do was fly into the mist and you would be able to leave. This was something everyone knew about the wind source ruins. The East Calm Mountains. The Sunrise Courtyard. Two streaks of light descended upon the courtyard. This is my residence, Ning said. You live here on the wind source chaos world, Master? Su Yuji was surprised. Right. I'm a sentinel of Fogstone, Ning said. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had spent quite a few years wandering the ruins, but Elder God Mountain Eater and the other soldiers stationed here had never sought him out. Ning had ordered that they were to immediately contact him if the forces of God Emperor Black Lotus invaded. Once they shattered the message talisman which Ning had given them, Ning would immediately know what had happened and would return from the ruins. Still, it made sense. He had spent 100 years in training without any attacks occurring. This most recent adventure had only lasted a few years. Choose a place for yourself to live in, Ning instructed. Yes, Master. Su Yuji turned her head to glance at a nearby room, then pointed towards it and said, Then I'll live right over here. Ning nodded, then retired to his own private rooms. He began to carefully inspect the treasures he had acquired during this journey through the ruins. He had acquired quite a few treasures, as well as several storage-type treasures which he hadn't even had the chance to inspect carefully yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 29, Reaping the Rewards. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 29, Reaping the Rewards. Half a day later. Ning was seated by himself at the highest point on the mountain where the Sunrise Courtyard was located. He was staring at the vast skies, the chains of mountains, and the distant plains. I really made a killing this time. Ning let out a blissful sigh. Ning had already bound all of the treasures he had acquired in the ruins, including the storage treasures. He had also completely finished sorting through the items in the storage treasures as well. There had indeed been a number of unexpected surprises for Ning, such as a chaos-level estate treasure which Ning suspected was originally owned by a world-level expert. This was because this estate treasure actually had a pair of Dao weapons within it. It also had a star map and a jade slip containing information regarding the Windsource ruins, both of which seemed to be far better than what an ancestral immortal or elder god should be capable of acquiring. The star map included records of the Badlands territory and 5 nearby territories, with the Badlands territory having the most detailed markings. Every elder god and ancestral immortal who had even the slightest bit of renown was recorded down within this star map, including even the newer ones like Su Yuji the Flame Fairy. Generally speaking, only world-level experts could acquire star maps of such detail which covered such a vast expanse. And that jade slip. The world-level expert who originally owned it must have sought out a great deal of information regarding the Windsource ruins, as the jade slip contained detailed records of the ruins, describing the outermost swamp region, the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region was the dangerous area where Ning had encountered Su Yuji. It was a place where elder gods and ancestral immortals often ventured through.
The inner region included the 100 streams of the wind source. Many of the world-level servants of Downlord Windsource had been stationed in the inner region and had died there as well. The inner region was far more dangerous than the outer region. The core region was the place where Downlord Windsource had lived. Not even Downlord Badlands or Waterwind had dared to venture too deeply into that place. If we add in these 2 Dao weapons I found in that estate treasure, I now have a total of 5 Dao weapons. Ning was absolutely delighted. Elder God Skysouth had left quite a few things behind after he died. The most precious item he had left behind was his Elder God formation, but he had also left behind over 100 chaos treasures. Alas, he didn't even have a single Dao weapon. What Ning didn't know was that Elder God Skysouth had actually found a Dao weapon many years ago. Knowing himself to be too weak to make proper use of it, Skysouth feared that other Elder Gods and ancestral Immortals would just take it from him. Thus, he instead sold the Dao weapon, using the proceeds to purchase many Elder God slaves as well as an Elder God formation. Instantly, he became virtually invincible against anyone weaker than a world-level expert. 5 Dao weapons, 1 Elder God formation, and over 300 chaos treasures. Nin nodded to himself. These were the main proceeds of this adventure. 5 Dao weapons, with that warblade being the most valuable of the 5. It should be considered a top-grade Dao weapon and is most likely worth roughly 50 cubes of Chaos Nectar. Ning continued to quietly calculate mentally. The other 4 all combined are probably worth 50 cubes as well. An Elder God formation meant for 100 Elder Gods is probably worth roughly 10 cubes. As for the 300 Chaos treasures, some are high quality while some are low quality. They are probably worth roughly 10 bottles of Chaos Nectar on average, for a total of around 10 cubes. All combined, they should be worth more than 100 cubes. Ning sighed in amazement. A single cube of Chaos Nectar was equivalent to 1,000 bottles. 100 cubes, that was comparable to the total net worth of an ordinary world-level expert. This was what made adventuring in these places so alluring. Just the tiniest part of the fortune left behind in the ruins of a deceased Downlord was comparable to the net worth of an ordinary world god. And yet, the danger level in such a place was similarly high. As soon as Ning had entered the ruins, he had been beset by dangers. He had damn near died when the wind beasts had chased after him. The only reason why he was able to safely return to that outer region was because he had stupid good luck, resulting in him finding and entering that private estate. To safely leave the inner region was incredibly difficult. Only around half of the world gods who entered the place would be able to leave alive. But for those who did manage to leave, almost every single one of them returned with great rewards. So many treasures, this should be enough to repair my sword, Violet Jewel, Ning mused to himself. Even if he used up all of the treasures, Ning wouldn't feel any heartache. This was because Violet Jewel was a weapon that had a quintessence core. Master. The fiery-robed Su Yuji walked out. As she looked at the seated white-robed youth, she felt quite happy. She had been pursued by Elder God Skysouth for so long. Whenever she thought of his ugly smile and his demand for her to become his pleasure companion, she felt extremely repulsed. When she looked at the seated Ning, she could sense the distance between the two of them. There were many cultivators who tried to befriend her and move closer to her, hoping that they would have the chance to enjoy the joy of fish when entering the sea. But Ning, however, only gave her a feeling of distance. Clearly, he didn't wish to be too intimate with her. Oh? Ning turned his head to look at her. Right. If you aren't busy, accompany me on a trip to Fogstone. Fogstone? Su Yuji was startled for a moment, then smiled beautifully. All right. When? Right now, Ning said. Ning deeply desired to completely repair Violet Jewel and restore it to its full level of power. According to the books he had read as well as the notes left behind by World God Northrest, weapons that had quintessence cores were incredibly marvelous. They surpassed all ordinary weapons and stood at a completely different level of existence. Immortal cultivators of Ning's level focused on attuning to certain essences, such as how Ning was attuning to the true essence of the sword in the hopes of reaching a higher level of skill with it. However, Violet Jewel had such an essence within it. This quintessence core was the most valuable part of Violet Jewel. The stories regarding weapons like Violet Jewel were simply too obscure and mystical. Ning wanted to see it for himself, but Ning and Tsuyuji flew together within his ship, departing from the Windsource Chaos World and heading towards Fogstone. Fogstone. Last time Ning had come to this place, he had been an outsider. This time, he was a general of the Fogstone army. He was considered one of them and there was no need for someone to guide him around. Greetings, seniors. What sort of treasures might you need? They were within an enormous hall inside an island. This hall was filled with many beautiful maids, with one being on the true immortal level. When she sensed Ji Ning and Tsuyuji's auras, she immediately became extremely hospitable. This place was extremely important. It was the central location for people to sell treasures to Fogstone. Because it was located in the heart of Fogstone, the forces of Fogstone didn't really worry about anyone causing trouble here. Ning waved his hand, producing his general's insignia. General? The violet-robed female true immortal's attitude became even more respectful. How many treasure fragments do you have here? Ning asked. To repair Violet Jewel, he would need 5 elements essence. The cheapest way to acquire 5 elements essence was to purchase treasure fragments from already destroyed treasures. A more expensive solution would be to purchase undamaged ingredients, while the most extravagant way was to purchase undamaged artifacts and treasures. Treasure fragments? The violet-robed female wouldn't dare to lie to one of Fogstone's generals. She immediately said, "There aren't many cultivators who need treasure fragments. Most who purchase them do so to extract 5 elements essence from them to repair other treasures. As a result, our entire stockpile is worth less than a cube of chaos nectar. However, this should be more than enough to repair a Dao weapon." The violet-robed woman was privately guessing that this general was intent on repairing a Dao weapon. Less than a cube? Ning was no longer the ignorant child he had been when he was in the 3 realms. A treasure with a quintessence core that had been almost completely wrecked internally would require an enormous amount of 5 elements essence if one wanted to repair it. If he was to purchase raw ingredients rather than treasure fragments, even 100 cubes of chaos nectar might not be enough. Purchasing treasure fragments was a better path to success. That's it. Ning frowned, but this was as he had expected. Fogstone only had 9 world-level experts. Why would it see the need to store so many treasure fragments here? Let's go. Ning led Tsuyuji away. He wasn't worried about openly asking for treasure fragments here on Fogstone. Everyone on their side was bound by a lifeblood oath preventing fratricide. This was one of the reasons why Ning had chosen to come to Fogstone. It seems I'll have to pay a visit to the Badlands Everworld if I wish to acquire enough treasure fragments to repair Violet Jewel, Ning mused silently to himself. I can be a bit more relaxed here on Fogstone, but I'll have to be careful when I'm in the Badlands Everworld. If I'm too arrogant and end up catching the wrong person's attention, I can very well die. Although Ning was going to be vigilant, he wasn't scared. UG. The two were within a flying warship that soared through the space outside Fogstone. Ning said to the nearby Tsuyuji, "I'm preparing to pay a visit to the Badlands Everworld." "I'll go wherever you go, master." Tsuyuji laughed. "And I visited the Badlands Everworld before. I'm quite familiar with the place. Although I was just there once, I have to admit that it truly is a remarkable and marvelous place. Many cultivators reside there, and even the most powerful organization of the Badlands territory, Badlands Court, is located there." Ning nodded. The flying warship continued to advance through space towards the distant 7-water star. From there, they would be able to make use of a space-time transfer array that would send them directly to the Badlands Everworld. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 24, Chapter 30, First Visit to an Everworld. Book 24, The Star-Lord of Fogstone, Chapter 30, First Visit to an Everworld. Seven Water Star was a long distance away from the planet of Fogstone. After reaching it, they had to wait for another year before the space-time transfer array was activated. Thus, it took them 2 years before they were able to reach the Badlands Everworld. This was actually quite a short period of time, and the reason why the transfer happened so quickly was because the Badlands Everworld was a fairly high-traffic location. The Badlands Everworld was the center of the entire Badlands territory and held the most powerful organizations in the region. Whoosh! Ning and the other cultivators appeared within the space-time transfer array. As for Flame Fairy Tsuyuji, Ning had naturally been stored her away into his estate world. So this is the Badlands Everworld? Ning walked out of the array, staring at the vast world that had appeared before him. He waved his hand, causing Tsuyuji to appear next to him. Can you feel it? When Tsuyuji appeared, she smiled as she looked at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded slowly. What an odd feeling. Ning was now powerful enough to easily destroy most Chaos worlds. However, the Badlands Everworld gave Ning an impression of exalted majesty, a sense of all-encompassing grace that was completely ineffable. I really can't fly here. Ning tried to fly but couldn't, no matter what he did. How marvelous. This place is exactly as the legends said it is. Supposedly, the skies have been completely sealed in the Badlands Everworld. There really is no way to fly through the air here. Each time Ning tried to fly into the air, a strange, unfathomable sort of law seemed to exert its power upon him, making it impossible for him to fly. According to the legends, when each Everworld was first created by their powerful creators, certain laws would be set down. For example, there might be a Flamebane. This meant that all fire attribute types of power would be completely unusable within that Everworld. Or for another example, there might be a Swordbane. This meant that even the most formidable of experts in the Tao of the sword would find themselves unable to summon the energy of the true essence of the sword. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to draw their swords. There could be some other special laws as well. So long as the creator of the Everworld set down that rule, all others who came to the Everworld would be forced to follow it. One of the laws of the Badlands Everworld was its Skybane. No living creatures were able to fly here, not even winged creatures like birds. Nothing and no one could fly in this world. Of course, if you were incredibly powerful, you might be capable of resisting this law. Lord Badlands, for example, might be strong enough to force his way into the air, but of course, that was just conjecture. No one had ever seen Lord Badlands flying about within the Badlands Everworld. The only reason why people thought he might be capable of disobeying the law was because everyone here felt the utmost of respect for Lord Badlands' abilities. However, it was also equally possible that not even the Lord was capable of flying here. As for others, no world-level expert was capable of overcoming a local law, to say nothing of an ancestral immortal or elder god. Still, the Everworld is a very comfortable place, Ning said softly. This world is incredibly deep and dense. It feels as though it embraces all visitors with warmth and kindness, bringing peace to their hearts. This is a reason why so many cultivators like to live here within the Badlands Everworld and why so many organizations want to take this place over. However, only the most powerful organization of all, the Badlands Court, is qualified to rule this place. Tsuyuji said. Come. Let us go find Waveshift City. Ning immediately strode forward. The two walked shoulder to shoulder as they advanced at tremendous speed. Waveshift City was the largest, most bustling city of the Badlands Everworld. It was indescribably old, and it had existed ever since the Badlands Everworld itself had first come into being. Naturally, this made it far older than the so-called Badlands Court, which had merely destroyed the previous occupant of this Everworld, took it over, and changed its name to be the Badlands Everworld. Waveshift City was quite close to the spacetime transfer array. Ning and the Flame Fairy merely had to walk for roughly an hour before arriving at the base of the mountains around Waveshift City. Quite high. Ning raised his head to stare upwards. This was a mountain that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall, its peaks wreathed in white clouds and crowned with an enormous city. Waveshift City. Let's hike up the mountain, Ning chuckled. It's been a long time since I've gone hiking. We have to walk our way up step by step. I feel just like Immortal. Su Yuji grinned as well. The mountain path was a sinuous one that coiled around the mountain peak, slowly guiding travelers upwards. If Ning was able to fly, he would have flown straight up to the peak of the mountain. Instead, he now had to slowly hike up one step at a time. Within the Everworld, flight simply didn't work. This Everworld is truly vast, far larger than any Chaos World. As Ning hiked up the mountain, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. I hear that the Everworld has many ancient ruins located inside it. Yes. Su Yuji nodded. I heard there are more than 10. There were more than 10 ancient ruins within the Badlands Everworld which had never been fully conquered. This was because the Badlands Everworld was simply far too vast. Here we are. Su Yuji pointed towards their front. The mountain peak itself was just a few hundred kilometers around, but it held up an enormous city that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The city almost looked as though it was hanging precariously in the air, ready to tip at a moment's notice. Ning and Yuji followed the mountain path forward, walking towards the gates. The walls of the city were engraved with two words: Waveshift. Waveshift. Ning raised his head to look at those two words, sensing the incredibly arcane ripples emanating from within them. Those ripples were simply too hard to lock down. Just trying made Ning feel tired and extremely uncomfortable. The difference in power was simply too great. Ning quickly tried to give up attuning to those ripples, but was unable to break free from the endless might that radiated out from those two words. Ugh! Ning vomited out a mouthful of blood before finally coming back to his senses. Master, don't you know that you must not stare at those two words? The Flame Fairy asked. I know, but I still wanted to take a look. I won't die just because I looked at them, right? Ning laughed. They truly are incredible. Those two words made me vomit up blood just because I looked at them. I wasn't able to glean any insight into them at all, just a feeling that they are unfathomably profound. According to the legends, even world gods who stared at those two words would vomit up blood, to say nothing of someone like Ning. Generally speaking, if you took over an Everworld you would change its name. The Badlands Court had taken over this Everworld and had thus renamed it to be the Badlands Everworld. However, they hadn't changed the name of the most prosperous city of this Everworld, precisely because those two words Waveshift were completely inviolable. Those two words served as the core of the entire city and possessed utterly supreme power. So long as those two words remained on the walls, all other cultivators would continue to call this place Waveshift City, no matter who tried to change its name. Thus, there were many cultivators who suspected that when the Badlands Everworld was first established a long, long time ago, its original name might have been the Waveshift Everworld. No one knows who wrote those two words. The Flame Fairy let out a sigh. That person might well be more powerful than even Tao Lord Badlands. Ning nodded.